I never thought that I would be forced by my grandfather to get married when I was just a freshman in college. Mr. Chao Ning, are you willing to marry this woman? Whether sick or healthy, whether rich or poor? The priest asked me seriously. I curled my lips and rolled my eyes, thinking to myself, how dare I not be willing? But I didn't dare to say it out loud, I just muttered. The priest's mouth twitched awkwardly, and his expression seemed to say, or I leave. Then, the priest turned to Xia Shirhan and asked, Miss Xia Shirhan, are you willing to have this man become your husband and enter into a marriage contract with him? Whether in sickness or in health, whether poor or rich. Xia Shirhan hugged her breasts with both hands, pouted her lips, and said angrily, anyway, my dad is willing. The corners of the priest's mouth twitched again, and I secretly complained to myself, this girl has a really vicious mouth. Oh, Almighty God. In the name of God, I declare that Mr. Chao Ning and Ms. Xia Shirhan are officially married and will stay together until old age. The priest opened his arms and raised his head to the sky and solemnly declared. Xia Shirhan and I looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. We couldn't help but twitch our lips at the same time, thinking that this old man really looked like an unreliable charlatan. After leaving the marriage department, I took out the red book covered with a steel fork from my pocket with a sad face and read it again and again. Xia Shirhan pouted her pink lips and said angrily, do you think I am willing to marry you? If it weren't for my father. I shrugged, smiled bitterly and said, okay, I have done what I promised my father. I'm leaving first. Call me if you have anything. After that, she turned around and was about to leave. Where are you going? I asked. Of course I'm going back to school, where else can I go? Xia Shirhan rolled her eyes at me. Today is the first day of the school term at Jiangai University, and as the vice president of the student union, she has a lot to do. It just so happens that I have to go back to school, how about you give me a ride? I said, looking at the pink Maserati on the side of the road. Is that so? Okay. Xia Shirhan smiled slightly. Watching the pink horse whizzing away, I sighed, turned around and rode my beloved motorcycle. I thought to myself, I don't know what sins I committed in my previous life to have such an unreliable wife in this life. I left my legal husband on the street on the day I got the marriage certificate. What if someone else picked him up? Ding. The host is married, the system is automatically upgraded, and the task is refreshed. Just as I was about to leave, the underworld system bound to the ferryman suddenly sounded a prompt. I quickly clicked on the system interface and found that the system had been upgraded at some point. Not only was the picture much clearer than before, but the functions were also more complete. In the past, the interface only had the location and reward for the transfer. Now, there is not only a brief biography of the deceased, but also a community communication platform and a user mall on the homepage. I clicked on the task description, which read, Number 167, Li Jiahutong, Greater Bay Area, Character Li Chen, died in the year, month, and hour, Book of Life and Death. Task, lead to the underworld to report. Task reward, 1 million red gold coins. I took a quick look and felt that it was within the normal range. There was no evil involved, so it should be a low-level task. Then I clicked on the system mall, and the dazzling array of products inside made my eyes dazzled. Communication column, iPhone 20 Yin and Yang dual-purpose model, ultra-long standby, charging for 1 second and talking for 365 days, priced at 6 million red gold coins. Daily use column, Hummer H2 priced at 20 million red gold coins, Rolls-Royce Phantom 100 million red gold coins, boutique luxury villa priced at 500 million red gold coins. In addition, there are everything such as Yin Yuan Dan, Dragon Flame Spear, Soul Capture Bag, Qianquan Instrument. However, the price is hundreds of times higher than that of luxury cars and mansions. Just as I was desperately adding things to the shopping cart, I suddenly realized a problem. It would be embarrassing if I had no money. So I quickly opened my personal homepage, and my detailed personal information was immediately presented on the interface. Name, Chao Ning, gender, male, work experience, 14 years, position, ferryman in the Greater Bay Area of Jiangning City, low-level title, personal account balance, 300 billion red gold coins. The moment I saw the balance, I shouted excitedly, I have 300 billion red gold coins, and a villa is only 500 million. Then I am rich, ha ha ha. I tried to submit a purchase intention in the Hummer column, ding, congratulations to the host for completing the payment, and got a Hummer H2. Sure enough, a black Hummer drove over from not far away and stopped directly beside me. A man in a suit got out of the car and said, "Hello, Mr. Chow, I'm Xiao Jia, the sales manager of Hummer Jiangning 4S store. This is the car you ordered half a month ago. Now just sign your name on the car pickup form and you can drive the car away." I was a little confused. I took the car pickup form and took a look at the car purchase contract. It clearly stated that I had ordered this car half a month ago and paid the full amount on the spot. Wow, this is really seamless. All the procedures are reasonable and legal. I subconsciously opened my mouth and thought, 007's blessing came so quickly. Then Xia Shirhan will come back to kneel and beg for reconciliation. I drove the Hummer to Lijiahutong, where most of the residents were elderly people, the houses were old, and the alley was narrow, southwest vehicles could not drive in. I had to get out of the car and look for the houses one by one according to the house numbers. Fortunately, I had been to this alley many times, so I found Li Chen's house without much effort. Before entering the door, I took a Yin Yuan Dan, which can temporarily cover up the Yang Qi in my body, which is the popular sense of invisibility. In the eyes of my peers, it is no different from a soul that has left the body. After entering the door, there was a coffin in the main hall, and lying in it was the target of this time, Li Chen. As usual, I walked to the coffin and waved my hand, and a shadow peeled off from the flesh. It was Li Chen. "Li Chen, let's go." I took out the soul-sucking bag and directly sucked the shadow into it. This is my daily work as a ferryman, and I never delay. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly noticed a girl in mourning clothes staring at me. The girl had a fair, oval face, delicate and small, cherry lips and a beautiful nose, and a pair of watery almond eyes. With a touch of slightly upturned eyeliner, she was charming. Although not as stunning as Xia Shirhan, she was also a rare beauty. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence, but when I went out, I found that she had been following me. I showed a fierce judge's face, like a fierce god from purgatory, and turned my head suddenly. The girl was so scared that she collapsed to the ground. "Can you see me?" I walked up to her and looked at her. After confirming that she was not possessed, I returned to my normal appearance. The girl nodded, her eyes full of fear, and trembled and said, "But I want to see my grandfather again. My grandfather raised me since I was a child." "Your grandfather?" I frowned slightly, thinking that this is another me. "It doesn't matter if I see him once. She can see it by herself, so it doesn't take much effort. It's not impossible to see him once, but you have to tell me first, what's wrong with your yin-yang eyes?" I said lightly. When I examined her just now, I had already seen that she had yin-yang eyes and could see things that ordinary people couldn't see. The girl said weakly, I don't know either. I just had a serious illness when I was very young. My grandfather gave me a pill, and after I recovered, I could see some unclean things. Medicine. I thought about it. Generally speaking, mortals have yin and yang eyes, either born with it or acquired it later. If pills can change a person, then it can only be Huiyang pills. It seems that if I want to solve the mystery, I have to ask the person involved. I opened the soul-catching bag and set up a barrier in the alley to prevent the soul from being burned by the sun. Li Chen's soul immediately appeared in front of me. "Grandpa." The girl wanted to hug Li Chen excitedly, but she caught nothing. "Vivi, my good child." Li Chen was so excited that he was about to cry. The grandfather and grandson have been dependent on each other for so many years, how can they be separated just by saying so? "Grandpa, I can't bear to see you go." Li Weiwei sobbed and looked at her elderly grandfather, and burst into tears in the blink of an eye. "Silly child, Grandpa is old and can't take care of you anymore. You must be well with Younger and the others." "Grandpa." Li Weiwei cried more and more sadly, and soon everyone in the courtyard ran out. But what they saw was only Li Weiwei crying in the alley, but they couldn't see me and Li Chen. "Vivi, why are you here?" The speaker was Li Weiwei's father, Li Yong. He and Li Weiwei's mother worked in Shanghai for many years and rarely came back. "Dad, Grandpa is leaving." When Li Weiwei said this, Li Yong also sobbed. With a plop, Li Yong knelt on the ground. He knew that Li Weiwei could see ghosts, so he didn't doubt it. Dad, I'm sorry for you. I made you suffer for so many years. Seeing this scene, I really don't know if it's right for me to let Li Chen out. Okay, it's almost time, Li Chen, you should go on the road. The Buddhist sound echoed, as vast as the sky. After saying that, I directly put Li Chen back into the soul-catching bag. Li Weiwei looked at me stupidly. Her pitiful appearance really made people feel a little bit sorry. But this is the cycle of heaven, and no one can change it. After sending Li Chen's soul away, I returned to Jiangda University in the afternoon. The school was full of students carrying large and small bags, all wearing miniskirts and hot shorts. Some of the more daring ones even wrapped a piece of cloth tightly around their chests and walked around in black stockings. When my black Hummer appeared, everyone's eyes were attracted, but everyone seemed to be used to it. Look, there's another rich young man in our school. That's right, I think he's probably here for Xia Shihan. That's right, look at our school beauty station, it's more effective than the enrollment brochure, the number of likes in Douyin has exceeded 1 million. But then again, Xia Shihan has rejected at least 800 boys, there are so many people, but she doesn't even like any of them. Otherwise, how can she be called a cold school beauty? If I can catch up with her, I'll petition to live 20 years less. You're just getting there, I can live the rest of my life as half a day. Look, the one who just got off the car is also heading for our Xia University school beauty. Several boys watching looked in the direction of someone's finger, and sure enough, I, who just got off the car, was heading directly for Xia Shihan's tent. This further confirmed the speculation of the onlookers present. Hey, why is this silly girl here? I saw Xia Shihan, my lips curled slightly, feeling a little unhappy. She abandoned her husband on the first day of her marriage. She was probably the only one in the world who could do this. Today is the day for new students to register. Most of the members of the student union have not returned to school yet, and there is a shortage of volunteers on site. As the vice president of the student union, Xia Shihan naturally played the role of a big soldier. Coincidentally, the archaeology department where I was going to report was where Xia Shihan was helping. She was wearing a flawless white casual shirt, paired with tight blue jeans, and her plump figure had attractive curves. She had willow-shaped eyebrows, an oval face, creamy skin, bright eyes and white teeth, and a high ponytail, which was smart and revealed a bit of elegance and purity. Xia Shihan had noticed me a long time ago, but she just pretended not to see me. Who knew that I would take the initiative to walk up to her and sit down? My classmate, we are in the archaeology department, and the tents next to us are the finance and computer departments. Before Xia Shihan could speak, Su Lan, the head of the external relations department beside her, spoke first. The archaeology department is an unpopular major in Jiangda University, and not many people apply for it every year. But today, because of Xia Shihan, many people pretended to come here to report, but in fact they came to chat with her. Su Lan saw that I was dressed quite formally, with a white shirt and a black suit, and I didn't look like someone who came to report, so she naturally labeled me as someone who wanted to chat with her. I'm not from the finance department. I applied for tomb robbing. Ugh, archaeology. I explained. Su Lan was a little surprised to hear this. I don't look like such a pessimistic person. Why did I apply for archaeology? To inherit the ancestral craft. Su Lan said awkwardly, ahem, what? Classmate, please show me your admission letter. Look, it's in her bag. I pouted and looked at Xia Shihan. Xia Shihan was also stunned. When we went to register for marriage, I seemed to have stuffed something into her bag. I was angry at the time and didn't go to check. Xia Shihan turned sideways and flipped through her backpack. Sure enough, the admission letter with the arch printed on it was lying in her bag. Su Lan's eyes widened. Her intuition told her that Xia Shihan and I must have a special relationship. Shihan, what is this? Su Lan asked in surprise. Xia Shihan ignored her and just picked up a form to fill out. New students need to pay a 50 yuan deposit for the dormitory key. You can get the money back with the key after graduation. Xia Shihan said indifferently. I don't have cash. Weixin or Zifubo are both fine. My phone is out of battery. Xia Shihan was completely speechless. After she rolled her eyes at me, she angrily took out a 50 yuan bill from her wallet. The deposit has been collected. Room 644, Building A. If you have nothing else, go back to the dormitory first. There will be a notice for the freshman assembly in the evening. After that, Xia Shirhan handed me a receipt and a key. This scene not only stunned Sulan, but also the boys who had been watching nearby were also confused. This must be Xia Shirhan's relative. Yes, I think so too. I don't believe Xia Shirhan can fall in love with this boy. What's the point? It's just sadness. Our Shirhan is so beautiful. Even the action of taking out money is so charming. Shirhan, I love you. I arrived at dormitory 644, where there were already 3 people. One of them was a big guy with a short flat head, holding 2 portable dumbbells in his hands, showing off his muscles over and over again, and he looked like the type who could take a beating. The other 2 were much thinner. One was a gentle-looking man, holding a tablet in his hand and complaining about the characters in the novels over and over again, and the other was wearing Adidas and the latest pair of Nike shoes, and he kept on promoting the superiority of Beijing people. It's already afternoon, how come there's still one brother from our dormitory who hasn't come yet? The big guy said depressedly. Why are you in such a hurry? I saw a few people from the next dormitory who haven't come yet. The little guy who was reading a novel said without even looking up. Where are you guys from? Why did you think of our school? The big guy excitedly pulled the other 2 to chat. Of course, I came here to find the mother of the child. Otherwise, who would have the time to apply for the archaeology major? The little guy from Beijing said energetically, you don't know, since I saw Xia Shirhan on Douyin a year ago, I vowed to get into Jiangning University. So, I chose several unpopular majors in the school, for fear of being left behind. So you are from Beijing, I am a local from Jiangning, what a coincidence, I also came here after watching Xia Shirhan's Douyin. The big guy said excitedly. What a coincidence, I also came here for Xia Shirhan. The little guy who was reading a book looked up and said. Last year, there was a promotional video on Douyin for a cultural performance organized by the school. It happened that Xia Shirhan was wearing hanfu and playing the guzheng. Overnight, this Douyin short video was reposted tens of thousands of times, and the number of likes for a single video exceeded 1 million. That's why everyone knows that Jiangda's campus beauty is Xia Shirhan. Major mainstream media have reposted it, and even computer screens have been posted with Xia Shirhan's dynamic wallpaper by netizens with bad taste. When the news came out, suitors came from far and wide. In the circle of friends, there were words everywhere saying go to Jiangda to find Xia Shirhan. The most interesting thing is that no matter whether it is a bad student, a tall, rich and handsome man, or a second-generation official, all those who pursued Xia Shirhan were rejected by her without exception. Xia Shirhan has always remained single. Her image of a pure goddess was established. For a time, Jiangda became a holy place that all male compatriots yearned for. That's why Jiangda didn't even have time to send out an admissions team the following year. The admissions office was flooded with calls from students and parents who wanted to inquire. And all of this was because of Xia Shirhan. Brothers, our school forum is going crazy, come and see. Lu Hao, the young scholar, was busy calling the other 2 to come over. Hearing this shout, the big guy Zhao Hai came over first, and even Sun Liang, a Beijinger who was looking in the mirror, was pulled over. The 2 looked at the big title written on the tablet in Lu Hao's hand. Surprise. School beauty meets mysterious male protagonist, the truth behind is shocking. This is a post in the Jiang University campus forum. In addition to the title, there are also many photos taken from various angles. In just over 10 minutes, the number of comments has exceeded 100, and the trend is still growing. Old Wang who loves gossip, according to an insider, the admission letter of this freshman is actually in the school beauty's backpack. Top. Ho-E loves playing in the wild, what kind of revelation is this? I just received accurate information that the school beauty not only paid the deposit for the freshman, but also according to them, they didn't know each other. Top. What's going on? How could they not know each other? They even found the admission letter in the bag. Zhao Hai was depressed again. Something's wrong. There must be something wrong. Lu Hao said indignantly. If you ask me, maybe they took the wrong bag. Sun Liang comforted him. As soon as he finished speaking, the other two people cast contemptuous glances at Sun Liang, as if to say, "Do you think we are fools?" However, while guessing each other, they did not forget to appreciate the photos of Xia Shirhan secretly taken on the post. After all, she is the little dragon girl of Jiangda University, and she is beautiful. The three of them seemed to have opened up their chatterboxes, emptying their words and their hearts to praise Xia Shirhan over and over again. The photos were displayed in a big way, and the three of them seemed to have discovered a new world, praising and admiring from all angles. Just then, after a few knocks on the door, I walked into the dormitory carrying the bedding issued by the school. Zhao Hai saw me and immediately walked over to greet me enthusiastically. "Brother, you are finally here, and our dormitory is finally full." "Hey, brother, have we met somewhere before? Why do you look so familiar to me? Aren't you the boy who has a relationship with Xia Shirhan in the forum?" Zhao Hai opened his mouth wide. "This is too ridiculous. Xia Shirhan's rumored boyfriend is actually my roommate. It's even more outrageous than the novels written by failed authors." Lu Hao looked confused. Let me see. No way, he is not as handsome as me. There is no reason for Xia Shirhan to like him and not me." Sun Liang's words killed the conversation. After feeling the resentful looks from Lu Hao and Zhao Hai, Sun Liang finally restrained himself a lot. "Rumored boyfriend? What are you talking about?" Chao Ning was confused. He walked to bed number 3 and took off the bedding. Until this moment, the three of them were still staring at him as if he were a cow. "Brother, look, you're on the headlines." Zhao Hai excitedly took the tablet. "Make the headlines. Could it be that my identity as the ferryman has been exposed?" "No way, I hid it very well." Chao Ning leaned over in confusion. "That's it. It turns out that someone was secretly photographed." Chao Ning breathed a sigh of relief. "You know what, the photo is quite spirited. Brother, do you know the school beauty? How come you can get so close to the school beauty just after school starts? Is there any secret? Please share your experience with us." Zhao Hai smiled and tried to get close to him. If you didn't know him, you would think he was Chao Ning's new brother. Yes, we want to know that too." Hearing this, the other two people also became interested. They all came forward and pricked up their ears. "Campus beauty? What school beauty? It was my first day at school, how could I know any school belle?" Chao Ning looked at the contemptuous looks in their eyes and then realized what was going on. "Oh, you are talking about Xia Shirhan, right?" Zhao Hai nodded. "Of course, among the several campus beauties of Jiang University, she is the most beautiful. She is my goddess." Speaking of Xia Shirhan, Zhao Hai's mouth seemed to be on fire, talking non-stop. "I wish I could lift her up to the sky." Chao Ning understood immediately. No wonder when they first met, they were all jealous, as if they had seen a love rival. So this is where the problem lies. You really want to know? The three of them nodded in unison. "Hey, boss, please stop keeping me in suspense. I feel like I'm being scratched by a cat's claws." Chao Ning smiled bitterly. "It's okay for me to tell you, but you have to promise not to spread it." Don't worry. I'm a trustworthy person. If I say I won't tell anyone, I won't tell anyone." Zhao Hai patted his chest and promised. "That's right, I promise not to tell anyone else." Me too. After the three of them expressed their opinions, they immediately pricked up their ears and moved closer anxiously. That expression was more exciting than Cha's college entrance examination results. Chao Ning smiled faintly. He also didn't expect that Xia Shirhan was so popular in school. I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse for me. I hope the green isn't too harsh. Okay, I'll just tell you 3. Chao Ning deliberately lowered his voice to create a mysterious atmosphere. Actually, Xia Shirhan is my wife. Zhao Hai. Lu Hao. Sun Liang. 3 brothers, you look at me and I look at you. I thought to myself, who is this person taking for a fool? After being stunned for a while, the 3 of them dispersed at the same time. Brother, this trick of yours is outdated. If you said you two had an engagement as children, maybe we would believe it. You are exaggerating too much. Zhao Hai sighed. He is the only one who can brag at home on weekdays. I didn't expect that school had just started. Met someone who can brag better than me. Chao Ning shrugged. Anyway, I'm telling the truth, and there's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. Okay. Just as Chao Ning turned around to pack his things, a small red notebook fell out of his pocket. At first glance, it looks a little familiar. Zhao Hai was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He picked up the red book and stared with his eyes almost popping out. Brother, you've spent a lot of money. You even forged the marriage certificate. When Lu Hao and Sun Liang heard this, they immediately became interested. Two people touched the texture. I also checked to see if there were any anti-counterfeiting marks. After a lot of trouble, I finally came to a conclusion. The texture is good, and the steel fork is realistic. If the two people in the photo didn't have bitter faces, I would have almost believed it. That's right, brother. Where did you Photoshop this photo? Share your contact information with us later. I have a friend who also wants one. No problem. I'll make one for each of you. It will be so real that it can be mistaken for the real thing. Chao Ning took back the marriage certificate and smiled bitterly. He was helpless when he met these three honest and sincere idiots. No one believes the truth, but when you brag, you always make false claims. The other side of the girls' dormitory. After Xia Shirhan returned to the dormitory, she was immediately surrounded by her three roommates who were carrying small stools. The melon seeds in my hand suddenly didn't taste as good anymore. Shirhan, tell us quickly, what is your relationship with that handsome guy? How far have you two progressed? Did you go to the hotel? The person who spoke was Zhao Meina, who was in bed number 1. She is a native of Jiangning City. She is 1.75 meters tall and looks pretty good. She likes to wear JK clothes. She had a whole class of boyfriends when she was a freshman. Xia Shirhan looked at Su Lan beside her with resentment. Humph, stinky Lanlin, did you tell them? I didn't say anything. Su Lan immediately hurried to explain. Oh Shirhan, do you need Su Lan to talk to you about your problem? Just look at the school forum, those boys are making a big fuss. Zhao Meina came to the rescue. Post bar. Is this another scandal? Xia Shirhan came to her senses. She immediately took out her cell phone and opened the school forum. Really? There are pictures of her and Chao Ning taken secretly everywhere. The eye-catching title is even more shocking. Shock. The school beauty is alone with a mysterious man, suspected to be her rumored boyfriend. Big news. Big news. According to insiders, the school beauty is pregnant. School beauty was cheated on, boyfriend traveled thousands of miles to find his wife and ask for reconciliation. The pinned posts took up most of the homepage, and the comments on them were almost overwhelming. What the hell is this? They are going too far. Xia Shirhan clicked on a post at random, and it was mostly filled with boys complaining and venting their dissatisfaction. Shirhan's top fan, oh my god, is it that the world can no longer give you warmth? Is my goddess just being fed to pigs? Hua Jianjiu, brothers, get someone to find this bastard. Is he worthy of my goddess? Lao Lu next door at Hua Jianjiu, judging from the position of the tent, he should be a freshman in the archaeology department. The most handsome guy in Jiang University, it's so infuriating. I didn't even go to Peking University or Tsinghua University for my sister Shirhan, but I didn't expect that I would still be beaten at the starting line. Solo Master at, who says he isn't? I also gave up the olive branch from Yale to come here. This guy is so ugly, how can he be worthy of sister Shirhan? After seeing this comment, Xia Shirhan expressed her agreement and clicked a like button. See some other comments. Whenever Xia Shirhan encountered a comment that scolded Chao Ning for not being worthy of her, she couldn't help but give a like. However, after scrolling through several posts in a row, she discovered a strange person. As long as there are posts where someone curses Chao Ning for being ugly, there will always be a netizen named, so handsome that he gets chopped, who will refute the comments below. So handsome that he got chopped at. The male lead is so ugly, do you have eyes? How dare you say that such a handsome guy is ugly? Go look in the mirror first. So handsome that he got chopped at. S top fan, you are a pig, your whole family is a pig. So handsome that he was chopped off at. Hua Jianjiu, do you know how to talk? What do you mean by unworthy? It's obviously Xia Shirhan who is out of her league. Xia Shirhan became angrier and angrier. See the end. That person even dared to complain about himself. How could she bear this? Immediately move your little finger and reply below the comment. I want to be beautiful today. You are not allowed to say that about our beloved Shirhan. Our Shirhan is not only beautiful and nice, she is simply the cutest in the world. No, no, no. The whole universe. The male protagonist is so ugly, he is not worthy of our Shirhan at all. After Xia Shirhan finished typing a large stack of words, she instantly felt much happier. Although she often peeked at the screen before, there were almost no spam posts. If this netizen hadn't belittled her like that, she wouldn't have rushed out to refute it. The thought of getting married with a big bear. I feel wronged. Just when Xia Shirhan felt that she could breathe a sigh of relief. Below the message bar. There are actually several unread messages. Click to see. Wow, the other party replied to my message immediately. So handsome that he got chopped at. Do you have eyes? Didn't you see such a handsome guy? How dare you slander my male god? I'm so pissed off. Even if you say anything today, the male lead is still the most handsome in the entire universe, and Xia Shirhan is just not worthy of the male lead. Okay. You are playing with fire. Xia Shirhan's anger, which had finally been calmed down, was ignited again. I want to look beautiful today too. It's so handsome that he was chopped off. The male protagonist is just a toad wanting to eat swan meat. He is just not worthy of her, even after 10,000 years. Drops. So handsome that he was chopped. Xia Shirhan is so pretty, and she is not a virgin. As soon as these words were spoken, all the people who were secretly in the group rushed out like crazy. The number of likes exceeded 300 in just 1 minute. Hua Jianjiu at, brother, although your words are a bit harsh, I like this sentence and must give it a thumbs up. The leader of the online literature world at, I am unable to refute what you said, thumbs up. Lao Wang next door, it's so handsome that he was chopped, although the male lead is really ugly, I like what you said and I must support it. The return of the Dragon King, it's so handsome that he was chopped off, brother, your words are not unreasonable. I have been watching for a long time. Could you be the male lead? Please show me your photo. Chao Zaixiu Zhou at the Dragon King returns, I also think this guy is the male lead, no problem. Hoi loves playing in the wild at the Dragon King is back, I agree. Demasha, it's so handsome that he got chopped, please share your photo. In the comment section, the voices that Chao Ning is the so handsome that people cut him down are getting louder and louder, and there is even a tendency for him to overshadow Xia Shirhan. In just a short while, the number of likes for his comment exceeded 1,000, and the number is still increasing. Finally, Under Pressure, so handsome that he got chopped, still posted a comment. So handsome that he got chopped, please don't get me wrong, I'm definitely not the handsome male protagonist who is so handsome that he can be chopped off. The male lead is handsome, suave, and charming. He is loved by everyone and flowers bloom wherever he goes. How could I be him? I am just an unknown fan of his. Now, the voices of netizens who said he was so handsome that he was chopped to death by others are getting louder and louder that he is the male lead, and everyone is saying that he is Chao Ning. And Xia Shirhan in front of the screen. I watched as the number of likes for Chao Ning's comments slandering me gradually increased. In the end, it was pinned to the top by the administrator. She was so angry that she almost collapsed. Damn it. Chao Ning, it's all your fault. Chao Ning on the other side. Looking at the post that I messed up myself. I almost laughed like a pig. Lao Chao, that so handsome that he got chopped, they were talking about, can't it really be you? Zhao Hai looked dully at Chao Ning, who was laughing so hard that his cramps were about to occur. He has also been posting spam. When he saw so many people saying that Chao Ning was the netizen, he also became suspicious. Now look at Chao Ning's face that looks like he deserves a beating. Needless to say. It's confirmed. Old Chow, is it really okay for you to praise yourself like this? Lu Hao couldn't help laughing. This guy is praising himself. How shameless. Who said it wasn't true? I've never seen anyone praise themselves so much. Lao Chow, I won't even lean on the wall, I just obey you. Sun Liang said with an awkward smile. Chuckle. Chao Ning himself couldn't help laughing, I am innocent too. Just then, Chao Ning's phone rang. Wait, I have to take a call first. Chao Ning just got through the phone. Then I heard the other side's overwhelming roar. I almost broke my eardrum. After listening for a while, Chao Ning figured it out. Isn't the person opposite him his legal wife, Xia Shihan? It seems that he is very angry. Chao Ning, you bastard, you are shameless, do. Chao Ning was too lazy to pay attention and hung up the phone directly. Now he is in a good mood. I don't want anyone to disturb my good mood. Looking at the forum again. The quarrel was already getting out of hand. The calls for Chao Ning to release the photos are only increasing. Chao Ning ignored it. Look at the personal homepage column. There were dozens of friend requests. Chao Ning clicked on it and took a look. Most of them were men, although there were a few girls as well. Among them is the netizen named, I want to be beautiful today too. Chao Ning thought about it and just accepted her friend request. Before he could react, the other party actually started to curse at me. Chao Ning was speechless when he saw such brainless fans and deleted the post directly. On the other side, Xia Shihan. I finally typed a bunch of words and sent them over. It was rejected. She was so angry that her plump breasts rose and fell. The stubborn little mouth is pouted high. Sure, Shihan, calm down. All the roommates were stunned. We shared a dormitory for a year. I have never seen Xia Shihan so angry. If her suitors saw this, they would probably have another big fight. Xia Shihan calmed down for a while, then changed her tone and sent out the friend request. From serious to humble. I sent 4 or 5 messages in a row, but the other party didn't even respond. Xia Shihan was so angry that she almost ran to the boys' dormitory to settle the score with Chao Ning. In fact, Xia Shihan had already realized that the other party was Chao Ning, and she had just heard the other party squeal like a pig when she called him. It is even more certain. Near 6 o'clock. Chao Ning went out to eat with 3 roommates in the dormitory. The scenery in the university is different. Compared to the girls in high school wearing lazy school uniforms. The scenery now is much more pleasing to the eyes. Along the way, you can see girls wearing miniskirts and showing off their long legs everywhere. Of course, there are also many senior girls who wear light makeup and have big wavy hair. A pair of long legs with black stockings. Anyone with a discerning eye can see it. The quality of the stockings is definitely not good. Although everywhere I look, they all look childish. But it's really pleasing to the eyes. No wonder my homeroom teacher repeatedly emphasized this in high school. Even if you are an ordinary undergraduate, you should go and read it. It turns out they are really different. Now that I think about it, what the head teacher said was true. Old Zhao, please pay attention to your image. You are almost drooling. Lu Hao patted Zhao Hai on the shoulder and reminded him. Don't blame me, you're not much better, you even walked onto the lawn. Now you know that girls are much prettier than in novels, right? Zhao Hai said indignantly. I say, can you guys be a little more promising? In the eyes of us Beijing people, there will be no girls you can't pick up and horses you can't ride. Sun Liang said leisurely. Is your horse serious? Zhao Hai became interested. Look at you, you're thinking the wrong way. I'm talking about a real prairie hummer. Do you think everyone is like you? Hey, but speaking of horses, I just saw a hummer parked downstairs of our dormitory. I saw it too. There were a lot of beautiful women taking selfies there. Lu Hao responded. It's just a car, why make such a fuss? I'll get one to drive when I graduate. Zhao Hai said with his chin held high. Old Zhao, do you know how much that car cost? You said it was so light. Sun Liang raised a finger and said disdainfully. More than 1 million. What? That old car costs more than 1 million. How much rice would it take to buy it? Zhao Hai subconsciously opened his mouth. He is a genuine country boy who has been dealing with tractors since he was a child. How could he know a luxury car of this level? Not to mention seeing it, I've never even heard of it. Is there such an awesome person in our school? He drives a Hummer to school, so maybe his family has a mine, right? Sun Liang shook his head, not necessarily. What if someone drove it here on purpose to show off? The car might not be there when we return. This kind of car needs maintenance. Don't you think so, Lao Chao? Chao Ning really wanted to say that the cheapest thing in the system mall is Hummer. I'm afraid you'll be scared if I drive out in a Rolls-Royce. It's nothing special. When you guys each get one, the 4 of us can drive out together. It will be really cool. Yes, yes, yes. By then, those school beauties will surely throw themselves into your arms. Zhao Hai praised. On the other side, Xia Shirhan was depressed for a long time, and Su Lan had to persuade her to go to the cafeteria to eat together. Okay, Hanin, we are made of iron and steel, there is no need for us to get angry with those stinky boys. It's just a rumored boyfriend, what's the big deal, he's not your legal husband. It would be better if you didn't say that. After saying this, Xia Shirhan's heart fluttered even more. That man is really her husband. The kind that gets a certificate. Shirhan, look, there's a Hummer over there. Su Lan has sharp eyes. At first glance, I saw a million-level luxury car parked downstairs of the boys' dormitory. Shirhan, this car is comparable to your pink horse. Could it be aimed at you again? Su Lan joked with a smile. There are too many rich second generations who drive luxury cars to confess their love to Xia Shirhan. Su Lan has long been used to seeing this. However, he was the first one to come in a million-level luxury car. Humph, it's just a Hummer, what's so great about it? I don't even think highly of it. Others may not know, but Xia Shirhan knows. This was the car Chao Ning was driving when he reported for duty. Humph, what a liar. He even asked me to give him a ride, but it turns out he has a car. It turns out that all men are bad. Xia Shirhan muttered in a low voice. Shirhan, what are you talking about? Ah, I didn't say anything. I just said I'm hungry. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat something, or else the stinky junior will eat it all. Xia Shirhan smiled, pulled Su Lan and walked towards the cafeteria. Canteen. Chao Ning went to queue up to recharge his meal card first. When they arrived at the cafeteria, it was already crowded with people. Except for a few snack windows, other places are basically crowded. Lu Hao and Sun Liang were not used to eating rice, so they queued up to buy steamed buns. Zhao Hai liked stir-fried dishes, so he chose to queue up to get some. Chao Ning wasn't too particular about what he ate, but the line was too long and he was too lazy to queue up again, so he chose a window selling spicy hot pot. Hello, I want the one with more vegetables, how much is it? Chao Ning pointed to a prepared plate and said. Drops. After swiping the card, it showed that there was still 160 yuan left for meal. The meal card costs 30 yuan, and you can refund it when you graduate. This spicy hot pot is mostly vegetables, but also contains a lot of meatballs and the like. At 10 yuan it is quite a bargain. Chao Ning put away the meal card with satisfaction. The first meal in college, although a bit shabby. But the food is good. While he was waiting for the meal to be served, 2 figures hurried over and immediately pushed Chao Ning aside. Master, master, I want some sausage, and some squid, some diced chicken, some lettuce, some lettuce. At first glance, Chao Ning felt that the back of the person in front of him seemed a little familiar. Looking closely, who else could it be but Xia Shirhan? Xia Shirhan wore a halter-long floral dress that just covered her knees, revealing her slender calves that were white, tender and smooth, without even a bit of fat. Her cascading hair fell directly on her shoulders, and when she approached, she could smell a faint scent of her body. Her skin is as white as cream, her eyes are bright and her teeth are white, which makes people feel excited. Compared to the sexy shirt she wore when registering, she now can be described as ethereal. No wonder the business at the window has been significantly better since she came. Many boys gathered around one after another. At this time, Xia Shihan also noticed that the person standing next to her was Chao Ning. But she just rolled her eyes and had no intention of paying any attention to him. He took his good roommate Su Lan to choose a lot of dishes. Xia Shihan only reacted after the sales lady entered the numbers on the machine. She actually forgot to bring her meal card. Lanlin, did you bring your meal card? My phone and meal card are in my bag. I forgot to bring them. Su Lan smiled and said, you are such a careless little thing. Fortunately, I am here, otherwise you would be embarrassed. Oh, I just changed my clothes and I forgot to bring it. The girl with glasses, Su Lan, felt the pocket of her jeans and found nothing. When I came, all my attention was on Xia Shihan, and I even forgot to change my clothes. Ah, then, what should I do? Should I go back and get it now? Xia Shihan said anxiously. Senior, why don't you just brush mine? Senior, brush mine. Me too. A group of boys around heard the conversation between the two and volunteered. This made Xia Shihan, who had always been strong-willed, at a loss. She looked at the enthusiastic classmates around her and suddenly didn't know what to do. At this time, she noticed that Chao Ning, who was standing behind the crowd, was actually watching the fun and had no intention of saving the situation. This made her extremely angry. She walked up to Chao Ning angrily, pouted her lips and stretched out her hand. Meal card. Chao Ning was stunned. He honestly took out his meal card and handed it to her. This scene also stunned the boys present. However, there were some people who were sharp-eyed and recognized Chao Ning at a glance. Isn't this the school beauty's rumored boyfriend? Really? Does that mean they are together? No way, is my goddess being taken away by a pig? No, if we were really together, you shouldn't have been like this just now, right? Did they break up again? Just as the crowd of spectators were secretly guessing. Xia Shihan had already swiped the card and went to the milk tea window and lingered there for a long time. When she came back, she had 3 more cups of milk tea in her hands. When she returned the meal card to Chao Ning, she also handed him a cup of milk tea. Don't say I'm bullying you. Here, I'll treat you to milk tea. Xia Shihan said with a smile. Would you like to buy me milk tea? It seems that the card used is still my card, right? Chao Ning complained in his heart. Is this the legendary, you treat, I pay the bill? Thank you then. Chao Ning accepted it awkwardly. By the time we found a seat and sat down, everyone else had returned. Old Chao, what's going on? We were just having a meal, how come you hooked up with the school beauty again? Zhao Hai was like a curious baby, he saw the scene just now very clearly. That's right. I just saw the school beauty actually took the initiative to greet you and bought you milk tea. Oh my god, what on earth happened? Lu Hao also asked. Chao Ning smiled bitterly and slammed the meal card on the table. Hey, it's my card. Sure. Lao Chao, you're sharing a meal card with the school beauty so soon. You still dare to say that it has nothing to do with the school beauty. Zhao Hai took a bite of his meal. At this moment, it seemed as if the food had lost its taste. Look, the school beauty is looking at me, and she's smiling at me. After hearing what Sun Liang said, the other people looked up. Really? Xia Shihan was staring at this side not far away. Zhao Hai patted Sun Liang on the shoulder. Brother, wake up, even a fool can see that the school beauty is looking at Lao Chao, dreaming about beautiful things all day long, which is nothing. That's right. Have you ever heard of any boy that the school beauty is so close to? It's only Lao Chao. Lu Hao responded. Hee, I'm just looking for a sense of accomplishment. I didn't say that the school beauty must be looking at me. Sun Liang scratched his head awkwardly. Zhao Hai and Lu Hao rolled their eyes, then lowered their heads and started eating. Xia Shihan's unusual behavior attracted Chao Ning's attention. Xia Shihan and Su Lan, who were not far away, were talking and laughing, and their eyes would glance over here from time to time. His intuition told him that something bad must be wrong. Chao Ning sighed, picked up the milk tea and took a sip. I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse to have such a wife. Phew. Why is this milk tea so sweet? Did they kill the candy seller? Chao Ning couldn't hold it in and spat it out. He raised his head, looking at Xia Shirhan not far away. The latter laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. Oh my God, it turns out that the school beauty has been looking over here, waiting for now. Zhao Hai took a breath. If he hadn't dodged quickly enough, he would have been in trouble as well. Hey, Lao Chao, have you offended the school beauty? Lu Hao was also shocked. What a huge hatred this is. Could it be that you cheated on the school beauty and she found out? Sun Liang joked with a smile. I said I didn't do anything, do you believe me? Chao Ning said with a wry smile. The three of them shook their heads in unison. I don't believe it. Most of the class meetings on the first day of freshmen's classes are extremely boring. Chao Ning's homeroom teacher is a professor in his 50s. It is said that he used to work in the province. Has a lot of archaeological experience. After arriving at the designated classroom, as expected, there are 28 people in the class, and all of them are boys without exception. Zhao Hai and the other two lay weakly on the table. Just now when they passed by the entrance of the finance department classroom, I found that the classroom was full of girls. Boys are rare. Looking at my own class again, it's like the difference between heaven and hell. It's so boring. If I had known earlier, I would have listened to my dad and applied to the normal university next door. I originally came here for the school beauty, but who knew that I would be defeated by someone else at the starting line? Now I am staying in this Buddhist temple again. When will I be able to complete the important task of carrying on the Zhao family's legacy? Don't mention you, I regret it too, alas. Lu Hao sighed. How come there isn't even a single girl in our class? It's so boring. Even Sun Liang was so depressed that he began to doubt his life. Looking at Chao Ning again, he was sitting there respectfully listening to the old professor's speech, as if nothing had happened. Lao Chao, why do you act like nothing happened? Don't you think this Buddhist temple is too lonely? Sun Liang said listlessly. Then he was hit on the head by Zhao Hai. Are you stupid? Old Chao has the school beauty as his backer. How can he be the same as us? Sun Liang rolled his eyes. It hasn't been finalized yet, and we don't know whose household registration it is. In Sun Liang's opinion, as long as they don't get married, everything is possible. Chao Ning was completely dismissive of his roommate's powerless complaints. After all, he is a family man. How can he be like these single guys? Right now he is busy selecting spirit hunting equipment. Should I choose the Dragon Flame Spear or the Soul-Breaking Sword? The Dragon Flame Spear is priced at 50 billion red gold coins, and the Soul-Breaking Sword is priced at 10 billion red gold coins. The two together cost 60 billion. This is too expensive. Wouldn't it be nice to use all this money to buy a villa? Just when Chao Ning was feeling sad, a warning box suddenly popped up on the system interface. Ding! System prompt, Article 262 of Volume 6 of the Underworld Civil Servant Operation Manual stipulates that within the scope of their authority, a ferryman can only own one house and one car. What, system, why didn't you tell me earlier? If you had told me earlier, I would have bought the limited edition Rolls-Royce directly. System, ferryman can take part in the public relations exam at the end of the year. Qualified civil servants can get promotion opportunities. Please continue to work hard, host. Exam? Is there such an operation? Chao Ning has lived a long time. He has been a ferryman for so many years, but this is the first time he has heard that civil servants in the underworld have to take a public relations exam. But since the system says so, you can try it when the time comes. In case you pass the exam. That's just a life with an office, a newspaper, and a cup of tea. In the end, Chao Ning gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, and bought both the Dragon Flame Spear and the Soul-Breaking Sword at the same time. With these two things, with his current strength, it would be easy for him to deal with the minions below the Ghost King. Finally, he spent more than 180 billion to purchase body-tempering pills and soul-gathering pills. These two things are of great benefit to the ferryman, and can improve his strength in a short period of time. Chao Ning's current strength is that of a lowest-level ghost messenger. If he could completely absorb the 1,000 body tempering pills and 300 soul gathering pills he had just purchased, he would be able to break through at least one level. Reach the level of ghost official. A 0322 classroom. The old professor was busy explaining military training matters, and Chao Ning was not idle either. He directly refined all 1,300 pills and absorbed them continuously, with the system prompt sound in his ears never stopping. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 6th level of Ghost Messenger. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 9th level of Ghost Messenger. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 1st class Ghost Official. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 5th level of Ghost Official. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 7th rank of Ghost Official. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 9th level of Ghost Official. Half an hour later, Chao Ning successfully refined and absorbed more than 1,300 pills. His strength level had risen to the 9th level of Ghost Official without him noticing. Just one step away from being the judge. After being promoted to a Ghost Official, Chao Ning clearly felt a lot more relaxed all over. The most important thing is that once you reach the level of Ghost Official, you can recruit your own Ghost Messenger. There is no need to go through the trouble of welcoming the dead every time. Ding, system tasks refreshed. Mission details: go to the 3 teaching buildings in Area B of Jiangai University and extradite the undead. Danger level, General. Mission reward, 100 million red gold coins. Chao Ning received a notification of a system refresh task just after completing the upgrade. However, compared to the ordinary tasks encountered before, the general-level tasks received now are still rare. Chao Ning has been working as a ferryman for more than 10 years. The only time he received a normal-level mission was when he was 16 years old. At that time, he was asked to lead an evil spirit that had already completed the upgrade. I almost died in the line of duty during that mission. Fortunately, the old man appeared in time and resolved the crisis. The souls in the underworld are also divided into different levels. The lowest level is the ordinary undead. Going further up, due to the influence of the resentment in previous life, it is very likely to evolve into 5 levels: Vengeful Spirit, Evil Spirit, Fierce Spirit, and Ghost King. This time, the mission prompt showed an undead spirit in the late stage of Li Ling. The resentment is huge and has been lingering in the area for a long time. If Chao Ning hadn't suddenly advanced, the system would not have been able to sense her existence at all. Building 3 in Area B. Chao Ning had just enrolled in school and had no idea where the teaching building in Area B was. But there is one greedy person who definitely knows. Fatty, do you know Building 3 in Area B? Chao Ning patted Zhao Hai on the shoulder and asked. Fuck, Lao Chao, can you please stop calling me fat? I have muscles, okay. Zhao Hai tried his best to show off his biceps, but it still couldn't hide the fat on his abdomen. Okay, muscles, then do you know where the B area is? Chao Ning nodded in response. Of course I know where Area B is. Back then, for Xia Shirhan, I studied Jiang Dada thoroughly. But if you want to go to that place, I advise you not to go. When Zhao Hai talked about that place, he was so nervous that crow's feet appeared on his face. Why? Chao Ning asked puzzledly. Because that place is not clean. Zhao Hai said in a low voice. I have checked out some gossip about Area B before. I heard that Area B used to be the school's main teaching area, but I don't know why it was changed later. A girl suddenly hanged herself in the classroom. The most terrifying thing is that the girl was wearing a red dress when she died. Since her death, that teaching area has often been haunted, and it is said that someone has seen the girl there. The death looked so scary, everyone said it was the senior girl in red wandering around there. Several students had died there a few years ago. At that time, the school even invited a Taoist priest to perform a ritual, but the priest committed suicide by jumping off a building that same day. That's why the teaching area was abandoned. Are you talking about the large piece of wasteland west of the school? Chao Ning noticed it when he entered the school. At that time, he was curious why the school had such a large piece of land unused. So it's because of this incident. That's right. This matter has long been suppressed by the school. Not many people know about it now. But I advise you not to go there, lest you get into trouble. Zhao Hai advised. Hey, fatty, stop talking. It gives me goosebumps. Lu Hao rubbed his arms and felt a cool breeze behind him. Look how scared you are. Don't worry, I'm here, and senior sister Red won't come looking for you. After saying this, Zhao Hai began to brag. Chao Ning seemed to be thinking about something. Now it seems that the Li Ling notified by the system should be referring to the senior girl in red. The first day's class meeting ended quickly, and basically everyone was asked to introduce themselves. Then the head teacher will introduce the matters needing attention in military training. On the way back to the dormitory, Chao Ning pretended to have a stomachache and quietly slipped out. It is also to prevent the other three from following and affecting his performance. Chao Ning quietly walked westward along the forest path behind the teaching building in Area A. Just at this moment, this scene was discovered by Xia Shihan, who had just come out of the library. What is this guy trying to do secretly? Could it be that he has hooked up with someone so quickly? Xia Shihan muttered softly. Although Xia Shihan didn't have any feelings for Chao Ning. But now he is her legal husband after all. If he really finds a new employer, I can be mentally prepared. Thinking of this, Xia Shihan decided to follow quietly and take a look. Chao Ning walked through the grove and saw an iron fence in front of him. I think it is to prevent unsuspecting students from sneaking in. But this couldn't stop Chao Ning. He took out the soul-breaking sword directly from the system backpack. With just a slight scratch, a big hole was created in the barbed wire. After walking a short distance, the teaching building of Area B appeared in front of us. This is a teaching area consisting of 3 connected teaching buildings. But now I can't tell which one is the third building. The ferryman's telepathy must be at least within 50 meters to sense the exact location of the dead. Chao Ning walked along the weed-covered path. It seems that no one has been here for a long time. The weeds on the vacant land were taller than people in some places. At this time, Xia Shihan, who had been following behind him, actually lost Chao Ning. Looking back at the road I had just come from, it looked even more eerie and terrifying under the dark moonlight. Xia Shihan was so anxious that she was about to cry. How could a girl like her have ever been to such a scary place? But she was born strong-willed and didn't want to disturb Chao Ning, lest he laugh at himself. So she had no choice but to keep walking along the path, holding the pepper spray tightly in her hand. I just hoped to see Chao Ning at some corner. The surrounding teaching buildings were in disrepair and even the windows were covered with a thick layer of dust. The long corridor was silent, without even a hint of light. I can only walk slowly under the moonlight. Chao Ning, why haven't you shown up yet? Xia Shihan walked up to the second floor nervously. Looking through the corridor. Where can we see Chao Ning? There is only endless fear and gloom. Xia Shihan was wandering alone in the corridor when suddenly a gust of cold wind blew past. A piece of glass suddenly fell from the window that had been in disrepair for a long time. Smashed to pieces. Ah! The sudden scene scared Xia Shihan so much that she screamed. The shouts echoed in the corridor. Listening around again, there was still no sound of footsteps, only the sound of wind blowing through the corridor. In such an environment, Xia Shihan felt even more fearful. She regretted it. Xia Shihan was now blaming herself in her heart, wondering why she had followed here. If you want to find a mistress, then find a mistress. Worst case scenario, we can just get a divorce. She no longer cared why Chao Ning came to this place. Now she just wanted to get out of here quickly. Xia Shihan walked up the stairs, hoping to see the way she came back. Just when she reached the third floor, a red shadow suddenly floated behind her. Not a single sound. On the corridor on the third floor, there were some old-fashioned flashlights and some things that looked like copper coins. The classroom door on the corridor has been locked. However, there was a big hole in the window, as if it had been knocked out by something. The guardrail on the opposite side was also missing a corner. Xia Shirhan walked forward slowly. Suddenly, there seems to be something making a sound behind me. She turned back suddenly. Nothing. When she turns back, I don't know when. There was unexpectedly a woman wearing a red gauze dress and with disheveled hair. The woman's feet were hanging in the air, her face was as pale as snow, and there was a deep red mark on her neck. A pair of eyes were staring at him. It's the senior in red. Ah. Xia Shirhan was so frightened that she ran away in a hurry. She had heard about the senior in red, but she never believed it was true. Not to mention where the incident happened. Xia Shirhan fled in a hurry. Just as she hid behind a trash can, a head slowly floated out from outside the guardrail next to it. Ha 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 ha. After 15 years, someone finally comes again. Please stay and keep me company. The red-clothed senior's voice echoed in the corridor. Xia Shirhan screamed and continued to escape. Just when she ran to the 5th floor, several more vengeful spirits in white clothes appeared in the aisle in front of her. Among them were men and women, and even Taoists wearing Taoist robes. It was a bloody mess, with bright red blood constantly oozing out from the corners of its mouth. It is obvious that they all died from falling from a high altitude. Slowly, all the evil spirits gathered around. She was stuck in the middle of the corridor. Xia Shirhan retreated step by step to the guardrail. Seeing the undead approaching, Xia Shirhan's heart was about to jump out of her chest with nervousness. Don't come over here, don't come over here. With a click. Maybe it's because of disrepair. The guardrail is broken. Ah. Xia Shirhan lost her balance and fell directly from the broken part. At this critical moment, a black shadow flashed by, caught Xia Shirhan accurately, and held her tightly in his arms. Chao Ning. Xia Shirhan was so scared that her face turned pale. But she recognized the men in front of her at a glance. Silly girl, who told you to come here? Chao Ning snorted coldly. If he hadn't heard Xia Shirhan's cry just now, he would have had no idea that she had come here. I thought you. Xia Shirhan spoke as softly as possible at this moment. There is absolutely no such coolness as during the day. Who are you to dare to trespass into my place? At this time, the senior sister in red also chased after them, followed closely by 7 or 8 evil spirits. Stand behind me, we'll talk later if you have anything to say. Chao Ning changed his usual cheerful appearance. At this moment, he was like a judge standing between heaven and earth. It makes people feel awe. When Xia Shirhan heard what Chao Ning said, she didn't dare to disobey and immediately hid behind Chao Ning obediently. Are you the senior in red? Chao Ning snorted coldly. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that after all these years, there are still people who remember me. The senior girl in red sneered. Since you are already dead, why don't you report to the underworld? Instead, you are causing trouble here. Aren't you afraid of being thrown into the Avicii hell and never being able to be reborn? Avicii hell? If I was afraid of being sent to hell, I wouldn't have waited here for so many years. She is the red-clothed senior. Xia Shirhan poked out her little head and looked at Chao Ning. Compared to just now, Xia Shirhan did feel a lot more at ease after Chao Ning appeared beside her. I don't know why, but I always feel an indescribable sense of security when I'm with him. Chao Ning nodded and turned to look at the senior student in red in front of him. We are all classmates. Why do you insist on making things difficult for the students of this school? Before coming here, Chao Ning tried to check the book of life and death, but found very little. All we know is that her real name was Lu Hongying, and that she was hanged in the classroom 15 years ago. The death was extremely horrific. I don't know anything else. Classmates. They all deserve to die. Hearing the word classmate, Lu Hongying was obviously much more excited. After I was raped by Zhou, they laughed at me and slandered me behind my back all the time. I hate them and I hate everyone in this school. I want them all to be buried with me. I remember now. When Xia Shirhan heard Lu Hongying say this, she suddenly remembered some things she had heard before. The senior girl in red was a junior at the time, and I heard that she was locked in an office by a teacher and raped. After the incident, the teacher was arrested by the police and was reportedly sentenced to several years in prison. However, not long after, the girl hanged herself because of the rumors. Since then, Gyeongda has been haunted. Everyone said that the senior girl in red came back for revenge. In the middle of the night, students often committed suicide by jumping off the teaching building where the senior girl in red was. I didn't expect these things to be true. Senior, the teacher who hurt you has been fired from the school. He has received the retribution he deserves. You shouldn't hurt your classmates again. Xia Shirhan summoned up her courage and shouted. Lu Hongying was unmoved. Mr. Zhou has only been imprisoned for a few more years. He can start a new life after he is released, but what about me? Everyone is talking about me behind my back. She. Lu Hongyi pointed at a female ghost with a dull look behind her and said. She told all my friends that I was a dirty little thing and she read my notebook and exposed all my secrets to everyone. Shouldn't she die? He. Lu Hongyi pointed at another boy. He abused me in private. If I didn't let him do what he wanted, he would let everyone know that I had been raped. Shouldn't he die? He. She. And him. Lu Hongying pointed at all the evil spirits behind her and said, they all deserve to die. No, everyone from this school deserves to die. If there wasn't this abominable barrier suppressing me, I would have turned this place into a sea of blood and corpses. Having said this, Lu Hongying burst out with tremendous resentment. Boom. A red light flashed in an instant. Lu Hongying's face became ferocious. There was blood coming out of my eyes, nose, mouth corners and ears. Evil spirit. Chao Ning said in surprise. Unexpectedly, when Lu Hongying was recalling the causes and effects of the past, she had unintentionally accumulated a strong resentment. In an instant, the evil spirit turned into an evil spirit. The strength has increased several times. It seems that God wants you to stay with me today. I can't blame you for that. Lu Hongying was hanging in the air, her eyes already dyed red by blood. Do you really think you can handle me? Chao Ning sneered. Originally you still had a chance to reincarnate, but now that you have become an evil spirit, you can no longer cause trouble. Yeah. Lu Hongying bared her fangs and waved her hand. The vengeful spirits that were originally standing behind her launched attacks on Chao Ning. You have such a small skill, and you dare to show off in front of me. Chao Ning didn't know when a dragon pattern musket appeared in his hand. I only heard a few gunshots. Dragon flame roars out. All those evil spirits were scared to death in an instant. Ghost official. It was not until now that Lu Hongying saw through Chao Ning's identity. Chao Ning raised the gun and aimed directly at Lu Hongying. Now I'll give you two choices. Either you submit to me, or I'll kill you instantly. I'll give you 5 seconds to think about it. The sound of Sanskrit echoes as vast as the sky. The majestic power of Hades made her breathless. Lu Hongying's eyes were full of fear. Her first reaction was that she was being tricked. Ghost officials are different from ghost messengers. Possessing supreme spiritual power, even a third-rank ghost king would not dare to easily disobey the will of the ghost official. What's more, she was just an evil spirit who had just successfully survived the tribulation. A head-on confrontation leads to a dead end. But she was unwilling to surrender like this. Kill me if you want. Forget about me submitting to you. 1. Go ahead, I'm definitely not afraid of you. 2. You, what exactly do you want me to do for you? Lu Hongying started to panic. 3. You. Lu Hongying was so nervous that she couldn't speak. 4. Meet the master. Lu Hongying knelt on one knee and bowed. She was finally intimidated and chose to surrender. You could have done this earlier, wouldn't it? Chao Ning smiled faintly. He put away the dragon flame spear and threw her a Qi Ling pill. The Qi Ling Dan is a common method used by ferrymen to sign contracts with the undead, and it is also a way to control the undead. If the undead want to betray the ferryman can kill her soul with just a thought. Of course, taking the Qi Ling pill is also beneficial to the spirit master, as it can help her wash away the resentment to a great extent. I will no longer be controlled by resentment. Think carefully, take the chilling pill, and you will have no way out. Lu Hongying was stunned for a moment, but finally decided to take the Qi Ling pill. Just after Lu Hongying took the Qi Ling pill, most of her resentment dissipated in an instant. The originally hideous and bleeding face also returned to its original appearance when she was alive. Looking closely, she now looks no different from a normal person. She was even pretty, no wonder she was envied during her lifetime. Meet the master. Chao Ning nodded. He was quite satisfied to have such a subordinate of evil spirit level. Don't worry, as long as you lead 9,999 dead souls for me, I will cancel the contract on you and send you to reincarnate. Hearing this, Lu Hongying was obviously moved. She hadn't gone to reincarnation before, partly because of the restrictions of the barrier here. Another reason is that she had too much resentment and couldn't cross the Naya bridge at all. That's why I choose to sink completely. Now that she heard that she still had a chance, how could she not be ecstatic? Thank you, master. Hongying is willing to serve you like a slave. Chao Ning nodded with satisfaction. Then he put her into the soul-catching bag. When there is an opportunity later, I will arrange for her to do the reception work. Looking at Xia Shirhan behind him, she was already stunned. Chao Ning, who are you? It was not until Lu Hongying disappeared from the spot that Xia Shirhan, who had been in a daze, came to her senses. Even a fool can see that. Chao Ning is definitely not an ordinary person. Chao Ning smiled and then put his hand on her head. Erase the memory. Shirhan, wake up, wake up. Lanlin, why am I here? In her sleep, Xia Shirhan heard someone calling her. When she opened her eyes, she found out it was Su Lan. Look around you. Brightly lit, clean windows. Neatly arranged bookshelves can be seen everywhere. Why am I in a library? Xia Shirhan rubbed her head and tried her best to stay awake. I still want to ask you. Humphrey left without saying a word and without telling me. If Chao Ning hadn't sent you back, I would have been afraid that you would have lost yourself. Hey, tell me, did you secretly go on a date with Chao Ning? Su Lan asked with a smile, putting her arm around Xia Shirhan's shoulders. Go, what nonsense are you talking about? Xia Shirhan pushed Su Lan and looked around. Where's Chao Ning? Where did he go? Oh, you miss him already after not seeing him for such a short time. Something must be wrong with you too. Su Lan seemed to have discovered a huge secret and couldn't stop smiling. Xia Shirhan held her tongue and said unhappily, Lanlin, if you don't tell me, I will ignore you in the future. Chuckle. Su Lan covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Okay, I'll tell you, isn't that enough? Your family member Chao Ning called me and said you fell asleep and asked me to take you home. I said I was in the library, so he dropped you off and went back. Hey, tell me, where did you two go? Did you go into the woods? Su Lan is possessed by a curious baby. I really enjoy gossiping. Go to hell, I didn't. Xia Shirhan was extremely embarrassed. Blush. Su Lan laughed so hard that she almost couldn't stand up straight. You still say no. When Chao Ning sent you back, there were clearly dead leaves on your body. I saw it all. Tell me, are you two rolling together? He. Tell me. Su Lan said while tickling Xia Shirhan. The noise made attracted many people's contempt. Stop it, let me think about it. Xia Shirhan rubbed his head and thought again and again. Where have I been? Ouch, my head hurts. Why can't I remember anything? Ah, Shirhan, could it be that bad boy Chao Ning drugged you and did that? Su Lan covered her mouth, her face full of shock. Xia Shirhan blushed and rolled her eyes. What are you talking about? I have my period, you know that. Xia Shirhan's voice became lower and lower, until she could hardly hear it. Okay, I won't ask. Let's go back then. Su Lan stood up, put on her school bag, turned around and looked at Xia Shirhan and said with a smile. Shirhan, you know what to say when we get back. We are going shopping, not to the library to memorize teaching materials, right? Xia Shirhan pulled Su Lan's arm and smiled awkwardly. Yes, we are going shopping. It won't stop you from going inward. Humph, it's Zhao Meina who always tempted me to get higher scores while she secretly studied for the teaching qualification. I just want to outwit her. Su Lan's pouty mouth. After saying that, he smiled and pulled Xia Shirhan, planning to buy some delicious food to reward himself later. Xia Shirhan sighed and shook her head. A cool breeze blows outside the window. She turned her head to look out the window at the long-abandoned teaching building in Area B, with a hint of fear in her eyes. Shirhan, let's go. Okay, here I come. Xia Shirhan responded, then picked up her school bag and followed. The next morning. An explosive piece of news caused a stir on the entire Jiangning City news media platform. Dear viewers in front of the TV, we are now in the teaching building of Zone B of Jiangai University. As you can see, a cordon has been set up here and provincial-level archaeological experts have rushed here overnight. According to an unknown netizen, there is an ancient tomb dating back thousands of years, 100 meters deep beneath the foundation of this teaching area. It is reported that the staff on site have discovered a robbery hole and found some porcelain fragments. Related archaeological work is underway. Jiangai University Male Dormitory. Big news, big news. Zhao Hai ran back to the dormitory with his pants not fully pulled up. It's just that an ancient tomb was discovered in Area B. What's the big deal? The forum would have exploded with news. Sun Liang was organizing his military training uniform in an orderly manner, not even bothering to look at him. Fatty, you're out of date. Lu Hao followed suit. What? You all know. Zhao Hai was like a deflated balloon. I wanted to show off, but I ended up becoming a clown. Hey. Fatty, where are you going? We are about to gather. Sun Liang asked anxiously. There are still a few minutes, I can still pull. Zhao Hai ran out without looking back. Everyone was silent for 3 seconds. After a moment of silence, Sun Liang looked at Chao Ning, who was combing his hair into a short flat top. Lao Chao, whose grave do you think would be buried 100 meters underground? How afraid are you of having your tomb robbed? I'm not sure. We have to wait for experts to give the specific results, but the person who could be buried so deep must be an important person. Chao Ning said lightly, stroking his hair that was less than 1 centimeter long. In fact, he was the whistleblower. Lu Hongying told Chao Ning. There is an ancient tomb 100 meters underground. There is a large formation in the tomb, and that is why the souls who died here will be imprisoned here forever. And the old Taoist priest is actually a tomb robber. He dug a tunnel to steal the treasure, but was devoured by the evil spirit, which caused his mental disorder. Finally, he jumped off the building and committed suicide in a state of unconsciousness. Following Lu Hongying's guidance, Chao Ning found the stolen hole, took a few photos, and sent them to the email address of the Provincial Cultural Relics Protection Unit. Then came the scene that happened the next morning. That's true. The school didn't even find it when they were laying the foundation. How do you think the tomb robbers found it? These guys are really awesome. You may not know this, but today's tomb robbers are well equipped. They have special detection instruments that can detect metal 100 meters underground. Lu Hao raised his glasses and said seriously. Is it true? How do you know? Sun Liang asked in surprise. Lu Hao raised his chin and said proudly, haven't you read the tomb-robbing novel by the young master? It's all in it. I told you a long time ago that you should read more books and expand your knowledge. Okay, you are the only one who can do it, that's it. Sun Liang rolled his eyes. Okay, it's almost time, we have to gather. You're late on the first day, so you're just waiting to be scolded by the instructor. Chao Ning stepped forward to smooth things over. What about the fat guy? He's still pooping. Sun Liang said awkwardly. Chao Ning spread his hands, what else can I do? Just drag him out. 7 a.m. Chao Ning and a few roommates bought a few buns at the convenience store downstairs and hurried to the basketball court to gather. There were not many people in the archaeology department, so they were arranged to gather on the basketball court with the freshmen from the music department. 7 or 8 neat teams lined up on the basketball court. When the 4 people arrived, each holding a meat bun in his mouth, the instructor had already arrived. The teams are easy to find. The team with more girls is from the music department. They are all Han troops, so they must be the phalanx of the archaeology department. It's over, fatty. I told you to stop pulling. Look, we're late on the first day. Just wait for your scolding. Sun Liang said in shock. I don't want to do this. My stomach is not cooperating. What can I do? Zhao Hai pouted. Okay, let's stop talking and go over there quickly. We'll do what we have to do. Chao Ning said helplessly. Having such unreliable roommates, he had already prepared himself to be scolded. What's wrong with you 4, being late on the first day? Push-ups ready. The speaker was a 20-something instructor. He is 1.7 meters tall, has a flat head, and a muscular body. He looks very energetic. Instructor, we didn't mean to be late. I just had a stomachache. That's no excuse for being late. Get ready with 20 push-ups. Before Zhao Hai could finish his words, he was interrupted by the instructor. Instructor. Act decisively and execute the order immediately. Report to the instructor, I'm done. While Zhao Hai was arguing with the instructor, Chao Ning had already done 20 push-ups in one breath. Wow, so handsome. The girls from the surrounding music conservatory all noticed Chao Ning's performance in doing push-ups and started to exclaim in surprise. The instructor was also stunned. Don't underestimate Chao Ning's small stature. I didn't expect that I could do push-ups so quickly. Some of the college students he had taught in the past couldn't even do 10 push-ups, let alone 20. Oh my God, Lao Chao, you are so mean. You do it so fast, how are you going to let your brothers survive? Zhao Hai muttered in a low voice. No problem. Not to mention 20, even 200 will be no problem. Chao Ning said proudly. Who told you to talk? The instructor had sharp ears and heard Chao Ning's words clearly. 200 push-ups are no problem. Okay, then prepare for 300 push-ups. Instructor. Zhao Hai's face turned green. 300 push-ups, and you'll die right after you finish them. Say, report before speaking, the instructor scolded. Report. Okay, instructor. Chao Ning agreed without waiting for Zhao Hai to plead for him. He hadn't exercised for a long time, so he took the opportunity to stretch his muscles. No, Lao Chao, don't try to show off. Zhao Hai was anxious. He was the one who caused the trouble in the first place, and if he further disabled Chao Ning, he would be committing a serious crime. But the next scene made him dumbfounded. Chao Ning's push-up posture is not only standard, but also fast. 101. 102. 103. 158. 200. As Lu Hao counted, his voice became louder and louder. The attention of girls from the surrounding music academies was all attracted. Even the senior students who happened to be passing by couldn't help but take out their mobile phones to record the video. 218. 219. 202. Wow. All the girls watching around screamed. Even the instructors from the surrounding formations couldn't help but gather together. This kid is really good. He made more than 200 in one breath. Not bad. You're a good candidate for the army. It's rare. I've been teaching college students for 4 or 5 years, but this is the first time I've seen a boy with such great physical fitness. Chao Ning did push-ups without getting red in the face or breathing hard. For him, this amount of training is just like a child's play. Just do it for fun. It is worth mentioning that after Chao Ning was promoted to a ghost official, not only his physical fitness was greatly improved, but even his appearance was constantly changing. When he looked in the mirror in the morning, his skin was noticeably whiter. If his looks were only 70 points before, now it is at least 85 points. 298. 299. 300. After Lu Hao finished counting, the girls on the field went crazy. Wow, that handsome guy is so awesome. If my ex-boyfriend was this powerful, I would definitely not break up with him. Boys nowadays can't even do 300 push-ups, so they deserve not to have a girlfriend. Does any one of you know that handsome guy? I really want to add him to my prestige. The instructor nodded in satisfaction, then waved his hand and said, "Get in line." "Thank you, instructor." Chao Ning winked at Zhao Hai proudly. Zhao Hai understood. However, before he could run into the team, he was stopped by the instructor. "You three haven't finished your push-ups yet." The instructor pointed at Lu Hao and Sun Liang and said, "You two, do 20 push-ups. You, 30 push-ups." Phew. Lu Hao and Sun Liang almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Why? Zhao Hai was dumbfounded. Why should they both be doing 20, but I am 30? The instructor squinted coldly and said, "They are not as talkative as you. The last one who talked a lot did 300. If you have any objections, I can treat them equally." Girls' dormitory. Xia Shirhan was wearing an ice silk suspender nightgown and was snuggling in her nest, enjoying her beauty sleep. A pair of slender and long white legs were crossed and pressed on the quilt, and the hollow snow seen in front of the chest was white, smooth and round. The exquisite face is as beautiful as Sleeping Beauty in the fairy tale. The little brown bear in her arms was held tightly by her. After returning to the dormitory last night, Xia Shirhan thought about it for a long time. The terrifying shadow of the senior girl in red kept lingering in my mind, and I couldn't sleep until very late. Plus in the forum, she sent Chao Ning more than a dozen friend requests, but he rejected them all. She was so angry that she almost ran to the boys' dormitory and beat him up. The same thing happened to the other 3 people in the dormitory. During the period when the sophomore and junior years were not in session, they all sleep until noon before getting up. Seniors, wake up. Wake up 1 minute earlier and be happy all day long. Seniors, wake up. There were screams coming from outside the dormitory. Thousands of freshmen shouted at the top of their lungs. The sound is loud and clear, more effective than a loudspeaker. Hey, who is this? Who is yelling outside so early in the morning? Can't we sleep? Zhao Mena covered her head with a pillow, but it didn't help. Shirhan, is there someone confessing to you downstairs again? Su Lan said in a daze. Xia Shirhan raised her head, Lower your head and continue sleeping. Seniors, wake up. It's like the freshmen are shouting slogans. Zhao Mena sat up suddenly. Wearing a cartoon nightgown with her long legs showing, she happily ran to the balcony. Come and see, it's really the freshmen who are shouting slogans. There is a basketball court right next to Xia Shirhan's dormitory building. Standing on the balcony, you can see 7 or 8 neatly arranged squares there. In previous years, the military trainees would at most sing to the seniors passing by. This year, we have come up with something new. Come and have a look, come and have a look, there is a new hot topic in the forum. Lu Ting, a cute girl with big eyes, shouted excitedly while holding a tablet in her hand. The few people who were originally watching on the balcony gathered together again. Shirhan, could it be that some handsome guy has come up with some new tricks again? Lu Lan said with a grin. Go. Xia Shirhan rolled her eyes and ignored him. On the flat screen, there was an image of a man in military training uniform doing push-ups. There were many girls screaming crazily around. Doing push-ups during military training is common. But the most important thing is the amount of work done by the boy. Oh my God, 300. He actually did 300 push-ups in one breath. How powerful is his place? Zhao Mena subconsciously opened her mouth, her lips moved, and her eyes were full of complicated expressions. Shirhan, that person, is not. Lu Lan subconsciously looked at Xia Shirhan. I don't know him, I don't know him. Xia Shirhan smiled awkwardly. No, there must be something going on here. Shirhan baby, do you know that handsome guy? Seeing Xia Shirhan's embarrassed look, Zhao Mena suddenly became interested. She walked forward, hugged Xia Shirhan's slender waist, and lifted her chin with her hand. Shirhan, my dear, are you having a baby outside without telling me? Although Zhao Meina is not as pretty as Xia Shirhan, but she is also an absolute beauty. There are quite a few boys chasing after her. The two of them are so charming together now, and it really does have a bit of Yuri flavor. Go away, what are you talking about? I don't even know that big bear. Xia Shirhan pushed Zhao Meina away and said angrily. The reason why it is called a big bear. That's entirely because Chao Ning's Tieba account uses the profile picture of Xiong Er. You said you didn't know him, you're admitting it yourself. Zhao Meina was as excited as if she had discovered a new continent. Tell me quickly, how far have you and him gotten? Did you kiss? Have you gone to the hotel? Is he doing well? After hearing what Zhao Meina said, Xia Shirhan's face turned red. Zhao Meina is the queen among flowers and has seen everything. But Xia Shirhan is different. She has never even held a boy's hand. Hey, what are you talking about? I don't know him at all. Indeed, I am not familiar with it. Just met yesterday. It's just getting the certificate. Real. Zhao Meina had a playful look on her face. Hee, since you are not familiar with him, then I will do it, hee. I like little puppies the most. Gentle, considerate, and caring. Considerate. Gentle. How do you know this? In a dream. Xia Shirhan smiled but said nothing. If she were to experience the nightmare she had last night, I wonder if she would still say that. On the other side, Chao Ning stood in military posture for 45 minutes. Just after the meeting, Sun Liang next to him failed. No, military training is too tiring. Brothers, is there any way to help me avoid it? I'll treat you to a big dinner later. Sun Liang is a mama's boy. He has never suffered from hardship since childhood, let alone physical exercise. 45 minutes of standing at attention almost cost him his life. There is a way, but I don't know if you can do it. Chao Ning joked with a smile. When Sun Liang heard this, he immediately became excited. Hurry up and tell me, as long as it can help me avoid military training, no matter how difficult it is, I will overcome it. Chao Ning smiled and pointed to the green belt next to him and said, look, there are so many ready-made templates under the shade of the trees over there. Just copy them. Chao Ning, your uncle. Sun Liang rolled his eyes at him, then said bitterly, our body structures are different, how can I have my period? You can try pretending first. Zhao Hai agreed. Sun Liang was too lazy to pay attention to these two guys. All the ideas are bad. Oh my god, how nice it would be if a beautiful lady could suddenly bring me a cup of milk tea. Haha, you are dreaming. Zhao Hai teased. Fatty, do you know how to speak? If not, just shut up. What if I'm too charming? It's true. It's true. Before Sun Liang finished speaking, he saw a girl with long flowing hair, wearing a long floral skirt and white canvas shoes walking towards him not far away. Isn't there a cup of milk tea in your hand? Several people followed and looked over. Really? The girl has bright eyes, white teeth, and a sweet and lovely appearance. Although she does not have the noble temperament of a goddess like Xia Shirhan, she also has the elegant beauty of a beautiful girl from a small family. Oh my god, isn't that the civilian school beauty Li Weiwei? Didn't she take a leave of absence from school? Why is she back now? In the team, some boys had inquired about the beautiful girls in Jiangnan University in advance. Of course, Li Weiwei, who came from a poor family, is very familiar to her. I heard that she dropped out of school because she wanted to take care of her paralyzed grandfather. Yes, I heard that too, but it seems her grandfather passed away 2 days ago. Oh, no wonder. Hey, is the school beauty coming towards our team? Is she going to bring me milk tea? Brother, stop dreaming. This is clearly for me. The appearance of Li Weiwei suddenly added some highlights to the already boring military training. Li Weiwei, who is 1.68 meters tall, not only has a slender and delicate figure, but also has a fair complexion. Not only boys love to watch it, but girls are also envious. Is it her? Chao Ning recognized Li Weiwei. She is the girl with yin-yang eyes. Moreover, my family has some connection with Zhao Li. Look, look, the school beauty is coming towards us. Zhao Hai was extremely excited. The restless little hands kept smoothing his clothes, and his body stood straight. The same goes for Lu Hao and Sun Liang. Chao Ning. Hello, I am Li Weiwei, we meet again. Li Weiwei walked up to Chao Ning shyly. A smile is better than a spring breeze. As soon as she opened her mouth, her sweet voice had already captivated the boys around her. Chao Ning smiled, and 2 dimples appeared on her face. Hello, I didn't expect to see you here. Have you arranged everything at home? Li Weiwei nodded. I didn't have time to say thank you last time, please accept this cup of milk tea. Li Weiwei held the milk tea in both hands and handed it to Chao Ning. The faint smile on her face was so sincere and sweet. Wow. At this moment, all the boys and girls watching around started screaming. The breeze blew across Li Weiwei's skirt and hair, creating a charming atmosphere that caused ripples on the quiet basketball court again. Thank you, but I hope you can keep it a secret from me. Chao Ning couldn't bear to refuse. However, considering his status, he still whispered a warning. Li Weiwei nodded her pretty forehead and said, Don't worry, I won't tell anyone else. This is a secret between the 2 of us. Li Weiwei smiled even sweeter. As time goes by. Jiangai University Bar. Previous second. The video of Chao Ning doing push-ups is still at the top of the forum. Next second. A photo of Li Weiwei, a common school beauty, giving milk tea to freshmen instantly swept the entire list. The number of comments and likes below instantly exploded. The most handsome man in northern Jiangsu, love it, our little Weiwei is finally back. I want to go back to school and register right away. Jiang de Yigensen, wow, my wife has become more beautiful after not seeing her for a few days. The leader of the transportation industry at, brother above, your focus is wrong, shouldn't you say that you have been cheated again? Old green next door at the leader of the transportation industry, he must have had a green grassland on his head. Jiang de Zhanzhen at the leader of the transportation industry at the old green man next door, I am happy but I can't do it. Shirhan's top fan, does anyone think that guy looks familiar? Waiting online. Jiangbei Yigensen at Shirhan's #1 fan, what's with your eyes, brother? You didn't recognize him, is that Xia Shirhan's rumored boyfriend? Hoi loves playing jungle, oh my god. How come this bastard is everywhere? He robbed Xia Shirhan, and now he has also taken Li Weiwei. Is he going to let us right-hand men live? Shirhan's top fan, please do me a favor and I, Yanzu, will not accept it. Jiang Daipin at an #fan, what can you do if you don't accept it? Didn't you see that this is the guy who did 300 push-ups? Shirhan's #1 fan, sweat.jpg sweatchpk. Shirhan, something bad is going on. Girls' dormitory. Lu Lan ran back from outside in a hurry and grabbed Xia Shirhan's arm tightly. Xia Shirhan was sitting on the hanging chair watching a drama, and had no idea what was happening outside. Slow down, the sky won't fall. Look, Jun Xian is about to confess to the heroine. Wow, it's so romantic. Xia Shirhan crossed her arms and kept looking at the tablet. Oh Shirhan. Lu Lan reached out and covered the tablet. What are you talking about being romantic about? If you keep being romantic, someone will steal your big bear away. Xia Shirhan was stunned for 2 seconds, then she picked up her tablet and continued watching TV series as if nothing had happened. I thought it was a big deal, not a big deal, not a big deal. Xia Shirhan didn't care at all. First of all, Chao Ning has high standards and he looks down on ordinary people. Secondly, they have both already obtained their marriage certificate, so how can they be pried apart? Worst case scenario, divorce. Oh Shirhan, do you know who the other person is? Lu Lan covered the tablet again. Li Weiwei. Is it her? Now Xia Shirhan is no longer calm. Li Weiwei knows. She is also very beautiful and is the second most beautiful girl on campus at Jiangai University. She doesn't get much exposure, so few people know about her except the students of the school. When did she get involved with Chao Ning? Xia Shihan asked puzzledly. Lu Lan shook her head. I don't know either. But she was photographed when she went to the basketball court to bring milk tea to Chao Ning. The school bar is now full of photos of the two of them. Is that true? Xia Shihan closed the small window and opened the school bar homepage. Really? The photo of Chao Ning and Li Weiwei has been pinned, and everyone is commenting below. In just 1 hour, there are already 999 plus messages. Lu Lan casually flipped through a few messages. Shihan, look at what's written below. What? Wow, they are a good match, both Bijie and Na are more pleasing to the eye. Hey, I got goosebumps just hearing this. This, the best CP of the year. I hope the little brother and sister can give birth to a cute baby soon. And, there's this one. I was saying that little brother and Xia Shihan were not a good match, right? Finally, lovers finally get married. Xia Shihan's face suddenly turned gloomy. Although she couldn't say she liked Chao Ning. But after what happened last night, at least I no longer feel disgusted with it. After all, Chao Ning is her legal husband. I was cuckolded for no reason. How can I bear this? Humph, Chao Ning, just wait for me. Xia Shihan silently clenched her little fists and pouted, she looked so adorable. An hour later. Xia Shihan changed her clothes and put on some light makeup. This shocked everyone else in the dormitory. Shared a dormitory with Xia Shihan for a year. Except for performances, I have never seen Xia Shihan put on makeup and dress up so seriously. This stunning face, even if she were to participate in the Miss Asia. That's definitely the top 3. Xia Shihan walked to the dormitory door, turned around gracefully, and threw a coquettish glance. Sisters, let's see how I can get back my place. Lu Lan. Zhao Meina. Lu Ting. All 3 of them had a bad feeling. The enemy will arrive at the battlefield in 5 seconds. Please be prepared. At this time, a very appropriate warning sound came from the game. It's a pity that Chao Ning couldn't hear it. Basketball court. Chao Ning was leisurely drinking the milk tea brought by Li Weiwei, which made the single guys around him very envious. Lao Chao, if you want to drink milk tea, then drink milk tea. It's wrong for you to laugh out loud. Zhao Hai glared at him with contempt. That's right. You're still slurping it. Are you afraid that others don't know you're drinking milk tea? Lu Hao echoed. Damn it, how come every beautiful woman is related to you? When will you let Fatty continue to carry on the Zhao family's legacy? Fuck, old son, you can say whatever you want, but why do you have to involve me in this? Zhao Hai said with a squinting look. Hiccup. Chao Ning burped and let out a breath. It tastes good, but the quantity is a little small. Hey, why are you all looking at me? Aren't you thirsty? Is it that the school can no longer provide you with warmth, or are all the drinks in the canteen sold out? If you're thirsty, don't hold on. Or I'll treat you. Chao Ning said tentatively. The 3 of them looked at each other and stood up. That's good enough. You still have some conscience. Zhao Hai rolled his eyes. Let's go. I want to drink Red Bull. I want Jian Libo. I don't care. But I don't have any money. How about, who of you help me out first? As soon as Chao Ning finished speaking, he could clearly feel a strong murderous aura. The 3 of them looked at each other and nodded. Brothers, beat him up. Zhao Hai ran over with a wicked smile. He was able to grab Chao Ning's arm 1 second ago, and fell down the next second. Before he could figure out what was going on, Chao Ning sat him down. ZZZZ, Fatty asked you to practice a long time ago but you didn't listen. Now you're in trouble. You are too rude, Fatty, for launching a sneak attack. When Lu Hao and Sun Liang saw this, they quickly distanced themselves from him. That's right, Haozi is right. We are all in the same dormitory and should love each other. Brother Ning, don't you think so? You too. Faced with the sudden betrayal of his 2 allies, Zhao Hai was heartbroken. Brother Ning, I was wrong. It's okay if I don't drink Red Bull. Brother Ning, look, there's a beautiful woman. Zhao Hai exclaimed. Beauty. Chao Ning chuckled and said, Fatty, stop struggling. Even if Xia Shirhan comes, it won't work. Brother Ning, it's Xia Shirhan here, look quickly, Zhao Hai explained hurriedly. Pa. Chao Ning gently patted Zhao Hai's plump buttocks. You still want to lie to me? I think you are asking for a beating. No, Brother Ning, it's really Xia Shirhan who's here. Lu Hao pointed at a place not far away, his eyes fixed on it. Chao Ning realized that this was not a joke, and stood up and looked to the side with some doubt. It's really her. Chao Ning exclaimed. Not only them, but the attention of all the people participating in the training was attracted. No one speaks. Just staring blankly. Not far away. Xia Shirhan was wearing a light yellow chiffon dress and a pair of light brown high heels. Her fluffy hair was casually draped over her shoulders. She had only light makeup on, but it outlined her beautiful curves and figure. A stunning face with curved black eyebrows, a straight and beautiful nose, and tender lips. The fair skin is as smooth as a baby's. Chao Ning couldn't take his eyes off her pure and sweet temperament. Xia Shirhan just approached. The surrounding air was filled with a unique scent of gardenia. Very special. It doesn't smell like perfume. More like a natural feminine scent. I heard you were in military training, so I brought you milk tea. Xia Shirhan slightly parted her red lips, maintaining an elegance and dignity from beginning to end. Hey, don't just stand there, take it. Xia Shirhan handed over a cup of milk tea with a smile. The people watching around were all screaming like crazy. Chow thief, you are going too far. It's so infuriating. Just now it was Li Weiwei, and now it's Xia Shirhan. Do they want to let the dog live? Where is your coolness? Where is your coolness, school beauty? Oh my God, I'm heartbroken again. I don't even know what I'm doing in this school. This dog food is so filling that if one meal isn't enough, I'll have to eat more until I die. Wow, I'm so envious. I'm willing to trade my roommate's 10 years of singleness for a cup of milk tea from the school beauty. If that's not enough, a lifetime is fine. Although everyone present showed great envy, Chao Ning was a little nervous at the moment. Others may not know Xia Shirhan, but Chao Ning has experienced it. On the day of getting the marriage certificate, she could cruelly throw her husband onto the street. She is definitely the first in the universe. On the wedding night, not only did he empty his meal card, but the only cup of milk tea he had was enough to nearly choke him to death. Such a tragic lesson lies before us. How could he not be more cautious? Could sugar be added to this cup? Chao Ning asked with lingering fear. Chuckle. Xia Shirhan covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Don't worry, I specifically told the young lady not to add sugar to this cup of milk tea. You don't believe it? Xia Shirhan saw through Chao Ning's thoughts and said, then I'll drink it for you to see. After saying that, Xia Shirhan skillfully inserted the straw and took a small sip. Well, you can drink now. Xia Shirhan smiled faintly and handed the milk tea to Chao Ning. Oh my God, the school beauty actually gave him the milk tea she had drunk. I can't accept this. That's really too much. Didn't they kiss indirectly? My goddess, can't you be more reserved? The crowd exploded again. The wailing sounds continued. You've already drunk it, and there's your saliva on it. I won't drink it. Chao Ning thought about it and decided to just refuse directly. You really don't want to drink? Xia Shirhan said without shame or annoyance. No. Chao Ning said firmly. Well, if you don't want to drink it, forget it. I never thought that a dignified ghost official would be afraid of the saliva of a little girl like me. If I tell others, I'm afraid people will laugh to death. Xia Shirhan stood on tiptoe and whispered in Chao Ning's ear. Chao Ning felt as if he were electrocuted. Standing there stupidly. It took me a while to come back to my senses. You're not, I'm not already. Chao Ning looked at Xia Shirhan in disbelief. I have clearly used some secret methods to erase Xia Shihan's memory, so why does she still remember what happened that night? Unfortunately, you seem to have failed to erase my memory. Xia Shihan suddenly felt a little proud. Well, do you want to drink now? Chao Ning rolled his eyes at her. Does he still have a choice now? You're so cruel. Chao Ning snorted coldly, opened his mouth and took a big sip through the straw. Phew. So sour. Chao Ning. Chao Ning couldn't help himself and sprayed Xia Shihan in the face. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't know this cup of milk tea was so sour. Chao Ning was busy wiping Xia Shihan. The onlookers were stunned. My first reaction was that Chao Ning was too unkind to women and actually dared to spray the school beauty in the face. Xia Shihan was furious and didn't want to listen to his explanation. He stepped hard on Chao Ning's foot, causing Chao Ning to blush in pain. Asshole, big bad guy, I will never talk to you again. After saying that, Xia Shihan ran back to the dormitory angrily. I didn't mean it. Chao Ning here was also full of grievances. He also didn't know that the packaging that looked like milk tea actually contained lemon juice without water. But seeing Xia Shihan's expressionless face, it seemed that she was really determined to take revenge on herself. It's completely an act of hurting oneself by 1,000 but killing the enemy by 800. Brother Ning, you are awesome. You even dare to flirt with the campus beauty of Xia University. Aren't you afraid of being blocked in the dormitory at night? Zhao Hai looked at Xia Shihan running away, full of admiration. Fatty, you know nothing. This is why Brother Ning is favored by the school beauty, but you can't even get the prestige of the girl next door. This woman, you just can't be spoiled too much, sometimes you have to teach her a lesson, right, Brother Ning? While Lu Hao was belittling Zhao Hai, he also did not forget to flatter him. Anything to do? If nothing happens, go pee and play in the mud. Chao Ning gave them both a resentful look. Who did I offend? I was plotted against again for no reason. However, this incident also served as a wake-up call for Chao Ning. Xia Shihan's memory can't be erased. Obviously, there must be something wrong here. As for where the problem lies, it is probably related to the old man asking him to marry Xia Shihan. Forget it, I'll go back and ask the old man when I get off work. Chao Ning looked at the half-empty bottle of lemon juice in his hand, shook his head and smiled bitterly. He also figured it out. It must be that the matter of Li Weiwei sending him milk tea was exposed. She's asserting her sovereignty. At the same time, she was also expressing her dissatisfaction. Assemble, assemble. At this time, the instructor also blew the whistle for assembly. Chao Ning wrapped the lemon juice and put it aside. Just as he was about to go back for the gathering, the system refreshed the task. Bite. Emergency notice. A 1,000-year-old zombie was discovered at Jiangai University in Jiangning City's Ocean District. Because the district's ferryman Ningxue was on vacation and had not returned, the underworld decided that the task would be transferred to Chao Ning, the ferryman from the Greater Bay Area. Announcement number 1,338,979 from the underworld. Millennial zombies. When did this happen? How come I don't know about it? It seems like Ningxue has been on vacation for more than half a month. She hasn't come back yet. That's not right. Since when did the ferryman take care of zombies? Can I refuse? A series of question marks emerged in Chao Ning's mind. Since the day he entered Jiangai University, there has not been a peaceful day. Now I have to deal with zombies myself. Chao Ning also saw it. There's a high probability that my horoscope is incompatible with Jiangai University. On the basketball court, Chao Ning stood straight in a military posture without moving. I'm actually looking for information about this zombie. Master System, which grandson gave me this order? Does he have any problem with me? The Black and White Impermanence Brothers. Or Zhong Kuei. Or maybe the 10 Kings of Hell. It can't be the Pluto, right? The first three are possible. They just like to argue with me. But Lord Yan Jun wouldn't argue with a small person like me. Pluto. That's even more impossible. She has been in seclusion for such a long time, how could she come out for a ferryman? Chao Ning felt that someone must be deliberately trying to frame him behind the scenes. Otherwise, for such a big case, at least the ghost soldiers should be arranged to handle it. How could I possibly arrange for a small ferryman like me to handle it? Ding. System prompt: the system has no right to reveal the identity of the upper-level decision-makers in the underworld. Host, please complete the task as soon as possible. It is true. These guys must have done this on purpose. The more Chao Ning thought about it, the angrier he got. But now that the task has been assigned to me, it's obviously useless to worry about it anymore. Master System, please tell me about the situation of this zombie. Ding. Host, please pay attention. This is a mummy from 2,000 years ago. It is very powerful and is currently in the ancient tomb underground in the teaching building of Area B of Jiangai University. Several archaeologists have been killed in succession. The underworld requires that this be dealt with as quickly as possible. The reward for this mission, 1 million Chinese currency. 1 million. Chao Ning almost thought he had heard it wrong. I have been a ferryman for more than 10 years, but the system has never given me any money from the world of the living. Every time it is a red gold coin that cannot be redeemed. This also led to his relatively poor life in the past 10 years. If he could get this 1 million Chinese yuan, it would bring about a radical change in his quality of life. That's more like it. You can't want the horse to run without giving it grass to eat. Amid Chao Ning's cursing and complaining, the first day of boring military training finally passed. After dinner, Chao Ning returned to the dormitory and opened the school bar out of boredom. I wanted to see what the headlines were today. I didn't expect that the hot spot was actually me. There were several eye-catching top headlines, and his name was almost on it. Surprise. A freshman challenged the military training instructor and won the show by doing 300 push-ups. Shock. A common school beauty came back from her tribulation and actually took the initiative to flirt with a junior. Is this a loss of humanity or a loss of morality? Headline. Xia Shihan's rumored boyfriend is trying to commit adultery, school beauty performs wet body temptation. When Chao Ning saw these speechless titles, he really admired these people. After all, they have already mastered the traffic password before graduation. No matter what the content is, write a scary title first. Chao Ning was too lazy to bother with these attention-seeking guys. After using the account of "so handsome that people hack them" to scold a few people who were obsessed with appearance, I felt much better. Just when he was about to close the school and go to the Canyon of Kings to show off his prowess, I saw more than a dozen friend requests in the new friends column. Who is so obsessed with me? After all, I am a legend. When Chao Ning clicked it, his face suddenly stretched long. I want to be beautiful today too. I would like to add you as a friend. Please check it carefully. +1. +2. +3. +18. Ill. Chao Ning was originally going to ignore it. But thinking about how Xia Shihan was wary of him, it wouldn't be a big deal if she interacted more with her little fans. Maybe we can find a solution to the problem. Ahem. You have accepted the other party's friend request. Now we can start chatting. Chao Ning clicked on Xiong Da's profile picture and found that the other party was just like him, with a basically blank information page. There is no useful information at all. Chao Ning curled his lip speechlessly and quickly typed a line of words in the dialog box. Click send. Xiong Air, Avatar handsome boy, is it appropriate for you to be so obsessed with me? Wouldn't it be nice to find a girlfriend when you have time? Xiong Air, Avatar, why don't you say anything? If you don't want to say anything, I'll delete it. After sending, Chao Ning threw his phone aside, turned around and slipped to Sun Liang's side. Brother, you are too bad. Someone stole your tower again. Can you still compete in the rankings? Can you blame me for this? Sun Liang had a bitter face and cried out that he was innocent. I have tried my best. The main reason is that my teammates are too bad. Even my jungler can let others steal the kills. After saying this, Zhao Hai next to him disagreed. I say, old son, you might as well call me by my name. You are really good at turning Diao Chan into an assassin. You're still blaming me. If you didn't give them damage and kills, would I have lost so badly? I wasn't paying attention for the moment, okay. Zhao Hai hung his face and pretended to explain. Tisk, just pretend. Chao Ning touched the mouse and suddenly became interested. Alright, you two should just take a good look at how I gain points. You just keep quarreling all day long, but you are nothing. Watch how I show off my skills. Online. Although Chao Ning has never played this game, but I often hear them quarreling over this. Overall, it doesn't sound that difficult. It can not only kill time, but also teach them how to behave. Why not? Ding ding ding. At this moment, the phone beeped. Chao Ning was just about to sit down, but now he had to go back and take a look. The message was sent by Bear Avatar. Content only one picture. Xiongda, avatar picture.jpg. What the hell is this? This is. After Chao Ning clicked it, his eyes widened. Brother Ning, we have already started, are you coming or not? Lu Hao urged. You go first, I'll wait for the next round. Chao Ning waved his hand without raising his head. Whose leg is this? At least 10 years of playing. Still black silk. Squeak, it's really annoying. After Chao Ning enlarged it, he looked at it over and over again. Although I can't see the face clearly in the photo. But he is sure. This is definitely a beauty who is no less beautiful than Xia Shihan. Just as he was about to type a reply, the other party's message came. Xiongda, avatar brother, what do you think of the photo? Is it pleasing to the eye? Xiongda, avatar, I asked a lot of people to get this photo from Xia Shihan's roommate. Xiongda, avatar, you haven't seen photos of Xia Shihan wearing black stockings, right? Do you like this gift? Girls' dormitory. Xia Shihan blushed and took off the black silk stockings on her legs. This was an extra gift during the previous shopping mall event. I was planning to give it to someone. I didn't expect that I would use it to please Chao Ning now. I took advantage of my roommates not being around. Otherwise she wouldn't dare to try. Shihan, let's go get some hot water, shall we? What are you doing? Su Lan had just returned to the dormitory after washing her hair and saw Xia Shihan taking off her stockings. Oh my god, it's still black silk. Su Lan rubbed her eyes and almost thought she had seen it wrong. Our cool and aloof school beauty actually wears black stockings that all men like. Who is she trying to seduce by sacrificing her looks? Lanlin, quickly close the door, don't let anyone see it. Xia Shihan said with a red face. Now she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. This damn social death scene. It's so embarrassing. Shihan, tell me quickly, who did you meet just now? Was there any headline in the school bar? Su Lan sat down next to Xia Shihan with a smile, and touched her twice with her uneasy little hands. Yeah, not bad, worthy of our school beauty's legs, so beautiful and comfortable. Xia Shihan rolled her eyes and said, why don't you try it on too? I can wear it, but no one will see me, hee hee. Tell me quickly, are you planning to wear it out for Chao Ning to see? I heard that Chao Ning sprayed you in the face during the day, you couldn't be, Su Lan said in surprise. Ding ding ding. Just as Xia Shihan was about to explain, her cell phone rang. I picked up my phone and looked at it. It's Chao Ning who replied. Xiong Air, avatar, the photo is good, but the angle is not so good. Do you have any treasures in your collection? Otherwise, can you tell me where I am and I will find you? Hey, Shihan, who are you chatting with privately? Let me see, so handsome that he gets chopped to death, isn't this Chao Ning? Lu Lan opened her mouth in surprise. Lanlin, how did you know? Xia Shihan asked in surprise. Su Lan rolled her eyes, do you need to guess? Ask other people, who doesn't know who this, so handsome that he was chopped, is. Who else but him could be so shameless as to brag in the school bar that Chao Ning is as beautiful as a flower? That's true, haha, it seems like no one else is so narcissistic except him. Xia Shirhan said with a smile. Shirhan, you really did it for him. Could it be that you two are really friends? Su Lan seemed to have heard something extraordinary. His ears pricked up with excitement. Xia Shirhan curled her lips. Oh, Lanlan, I've said it many times, Chao Ning and I are really not friends. No, unless you swear, I will believe you if you dare to swear. Otherwise, you are not treating me as a good sister. Su Lan pouted and refused to give in. Okay, I swear. Xia Shirhan was forced to the point of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She and Chao Ning are definitely not in a relationship. It's a legitimate, legal relationship between husband and wife. So, there is no such thing as deception. That's more like it. Su Lan nodded contentedly. No, since you two are not together, why did you show him your black stockings? Now Xia Shirhan didn't know how to explain it. I simply won't explain it. Okay, Lanlan, why are you so gossipy today? Go grab the water bottle and save a seat for me. I'll be right over. Su Lan didn't get an answer, and she pouted, looking a little unhappy. Whoa, okay, I'll go first. You have to come quickly, or I won't be able to carry it. Xia Shirhan nodded. I know, you should go over there quickly. After saying that, he patted Su Lan's butt. Ah, Shirhan, you actually took advantage of me. I saved this photo for my boyfriend. Su Lan covered her butt and looked at Xia Shirhan with resentment. No, I want to try yours too, hee hee. After saying that, he smiled and stretched out his evil little hand. Xia Shirhan quickly covered her collar with one hand and protected her hips with the other. Ah, Lanlan, I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again. Hee hee. Not bad, the touch of the school beauty is indeed different. After Chao Ning sent the message, he asked a few more questions about her identity. But no matter how you look at it, he doesn't seem like the type who wants to make friends. At this moment, the boys' dormitory. Chao Ning seemed to be crazy, racking his brains to find a way to trick the other netizen into revealing his identity. My woman is wearing black stockings, and I am the only one who can see it. What a big loss. Don't let me know who you are, or I'll beat you into a pig's head. Xia Shirhan is such a tigress. How could she let such a photo spread out? You are determined to make me wear a hat. Chao Ning waited for a long time, but the other party did not reply to the message. Now it's even more urgent. If I send this to others, it would be a huge loss. Brother Ning, what are you talking about? Why don't you come and play ranked games for me? Lu Hao sighed. Just now. He sent 3 more heads. The tower is about to be stolen. Don't worry. You guys carry it for a while. I'll come over when I'm done. Chao Ning waved without even turning his head. Now he has no intention to improve his score. The color of the hat is the most important thing at the moment. System, is there any way to locate this netizen? Ding. The host can pay for the service through the online mall, with precise network positioning, and each positioning costs 10 billion red gold coins. So expensive. Chao Ning opened the mall and found the missing person service in the Book of Life and Death column. It really is 10 billion red gold coins. Is there a cheaper price? Chao Ning asked tentatively. Since the last time he purchased the soul hunting equipment, his account balance was only 60 billion red gold coins. If it were to buy things from the world of the living, that would be enough. But if you want to buy equipment for the underworld, it's not enough. Ding. This service is not a regular service. The minimum consumption is 10 billion red gold coins. Chao Ning curled his lips. Sometimes the system is just so bad. Not even a chance to bargain. But think about it, Xia Shirhan is my legal wife. It was reasonable to spend 10 billion red gold coins on her. Start network positioning. After Chen Pinggan entered the school bar account, I want to be beautiful today, in the bulletin board. A dialog box pops up immediately on the system interface. Bite. Name, I want to be beautiful today too. Last post, 8 minutes ago. Network location, Dormitory Building C, Jiangai University. Building C. Isn't that the girls' dormitory? Chao Ning asked in surprise. Could that person be? Chao Ning was surprised and immediately called Xia Shirhan. Hey, Xia Shirhan, there are spies in your dormitory. Yes, yes, yes. She just brought a photo of you wearing stockings to please me, and begged me to be her boyfriend, but I rejected her sternly. Do you want to reward me with a set of black stockings? What? A swimsuit. That's not impossible, as long as it has lace. Beep, beep, beep. Before Chao Ning could finish his words, Xia Shirhan hung up the phone. Who are you? I haven't finished talking yet. Chao Ning complained depressedly. Then he quickly typed a line of words and sent it. Big sister, do you have any photos of Xia Shirhan wearing a swimsuit? Urgent, waiting online. Knowing that the other person is a girl, there is naturally no need to be shy. If you use it well, there might be a surprise. 1 a.m. Chao Ning stands on the roof of the 3 teaching buildings in Area B. The wasteland downstairs, which was originally overgrown with weeds, has now been replaced by dark green military tents. There are many more sentry posts around. Various large-scale exploration equipment has also been delivered. Inside the tent at the moment, a 60-year-old man with a white beard was carefully examining the broken fragments picked up from the tunnel. Inside the tent, there was a young man dressed as a scholar. Professor, Engineer Li and his team have been gone for a whole day, and we still can't get in touch with them. Could something have happened? The young man lay on the camp bed, unable to fall asleep. His name is Chen Feng, a top student from Tsinghua University and Peking University. As soon as I graduated, I went to work at a cultural relic unit in northern Jiangsu province. The old man in front of him was Wang Guodong, a double-degree professor in the Department of Archaeology at Peking University and Tsinghua University. This time he happened to be conducting research at the Cultural Relics Bureau of Northern Jiangsu Province. I heard that a tomb dating back 2,000 years was discovered in Jiangning City, so I came here. Because he's older. Therefore, Deputy Director Li Changgong of the Cultural Relics Bureau refused to take him to the tomb during the day. He also escaped a disaster. Wang Guodong put down the magnifying glass in his hand and sighed. Old Li is still too impatient. They are in a hurry to go to the tomb without knowing the situation clearly. I think they must be in trouble. What should we do? Professor, should we immediately organize people to go to the tomb again? Chen Feng sat up excitedly. Wang Guodong shook his head. From the video sent back during the day, there should be some unknown creatures in it. If we go down now rashly, I'm afraid we'll end up like Lao Li and the others. I have contacted the army and they will send someone to assist. Now I just hope Lao Li and the others can hold on. Professor, could it be a zombie? Chen Feng whispered. Wang Guodong frowned slightly and wanted to scold Chen Feng, but he held back. Xiao Chen, we are all cultural relics workers and staunch atheists. Don't talk about ghosts and gods. I think it might be something derived from corpse turtles or something like that. Chen Feng lowered his head. I understand, Professor, I will never say such things again. Well, go to bed early. The troops will be here tomorrow morning, and we will need their help then. Yes, Professor. On the other side, Chao Ning has been observing the movements in the tent. After the lights in the tent went out, Chao Ning took out the soul-catching bag and released Lu Hongying from it. Owner. Lu Hongying turned into a ball of red mist, floating in the air. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, it rapidly condensed into a human form. Compared to the previous lonely ghost appearance, Lu Hongying is obviously much more spiritual now. Not only has the resentment on his face dissipated, but his strength has also improved. Put on a red ancient costume and a red skirt, comb your hair into a high bun. She is just like a beautiful woman in ancient costume with antique charm. Chao Ning nodded. I called you out because I wanted to ask you if you know anything about the mummy down there. Mummy. Lu Hongying thought about it and shook her head again. Master, The ancient tomb underground is guarded by a large formation. I have tried several times to explore it, but I have never been able to get in. But I heard from the old Taoist priest that there is a burial pit below the robber's hole. The yin energy is extremely strong. An ordinary person who goes down there will be confused by the yin energy within 5 seconds. It is said that the mummy was dressed like a general, wearing armor and holding a bronze sword, and was guarding the entrance to the tomb. She heard all this from the old Taoist priest. Her strength is not enough to break through the formation. General. Interesting. Chao Ning muttered, then looked at Lu Hongying. Do you have the courage to go down with me? I. Lu Hongying looked embarrassed, but still nodded in agreement. She is now one with Chao Ning. If Chao Ning encounters misfortune, she will also be horrified. Hongying is willing to go with the master. Chao Ning smiled with satisfaction. Okay, hold my arm, so that you won't be blocked by the formation. Lu Hongying nodded, then hugged Chao Ning's arms tightly in her arms. Ahem, no need to be so exaggerated. It is comfortable, but also quite cold. Chao Ning said awkwardly. Is the master cold? Lu Hongying didn't react. On the contrary, I think Chao Ning is a bit cold. So the arm was buried deeper. Forget it, let's go. Chao Ning shook his head helplessly. He leaped forward and turned into a laser that shot into the tunnel. It only takes a few seconds. Chao Ning came to the burial pit that Lu Hongying had just mentioned. Unlike the messy mass graves on TV, this is more like a square in front of the palace gate. There is a dark bronze tripod in the open space in front of the hall. There are several modern human bodies in the tripod. Different degrees. Some bodies have turned into bones, and some have no corpse spots on them. It seems that they are the archaeologists who dug the pit during the day as mentioned by Wan Guodong. But now they have no vital signs. Chao Ning carefully felt the surroundings, but did not detect the spirit of the dead. I think they were forcibly dispersed for some reason. Who are you to dare to trespass into the imperial mausoleum of our great Jing kingdom? Chao Ning frowned slightly, alert to the surroundings. Master, it's him who's talking. Lu Hongying pointed at the coffin in front of the hall. It was a stone coffin. There are strange patterns carved on it. Ivory-shaped characters were carved into the coffin lid like runes. Boom. The coffin lid weighing thousands of pounds suddenly flipped up in the air. Soon after, a figure wearing exquisite armor sat up from inside the coffin. What happened in the past few years? Why are there always people coming down to disturb your highness? Hey, why does this person look so familiar? Alas, my eyesight has failed after 1,000 years. The mummy sighed inwardly. Okay, then stay. The mummy jumped up. The blacking energy on his body instantly spread out. The tomb was soon filled with. His dry iron hands were bent into a bow. The bronze machete in the hand of the stone statue not far away flew directly into his hands. It was not until this time that Chao Ning could fully see the appearance of the mummy. It was a completely dried corpse, 2 meters tall and with a strong build. Under the dark red armor, the dried skin looks like 1,000-year-old elm bark. Ordinary blades can't hurt it at all. The violent yin energy cannot be dissipated for a long time. The face under the helmet has been covered by black yin energy. I was wondering who it was, but it turned out to be just a young boy and a ghost. How dare they break into the mausoleum of the Jinghua royal family with such little ability? In that case, then stay. The voice of the mummy is hoarse and deep. Plus the gloomy environment. It's so creepy to hear. How dare you mock my master? Lu Hongying was so angry that she was about to go up and teach him a lesson, but was stopped by Chao Ning. Chao Ning can see it. This mummy is extremely gloomy. The strength is definitely not inferior to the Ghost King level. Lu Hongying alone would never be his opponent. Little kid, since you can bring a ghost down with you, it seems you have some abilities. I'll give you a chance. As long as you submit to me, I can consider not dispersing your soul. The mummy said gloomily. Really? But I just want to save you. Chao Ning raised the corner of his mouth, and he didn't know when a tang sword with a blue glow appeared in his hand. This is the soul-breaking sword that he exchanged from the system for 10 billion red gold coins. Different from Dragon Flame Spear. Dragon Flame Spear can only cause damage to souls. But at the moment, it was obvious that this mummy was just a consciousness attached to his body, and the Dragon Flame Spear had no effect on him at all. The soul sword is different. The soul sword is forged from black iron and has been soaked in the yellow spring for 100 years. Not only can it split the soul, but it can also cause fatal damage to the body. Obviously, it is the most suitable method to deal with mummies right now. "Boy, who are you and why do you have this knife?" the mummy asked in surprise. The ghost official of the underworld, Chao Ning. So he is from the underworld, no wonder he has this knife. The mummy suddenly realized and became much more cautious in his attitude towards Chao Ning. "You and I have nothing to do with each other in the underworld, why are you looking for trouble with me?" The mummy was not afraid of Chao Ning. But Chao Ning represents more than just himself. He has the whole underworld behind him. If the underworld is invaded by ghosts, then the mausoleum that he has guarded for thousands of years will no longer exist. You are no longer a person in the mortal world. Your soul has entered the underworld. This is the law of reincarnation. How can you go against the will of heaven and change your fate? Moreover, you have already violated the laws of heaven by harming mortals. Chao Ning's face was gloomy, completely different from the playful look he had during the day. Now he is like a ghost from hell. Scary. "Ha ha ha, little kid, I saw that you were from the underworld, so I wanted to give you a way out, but I didn't expect you to be so ignorant. You can't blame me then." The mummy clenched the machete in his hand a little tighter. This too must be guarded by him. Before that person came back. Anyone who dares to threaten the mausoleum, no matter what the cost, they must be killed on the spot. It seems that you don't plan to disappear on your own. There is no need to say more. Let's do it. Chao Ning had a murderous look on his face. Although he was not sure he could defeat the mummy, he wanted to try. "Okay, you are really brave. Try my sword now." The mummy jumped into the air, grabbed the handle of the knife with both hands, and chopped down in the air. Boom. In an instant, the blade split and pounced directly at Chao Ning like a ferocious wolf. Chao Ning raised his knife to block the mummy's full-strength attack. The mummy's strength is indeed extraordinary. This single blow forced Chao Ning to slip and retreat several meters. "Owner! Don't come over here." Lu Hongying wanted to help, but was scolded by Chao Ning. Chao Ning's face was obviously a bit exhausted. It has become hideous. The little kid is quite strong. He can actually take my blow. The mummy sneered. "Stop talking nonsense, I can still take it, ah." Chao Ning shouted loudly and used all his strength to push the mummy back. Boom. Chao Ning held the knife in one hand, with the tip of the knife standing directly on the ground, supporting his body. Just one knife was enough to make him look miserable. "Master, are you okay?" Lu Hongying immediately ran over and supported Chao Ning. Chao Ning was breathing heavily, his eyes fixed on the mummy. Looking at the mummy again, it was still the same as before. This move did not make him panic at all. "You are nothing but this. I took the blow and attacked you. Come on, if you have the guts, come on." "Humph, you are so arrogant." The mummy took 2 steps forward, raising dust with every step. With 2,000 years of cultivation, he is certainly not that easy to deal with. "I originally planned to spare your life, but now it seems better to leave you here." As soon as he finished speaking, the mummy swung out 7 or 8 times in a row. Chao Ning was not to be outdone, he picked up a knife and fought fiercely with the mummy. The aroused blade left several deep cuts on the surrounding stone walls. After 10 moves, Chao Ning gradually lost. The situation is becoming more and more passive. Splitting the sky with fiery flames. The mummy swung a fatal blow. Blade cuts out flames. Chao Ning gritted his teeth and raised his knife to block. Boom. Lu Hongying was shocked by the energy and retreated several meters. Snap. After the 2 knives collided, the soul knife in Chao Ning's hand actually broke. But the knife in the mummy's hand showed no sign of stopping, and it chopped directly towards Chao Ning. "Master!" Lu Hongying shouted. Bang! At this critical moment, the bronze tripod in front of the hall suddenly exploded. A bronze sword engraved with a dragon pattern broke out of the tripod. He took the fatal blow for Chao Ning. This. Chao Ning's mouth was slightly open and his eyes were wide open. The mummy was blocked by the knife and was forced to retreat several steps. "Pajuan, what do you mean? Why are you trying to stop me?" The mummy stared at the bronze sword, shock in his voice. The bronze sword ignored the mummy and flew directly to Chao Ning. Chao Ning also stood there, motionless. He doesn't know what's going on. But this feeling seems familiar to him. The bronze sword did not attack. Instead, he circled around Chao Ning several times. Then a beam of light shot out from the sword. That is. Even the mummy was stunned. No one moved at this moment. It's like I've forgotten the moves. The golden beam of light from the bronze sword illuminated the entire tomb, making it as bright as day. At this moment, the bronze door about 5 or 6 meters high behind the sarcophagus slowly opened. Ah, the door is open, the door is open. After 2,500 years, the door is finally open. Bang! The precious sword in the mummy's hand slipped. He turned around and stared into the hall in disbelief. Chao Ning was even more dumbfounded. The main hall looks like a sea of clouds in heaven. There are endless terracotta warriors everywhere. There are war horses, cavalry, bows and crossbows, chariots, sword and shield soldiers, and halberd soldiers. Hundreds of troops were lined up in neat rows. Looking from afar, it was an elite army standing ready for battle at any time on the ancient battlefield. Behind them is a towering palace, symbolizing the supreme authority of the imperial family. What is this place? Chao Ning can no longer describe it in words. This feeling is even more shocking than the visual experience of visiting the terracotta warriors and horses of Qin dynasty. Each of those soldiers is lifelike, just like a living person. Looking at the golden light on the bronze sword again, it had completely covered Chao Ning. Just when Chao Ning was extremely surprised, a figure suddenly walked out of the golden light. When the mummy saw that man, he suddenly knelt down. "My lord." The mummy bowed with great piety. When Chao Ning saw the appearance of the man in the golden light, he was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Because that person was none other than himself, wearing ancient combat uniform and with long hair tied up. "Hoopa, I haven't seen you for so many years. How are you?" the man said with a smile. The mummy raised its head, the evil aura on its face dissipated, revealing a delicate man's face. "My lord, I finally waited for you to come back." "Master." The mummy actually calls this man master, so doesn't that mean he is the owner of this tomb? A series of question marks appeared in Chao Ning's mind. I don't know why. When he saw this man, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. And why is this person so similar to me? Who is he? Meng Fong. Oh, no, I should call you Chao Ning now. The man turned and looked at Chao Ning. "Don't be nervous, I won't hurt you." When a man laughs. More like Chao Ning. Because they all have a small dimple on their face. This can't be faked. "Who are you and why are you trapped in the sword?" Chao Ning asked puzzledly. Also, what exactly is this place? Why are there so many armored men buried here? When Chao Ning received the mission from the underworld. Just saying there is a mummy here causing trouble. But no one mentioned that there are so many burial pits here that are comparable to the Qin Emperor's mausoleum. Where is this place? The man smiled and said, "Don't you already have the answer to this question in your mind? Why are you asking me?" Chao Ning frowned. "Can you guess what I'm thinking?" The man shook his head. "It's not a guess, it's a sense." "Oh, you're just playing tricks." Chao Ning didn't believe it at all. "Whether you believe it or not, this is the fact. Because I am you and you are me, we are one." The man said seriously. "Haha, do you think I will believe it?" Chao Ning snorted coldly. "If you are me, then who am I? If you want to deceive me, at least you should make up a more plausible reason." Chao Ning has been in the underworld for so many years. I have seen many undead. But I have never heard of anyone who can separate himself from his obsession. Lie to you? Why would I lie to you? The man smiled bitterly. Do you think that with your current strength, I have no need to lie to you? Since you can guess that tiger soul is a trace of obsession living in the flesh, then why can't I be the obsession you left behind? It's ridiculous. Why would I want to leave my obsession behind? Am I supposed to be here to keep vigil for myself? No matter what the man said, Chao Ning just didn't believe it. If according to his statement, then isn't this my tomb? Then 2,500 years later, he robbed his own tomb. It's just a panic. After Chao Ning finished speaking, the man nodded. Yes, it is awake, but it is not awake for yourself. The man turned and looked at the palace behind the gate. There is some sadness in the eyes. 2,500 years ago. Your real name is Meng Fong, and you later became the emperor. Before that, he was the Grand Marshal of the army of the Great Jing Kingdom. Your Majesty's son-in-law. And those soldiers in the hall are all the Black Armor Army soldiers you personally brought out. In the 6th year of the Donghuang reign, the enemy invaded the territory of Jinghua, and you were ordered to lead the troops to fight. Not long after you left the capital, a rebellion broke out in the city. The royal family was deceived, and the entire city was occupied by the rebels. The rebels are afraid of the Black Armor Army's front. In order to force you to submit, they kidnapped Princess Ling Yue and forced you to surrender. But on the night when the rebels held Princess Ling Yue hostage, she committed suicide by slitting her wrists. Just to not be a burden to you. After you knew about this, you reluctantly led 100,000 black armored soldiers to annihilate the enemy first. Then he immediately led his troops back to Beijing, despite the recapture of the imperial city. But at this time, Princess Ling Yue was already beyond help and could never wake up again. Later, you built this tomb in the fiefdom where you once lived. And all the more than 30,000 soldiers who died in this battle were resettled here. And I am the obsession that you sealed here at that time. The man's voice was deafening, but Chao Ning didn't believe it at all. Impossible, impossible. How can a mere mortal seal away his obsession? This is simply impossible. The man smiled and said, it is indeed impossible in the eyes of ordinary people, but all this is due to this magic weapon. Divine weapon. Chao Ning stared at the bronze sword again and again. Just now when the bronze sword broke out of the cauldron, he could tell that this sword was definitely not an ordinary one. It is no exaggeration to call it a divine weapon. The man looked at the bronze sword floating in the air and said calmly, this sword is called Pajun. It is made of refined iron from the 5 mountains and the 6 golds. It was forged by the great Emperor Dong Yu, who drew the spiritual energy from heaven and earth and forged it over a period of 3 months. After the sword was completed, it was sealed on the top of the 5 mountains and was obtained by you by chance. Later, this sword accompanied you in your battles and you made countless contributions. The sword body breeds the sword spirit. Now the souls of the 30,000 undead of the Black Armor Army are sealed in the sword. They have already merged with the sword spirit. In this world, no one else can use this sword except you. If you don't believe it, you can try waving at it. See if the sword spirit will recognize you. Although Chao Ning had some doubts, he still extended his hand. The moment he reached out his hand, a magical scene happened. The hilt of the sword was actually handed to Chao Ning. It's like recognizing the Lord. The moment Chao Ning grasped the hilt of the sword, the spiritual power in his body surged instantly. A familiar feeling came over me in my heart. In fact, Chao Ning had already been recognized when the bronze sword broke out of the cauldron. Now it is actually handed over to him. And at the moment when the bronze sword was in Chao Ning's hand, tens of thousands of black armored soldiers in the hall. They knelt on one knee and lowered their heads. It's like paying homage to their commander. This. Chao Ning was also stunned by the scene before him. What's going on? Chao Ning looked at the men in disbelief. Now you should believe it. No one in this world can win their recognition except the commander of the Black Armor Army. The men said lightly. If there is, then this person can only be their commander, Meng Fong. Chao Ning was so surprised that he was speechless. It took a while for me to come to my senses. Thinking about their actions, Chao Ning suddenly felt more guilty. Why didn't they go? Chao Ning now believes what the man says. Because this kind of recognition can't be faked no matter what. Are you trying to ask why they didn't go on to reincarnate, but chose to continue waiting for you here? The man saw what Chao Ning was thinking. Chao Ning nodded. He didn't want to be the one in his previous life who forcibly banned these people. If so, he is a sinner. Don't worry, they are all soldiers who are willing to follow you. They believe that one day you will come back to lead them and restore the glory of the Black Armor Army. The man's eyes became sharp and the expression on his face became more and more solemn. What you see now is nothing more than their obsession stored in their bodies. One day, when you are able to unlock the seal of Pajun, 30,000 spirits will appear to follow you and restore your former glory. The Black Armor Army will once again be invincible. As he spoke, the men had already brought Chao Ning to the front of the hall. Come on, accept their worship, the man raised his hands excitedly. Chao Ning walked forward with a bronze sword in his hand, half believing and half doubting. Raise the bronze sword in your right hand. At this moment, the remains of 30,000 Black Armor Army, including the mummified tiger soul. They all disappeared into the dust at a speed visible to the naked eye. What's going on? Chao Ning said in shock. The man put his hands behind his back and said solemnly, they have already recognized you. The remaining obsession has disappeared. They are just waiting for the day when you can break the seal and let them reappear in the world. Then how can we unlock the seal? Chao Ning continued to ask. This requires you to explore and search. The man turned around and looked at Chao Ning and said with a smile, okay, I have to leave too. My mission is completed. The rest of the journey will depend on you. You are leaving too? Chao Ning asked in surprise. The man nodded. Yes, the meaning of my existence is to hand them over to you, and to let you see that person for the last time. The man looked towards the palace not far away, his face filled with endless sadness and bitterness. As soon as he finished speaking, the man's body began to become blurry. Go ahead, she's been waiting for you for a long time. After saying this, the man completely disappeared into nothingness. Master, what on earth is going on? It was not until this moment that Lu Hongying came back to his senses from his trance. This feeling is like a dream. Chao Ning did not answer Lu Hongying's words. Because he doesn't know how to explain it now. Come on, let's go in and take a look. Chao Ning walked into the towering palace holding a bronze sword in his hand. There are more than 30 steps in front of the palace, symbolizing the majesty of the royal family. As I stepped into the palace that looked like a palace in the clouds, the scene before my eyes always felt indescribably familiar. It's like I've been here before. There was only one jade coffin in the huge palace. The surrounding walls are engraved with various patterns. It seems to be telling a sad love story. Chao Ning looked around and I roughly understand the meaning of the above. These should be the stories between Meng Fong and Princess Ling Yue. Two people met in the downtown area. At that time, Ling Yue was disguised as a man and met Meng Fong by chance. The two people became acquainted because of this, and later both were admitted to Yasukuni Academy. In the academy, the two spent an unforgettable happy time. In the meantime, the two comforted and encouraged each other. Eventually, the two fell in love. But later Ling Yue's identity was exposed. Because of the difference in their identities, they were unable to be together. Meng Fong also wanted to be with Ling Yu. Join the army resolutely and establish meritorious service. On the day of leaving Beijing, Ling Yue saw him off for 10 miles, and the two hugged each other and cried. 3 years later, Meng Fong returned with great success. The two were supposed to be getting married. But the enemy invaded. Meng Fong had no choice but to put on his armor again and lead his troops to the battle. I didn't expect this farewell would be forever. After that, Meng Fong built a tomb for Ling Yue. Master, the story above is so touching. After reading it, Lu Hongying was also moved by the story of Meng Fong and Ling Yu. If she had tears, she would have covered her face and cried. Why can't two people who love each other be together? God is really good at playing tricks on people. Chao Ning shook his head. I don't know either. Maybe that's why I have to meet her again. Chao Ning sighed and walked to the jade coffin. This is a jade coffin that is emerald green all over. It's much smaller than any I've seen before. As soon as you approach, you can feel a strong spiritual power. There are many runes on the coffin that I can't understand. I think it was carved by Meng Fong specifically to protect Ling Yue. Master, do you want me to help you? Lu Hongying asked. After all, this is a female coffin. If Chao Ning is not convenient, she can do it for him. Chao Ning waved his hand and put the bronze sword aside. She has been waiting for me here for so many years. How can I ask someone else to do this for me? I'd better do it myself. After saying that, Chao Ning walked forward with a heavy heart. He placed his hands on the jade. At that moment, a purple light enveloped Chao Ning and the jade coffin. Just when Chao Ning was extremely confused, the purple light slowly disappeared. Also missing were the strange runes on the coffin. Before Chao Ning could react, the coffin opened by itself. This is... Chao Ning looked at the disappearing coffin lid in surprise. He was completely stunned. Originally I thought that this was enough to surprise him. But when he saw the man lying inside, he was completely stunned. Owner! Owner! Lu Hongying shouted twice but there was no response. She realized that something was wrong, so she immediately walked up and patted Chao Ning, but the latter still did not respond. This is... Lu Hongying lowered her head curiously and peeked into the coffin. The next second, Lu Hongying covered her mouth with her hands in surprise, her eyes widened. Xiaomei Xia. Why is she here? Lu Hongying asked in surprise. Lying in the white jade coffin was a woman who looked exactly like Xia Shihan. From an outsider's perspective, that was what Xia Shihan looked like when she was asleep. The two people are almost cut from the same mold. However, the woman in front of him was dressed much more exquisitely. A phoenix bridal robe, a bright red palace gown, elegant and luxurious makeup, a high bun, and an exquisite phoenix hairpin headdress. She was dressed just like a bride. Chao Ning was stunned by what he saw. He subconsciously took out his cell phone and dialed a number. The ferryman's mobile phones are specially developed by Lao Qiao. Not only can they be used in both the yin and yang worlds, but they are also not affected by signals or regions. After the phone rang a few times, a lazy woman's voice came from the other side. Judging from the sound, he should be sleeping. Hey, who is talking? After confirming that Xia Shihan was still in the dormitory, Chao Ning hung up the phone. Master, what's going on? Isn't she schoolmate Xia? Lu Hongying asked puzzledly. Chao Ning shook his head. Xia Shihan is still in the dormitory, but I think her appearance here is not accidental. There must be some connection between them. Chao Ning recalled that the old man suddenly asked him to marry Xia Shihan, and his attitude was extremely tough. He felt curious at the time. With the old man's unruly personality, he would never demand this of himself. Then he thought about how he couldn't erase Xia Shihan's memory. Obviously, there must be some unknown secret here. Chao Ning took a photo of the woman's makeup with his mobile phone. But in the next second... Master, look, what happened? Lu Hongying screamed. Chao Ning put down his phone and looked at the woman in the coffin again. Just like the warrior before her, she turned into dust at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's as if it never existed. It should be because we have lifted the seal. Those runes should be the reason why the body does not decay. Now that the rune is gone, she will naturally disappear with it. Chao Ning's face was solemn. He now had countless questions in his mind waiting to be explained, and the key to everything lay with the old man. Let's go, let's leave here first. There is no need to continue exploring here. It seems that if I want to solve the mystery, I must go back first. Chao Ning felt secretly upset. After leaving the ancient tomb, Chao Ning did not leave in a hurry, but first went to the tent where the researchers were. The underground camera equipment can no longer be repaired, and now the video images sent back must be deleted and the memories of the relevant personnel must be erased. Otherwise, it will cause panic in society. After finishing all his work, Chao Ning took advantage of the night to return to Wangfujing Hutong. Chao Ning's home is deep in Wangfujing Hutong, in a small courtyard made up of several tiled houses. The yard is not big, but it is big enough for him and the old man to live in. The old man lives in the west room. Normally he would be sleeping at this time and basically never stay out at night. Old man, I'm back. Chao Ning pushed the door open carelessly. But there was no one in the house. All furniture is neatly arranged. There is a blank note on the table. This is a common concealment method used by ferrymen to avoid being noticed by outsiders. There was only one sentence written on the note: I'm going on a trip, little boy. I've run out of money to live on. If you need money, go work or ask your wife for it. Okay, that's it, I have to catch a plane. Chao Ning was speechless. The old man actually wanted to force me to live off his wife in this way, but unfortunately his plan failed. Chao Ning looked at the text message on his mobile phone showing the 1 million yuan that had just arrived in his account, and he immediately felt very happy. But the next second, he was dumbfounded. Bite. Your ICBC savings card with the last number 5231 successfully transferred 1 million renminbi at 4:57 on the second. The current available balance is 208 renminbi and 22 cents. ICBC. Chao Ning ran back to his room like crazy and rummaged through the drawers. But besides an empty wallet, there is only one bus card left. Old man, you are so cruel. Chao Ning held the wallet tightly in his hand and was shaking with anger. Before leaving, the old man actually took away all his bank cards. The most important thing is that the old man knows the password of every card. Chao Ning didn't care too much about having no money before, so he just said it. But who would have thought that the other party had set up an ambush in advance? I guess this is the day we've been waiting for. When I returned to school, it was already daybreak. There were already quite a few people on the road who had finished their morning jog and were munching on big, delicious meat buns. Chao Ning walked towards the dormitory with his head down. After a night of tossing and turning, he was already hungry. But now there are only 200 yuan left in my bank card. If I don't use it frugally, I'm afraid I'll have to beg soon. Chao Ning, why are you here? As soon as he reached the bottom of the girls' dormitory, Chao Ning was called by a sweet voice. Are you here to apologize to me? The person who spoke was none other than Xia Shirhan, who was preparing to go to the student affairs office to help out early in the morning. When Xia Shirhan saw Chao Ning, there was resentment on her face. Why are you calling me so late at night? You're not going to apologize to me, are you? Xia Shirhan was still feeling upset about how Chao Ning had scolded her a few days ago. When she saw Chao Ning's miserable look, she subconsciously connected everything together. Xia Shirhan. When Chao Ning saw Xia Shirhan, he suddenly shuddered. This feeling is like the reaction after seeing a corpse. But he soon recovered. Yes, I thought about it for a long time last night and still felt guilty. I wanted to call you to apologize, but I didn't know what to say. Chao Ning lowered his head in disappointment. Xia Shirhan was stunned. Is this still the Chao Ning she knows, the one who is kept away from ghosts and gods? Why does it feel like I was hollowed out by a female ghost? To express my apology, I will treat you to breakfast. You can eat anything you want, as long as you accept my apology. Chao Ning suddenly became so sincere that Xia Shirhan found it hard to accept it for a while. It's all in the past, you don't have to worry too much about it. Xia Shirhan thought about it, smiled and continued, how about I treat you? I know there is a breakfast shop nearby that sells delicious steamed buns. This isn't good. After all, I'm a boy. How can I let a girl treat me? Chao Ning's face showed an extremely conflicted look. In fact, I was already very happy in my heart. Then otherwise. I'd better listen to you. Let's go quickly. If we go too late, we'll have to wait in line. Chao Ning was quick-witted and noticed that Xia Shirhan was about to change her words, so he quickly interrupted her. Are we going to the East Gate? Yes, I like the breakfast there too. I'm so sorry to have to make you spend money again. Hey, your clothes look really nice today. Of course, you look even better, but it matches your Chao Ning answered his own questions, not giving Xia Shirhan any chance to speak. Xia Shirhan was in a daze the whole time. For some reason, she suddenly felt that Chao Ning was quite nice sometimes. She has a sweet mouth and what she says is pleasant to the ear. The main thing is that he is honest and has no ulterior motives. Boss, give me 2 trays of 3 fresh soup dumplings, 2 bowls of wontons, 2 bowls of soy milk, 3 fried dough sticks, and 4 sesame cakes. As soon as she entered the breakfast shop, Xia Shirhan was frightened by Chao Ning's demeanor as a disaster victim. But Chao Ning acted as if nothing had happened and found a seat near the door and sat down in a familiar manner. You ordered so much, can we finish it? Xia Shirhan asked worriedly. It's okay, it's okay. Give me whatever you can't finish. I'm still growing so my appetite is a bit big. Chao Ning grinned, completely different from his previous lost expression. Boss, please serve the soup dumplings first. Everyone is waiting for them. Chao Ning shouted with chopsticks in his hand. Keep your voice down, there are so many people watching us. Xia Shirhan held her forehead, covering half of her face. Afraid of being recognized by others. Chao Ning looked at Xia Shirhan in confusion, then looked at the students eating breakfast around him, and finally realized that the school beauty was shy. Look, isn't that our school's most beautiful girl, Xia Shirhan? Who's that boy sitting opposite him? Could he be her boyfriend? No way, Xia University's campus beauty is always aloof and never accepts confessions from boys, is this impossible? I heard that Xia Shirhan is close to the freshman. Could he be the one who was so handsome that he got chopped down in the school forum? I think he looks a bit like him. Look, it's really him. Isn't that the boy in the photo at the school bar? Oh my god, the school beauty has fallen just like that. My childhood is gone just like that. Same as the heroine. Because they were so close, Xia Shirhan could hear everything the boys said. At this moment, Xia Shirhan blushed and lowered her head, not even daring to look. He is not as heartless as Chao Ning, who eats with his mouth full of oil. Boss, your soup dumplings taste great. What kind of base ingredients do you use? I'll promote them to you later. Hey, you stepped on my toes. Chao Ning took a bite of the soup dumpling and looked at Xia Shirhan with a pout. Xia Shirhan didn't explain to him, just kept her head down. She was wearing a white casual shirt today, paired with light-colored jeans, and had a high ponytail on her head. When she occasionally raised her head, the brown ponytail would sway along. There is a hint of purity and loveliness in the sweetness. Chao Ning really likes this feeling. The soup dumplings are delicious and the people around you are good-looking. Not to mention that it was just this much for breakfast, even if he had another serving of this, he would be able to finish it. I don't know how long this breakfast took, but most of it went into Chao Ning's stomach. Boss, pay the bill. Chao Ning wiped his mouth and shouted casually. When the owner of the breakfast shop heard this, she immediately ran to Chao Ning. Handsome guy, the total is $48. Do you want cash or a voucher? Seeing the proprietress coming towards him, Chao Ning's face suddenly fell. Boss, well, I'm married. Chao Ning said embarrassedly. Ahem. Xia Shirhan, who was drinking soy milk, almost choked when she heard this. Haha, I'll do it, boss, ignore him, I'll pay the bill. Xia Shirhan took out her cell phone from her bag and prepared to go to the counter to scan the code to check out. This scene made the proprietress dumbfounded. Are students nowadays so anxious? Getting married while still in school. Although the proprietress had many questions in her mind, she did not ask any more questions. Just give money. As for who gave it, she doesn't mind. Chao Ning was also bored sitting there. Seeing that Xia Shirhan still had half a bowl of wontons left, he casually asked, "Do you want to eat more wontons?" Xia Shirhan immediately turned around and glared at him resentfully. I'm full. I don't want to eat any more. Chao Ning nodded and held it in front of him. We can't waste food. I'll eat it for you. Xia Shirhan was speechless and didn't bother to argue with him. Just as she went to pay the bill, a graceful figure suddenly appeared at the door. The girl was wearing a light blue dress, a pair of snow-white canvas shoes, bangs, long hair, and small eyes. When the girl saw Chao Ning, her eyes narrowed into slits due to smiling. "Chao Ning, I didn't expect you to be here too, what a coincidence." Li Weiwei walked to Chao Ning with a smile. "It's you, you're coming out for breakfast too. That's great, how about we eat together?" Chao Ning looked up and happened to meet Li Weiwei's eyes. The scorching gaze made Li Weiwei's ignorant heart pound. "Thank you, I have just eaten. I just happened to pass by and saw you here, so I came to say hello to you," Li Weiwei said with a smile. "Are you alone?" Hearing Li Weiwei's question, Chao Ning looked around again, but there was no trace of Xia Shihan. It seems that he was mad at himself and left. "Yes, I came here alone." Chao Ning continued the conversation. "If I said that I came here with Xia Shihan, I would have to explain for a long time." "Oh, that's it." Li Weiwei clasped her two little hands nervously together and her eyes moved left and right. Chao Ning, I want to ask you for help with something. Do you have time?" "Help?" Chao Ning smiled. He is kind-hearted and never refuses a beautiful woman's request. "Tell me what you want. I'll try my best to satisfy you as long as I can. But if you still want to see your grandfather, forget it. He's probably drinking milk by now." Chao Ning thought of the scene when he first met Li Weiwei, and subconsciously made the connection. No. Li Weiwei blushed and quickly explained. "Yes, it's like this. The female dormitory of our School of Humanities will be moved from Building B to Building C. I want to ask you for help. I have a lot of things." Building C. Chao Ning was in a bit of a dilemma. Although a day trip to the girls' dormitory is every boy's dream. But Xia Shihan's dormitory is in Building C. If she saw this, she wouldn't be able to explain it. Seeing that Chao Ning was in a difficult situation, Li Weiwei lowered her head subconsciously. "If it's inconvenient for you, forget it. I can do it alone." "No, you misunderstood me. I wanted to ask if your dormitory still needs help. The people in our dormitory are very helpful." Chao Ning really couldn't bear to reject Li Weiwei. I don't know how much courage she mustered to say this. Although it's a bit dangerous to go to Building C, it should be fine if you're careful. "Really? That's great." When Li Weiwei heard Chao Ning agreed to her request, she jumped up happily on the spot. "It would be really great if you could bring your roommates along to help. The 4 girls in our dormitory don't have boyfriends, and we were originally worried about how to carry so many things. If you are willing to help, that would be great." Li Weiwei looks even more charming when she smiles. Chao Ning has been a ferryman for so many years, but this is the first time he has brought joy to others. "No, I have to go back now and tell them the good news." After saying that, Li Weiwei ran out the door like a child. Chao Ning smiled but said nothing. He lowered his head and finished the wontons in the bowl. Just as he was about to go out, he was stopped by the proprietress. "Little handsome boy, you haven't settled the bill yet." "What, no? Didn't someone already pay before?" Chao Ning widened his eyes. The proprietress glanced at Chao Ning with disdain. That look was like a silent protest against the scumbag. "The girl said she didn't bring her phone, so she asked you to pay." "Without." Chao Ning swallowed the words back when they came to his lips. Xia Shihan must have seen Li Weiwei coming, so she ran away out of jealousy. "Well, I haven't even gone to help, but I've already offended him. It seems that it will be difficult to coax her in the days ahead." Chao Ning curled his lips helplessly and took out his cell phone from his pocket. "How much?" The proprietress slapped the bill in front of him. 48. 48. So expensive. It's just a small amount, and you dare to sell it for 48. Chao Ning opened his mouth wide. The price is clearly marked. If you are dissatisfied, you can call 12315 to complain. Seeing that the boss was serious and almost impatient, Chao Ning did not care too much and his eyes became much softer. "Hey, Madam Boss, can we discuss this and give you a discount?" Jiangai University would arrange freshmen to stand at attention a few days before the military training. For some people, this was undoubtedly a disaster. After the painful first day of military training, Sun Liang somehow got a diagnosis certificate from the hospital, allowing him to participate in military training intermittently. This makes everyone envious. On the military training ground, 3 people from dormitory 644 stood side by side. When they saw Sun Liang pretending to be stupid under the shade of a tree, they all rolled their eyes. Damn, where did this guy Sun Liang get the diagnosis from? Could this guy really be sick? Zhao Hai muttered in a low voice. In my opinion, he probably has hemorrhoids. Look at how restless he is. He might have had a circumcision. Lu Hao echoed. Chao Ning could probably guess something from Sun Liang's diagnosis. When he first came to school, Sun Liang inadvertently revealed that his uncle was the director of Jiangning People's Hospital. It only takes a few minutes to get a certificate. Do you two want him to come back and accompany you in military training? Chao Ning said indifferently. Of course I do. Brother Ning, do you have any ideas? Hearing Chao Ning say this, Zhao Hai was extremely excited. This guy was showing off all night when he got the diagnosis certificate yesterday. My teeth hurt from anger. Then you just wait and see. We are all good brothers living in the same dormitory. We agreed to share happiness and difficulties together. How can we let him stay out of it? Don't you agree, hee hee? As he spoke, Chao Ning showed a sly smile on his face. It's quite fun to play a prank on my little brother occasionally. That's great, Brother Ning. I won't say anything else. I've decided that you're the boss. Yes, 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 and me, and me. Zhao Hai and Lu Hao were eager to express their opinions. How could they be left out of such a good fight? Who is speaking? A few people were talking a little loudly, so the instructor, who was chatting with the class next door, walked straight up to the 3 of them. It's you two again, step out of line and get ready for push-ups. The instructor didn't care about anything and fired directly at Zhao Hai and Lu Hao. He now doesn't dare to single out Chao Ning as a key point. Doing too few push-ups is like scratching an itch for him, with no effect. If you do it too much, and the groups next to you are all girls, you can't help but become a fangirl for a while. At that time, not only will the training progress of one's own square be affected, but the other squares will also suffer. Instructor. Zhao Hai pouted and tried to beg for mercy. Follow orders. But the instructor's attitude was extremely firm. This is really hard for both of them. Obviously, all 3 of them have a share, but every time they are the ones who get unlucky. Who should I go to for justice? Soon, the morning's military training ended with occasional push-ups. As soon as the team of 4 was disbanded, they rushed to the cafeteria like crazy. On the first floor of the cafeteria, which can accommodate thousands of people for meals at the same time, there are colorful camouflage uniforms everywhere. This scene probably happens in every school when freshman year starts. Chao Ning squeezed into the crowd, ordered some rice and 2 servings of vegetables, and returned. Firstly, I was running out of food money, and secondly, I ate too much in the morning. I had originally planned to eat lunch together, but when the time came, I was really hungry. Brother Ning, why did you only eat so little today? You don't have a good appetite. Lu Hao was holding a portion of barbecue rice and his mouth was full of oil as he ate. Yeah, Brother Ning, usually you want to eat the cafeteria until it goes bankrupt. What's the matter now? You have no appetite now that the school beauty is not here. Zhao Hai echoed. Enjoy your meals. Why are you paying so much attention to me? Eat quickly. After you finish eating, I will take you to participate in voluntary labor. Chao Ning took a bite of rice and said lightly. When they heard that they had to take part in voluntary labor, the 3 of them suddenly felt as if all the energy was drained out of them, becoming weak and powerless. Brother Ning, you know that my health is not good. The hospital has told me to rest well. Do you think I don't have to go? Sun Liang looked at Chao Ning eagerly. Fuck, old son, just pretend to be my grandson, I don't even know you. I don't know who blocked the entrance of the girls' dormitory on the first day of school, picking on singles and carrying suitcases better than anyone else. Zhao Hai said indignantly. That's right, Haizi and I are the disadvantaged group, okay? Look at how many push-ups we did this morning, and you were the only one who had nothing to do and spent a long time chatting with the girls under the shade of the tree. If you don't go, who will go? Lu Hao echoed. I was setting an ambush for our dormitory. If you can get one of them, you can invite the other 3 people in their dormitory to come out, and then you can have some friendship and gain some prestige, then everything will be done, Sun Liang said hastily. Forget it, I'll introduce you to someone. Brother Ning and the school beauty's children are all good enough to play with. Rely on you. Haozi and I will both be single. Zhao Hai cast a contemptuous look. Okay, since you guys don't want to go, I'll go by myself. Anyway, this is my first time going to the girls' dormitory, and it would be troublesome if there are too many people. Chao Ning said calmly after taking a bite of rice. What, the girls' dormitory? When the 3 people heard this, they were furious. Brother Ning, I think I can do it. Let alone dozens of push-ups, even if you ask me to carry a bottle of mineral water to the 6th floor, I can do it without any problem. Zhao Hai stood up excitedly and patted his chest. Yes, Brother Ning, I think I can do it too. It's just push-ups. It's just a warm-up in advance. Lu Hao licked shamelessly. Both of you get out of here, what the hell, you just said you couldn't do it anymore, but now when you hear about the girls' dormitory, you act like you've been injected with hormones. Shame on you. After scolding the 2 of them, Sun Liang turned around and smiled, pulling Chao Ning's arm. Hey, Brother Ning, you see I've been idle for the whole morning, so let me go with you. The main reason is that I have more time to rest and I have a lot of energy. Chao Ning rolled his eyes at the 3 of them and was too lazy to argue with them. All right. I'll only give you 3 minutes to eat. Leave when the time is up. If you get hungry, that's your own business. After Chao Ning finished the last bite of rice, he took a sip of the seaweed egg drop soup provided free of charge in the cafeteria. Brother Ning, why are you still eating? The most important thing is to shine and make contributions. At this time, you should sacrifice yourself for others. Yes, Brother Ning, I agree with what Haozi said. When our revolutionary predecessors were serving the people, did they ever consider their personal gains and losses? We must inherit this spirit of not fearing hardship or fatigue. Sun Liang said righteously. That makes sense. I fully agree with it. Brother Ning, let's go quickly. Lu Hao said excitedly. Hearing the 3 of them expressing their opinions one after another, Chao Ning almost thought there was something wrong with his ears. What the hell have these 3 become? In order to go to the girls' dormitory, you even skipped meals. I agreed with Li Weiwei that I would go and move them to the dormitory at 12:30 noon. Because Zhao Hai and the other 2 were eager to make contributions. So when the 4 of them arrived downstairs at the girls' dormitory, they were half an hour earlier than originally planned. After Li Weiwei received a call from Chao Ning, she immediately ran downstairs to the dormitory to pick them up. The ant downstairs in the girls' dormitory is very fierce. Except when school starts, boys are allowed to come in and help girls move things. At other times, if she saw a boy stepping into the restricted area even half a step, she would immediately run out with a feather duster to chase him away. Chao Ning, why are you here so soon? Li Weiwei was panting, she had jogged all the way here. Brother Ning, the voluntary labor you mentioned is moving the dormitory for the campus beauty Li. Zhao Hai asked in surprise. After Zhao Hai saw that the person coming was Li Weiwei, a common school beauty. I opened my mouth subconsciously. Although Li Weiwei had already sent milk tea to Chao Ning last time, according to Chao Ning's explanation, it was just a small favor to her. I didn't expect that the connection between the 2 of them would be so close. In fact, it was not just him, even Lu Hao and Sun Liang beside him were also shocked. Maybe they don't understand why both Xia Shihan and Li Weiwei fell in love with Chao Ning. Why, you don't want to? Chao Ning said with a smile. No, that's not what I meant. I mean, I'm happy to serve the school beauty, hee. Zhao Hai hurried to explain, fearing that he would be chased back to the dormitory. Chao Ning rolled his eyes and ignored him. Instead, he smiled and looked at the well-behaved Li Weiwei. Li Weiwei is still as pure and lovely as ever. The first impression it gives people is always so simple. I had intended to keep the appointment on time, but you don't know that my roommates like to help others on weekdays. Look, when I heard someone needed help, I was dragged here without even eating. Chao Ning shrugged helplessly. He, thank you then. Li Weiwei covered her mouth and laughed secretly. How could she not understand the little thoughts in boys' minds? I'm afraid they are now asked to clean up. I'm afraid everyone will rush to go. It's okay, it's our honor to move things for the school beauty. By the way, please go and say hello to the dormitory manager, otherwise the four of us will be kicked out by her later. Chao Ning said with a smile. Yeah, I'll go right away. Chao Ning's words made Li Weiwei blush. If someone else praised her like this, she would just laugh it off. But if Chao Ning said so, she would still like to hear it. Really? After Li Weiwei said a few nice words to her aunt. The aunt at the dormitory management station simply stood up, glanced at the four people, and let them in. Li Weiwei's dormitory is on the third floor of Building B. The floor is not high, so it is convenient to move things. Because it was lunchtime, there were already quite a few girls in the dormitory. I saw a boy breaking into the girls' dormitory. Some girls screamed, covered their snow-white chests in panic, and slammed the door. I also called my roommates to stand at the door and watch them like they were looking at the scenery. Zhao Hai and the other two followed closely behind Chao Ning. The three of them were like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, passing by every floor and every dormitory door. I would secretly take a look at it. This is probably the instinctive curiosity of boys. In fact, the structure of the girls' dormitory is the same as that of the boys' dormitory. It's just that the people living there are different. The clothes I wear are different sizes. Chao Ning and Li Weiwei were walking side by side in front. Next to Chao Ning, who is over 1.8 meters tall, stands the petite Li Weiwei. From a distance, they really look like the cutest height difference. I don't know why. When Li Weiwei and Chao Ning walked together, I felt very nervous, as if a little deer was running around in my heart. A pair of restless little hands tightly grasped the skirt, with head lowered. When I arrived at Li Weiwei's dormitory, the other three people in their dormitory were packing their things. Suddenly I saw Li Weiwei bringing so many boys in. Although I had greeted them in advance, I was still shocked. Wu Jing, Su Qian, Xiao Yu, I've brought them all here. Does any one of you need help getting anything? After entering the room, Li Weiwei greeted her roommate with a smile. Tang Xiaoyu turned around and saw Li Weiwei standing next to Chao Ning, looking restrained. I guessed his identity in the next second. Weiwei, this is your boyfriend, he's so handsome. Tang Xiaoyu walked forward and hugged Li Weiwei's arm, her eyes closely scanning Chao Ning. Li Weiwei blushed immediately after hearing what Tang Xiaoyu said. Hey, Xiaoyu, what are you talking about? Chao Ning and I are just ordinary friends, not boyfriend and girlfriend as you said. Yo, your face is blushing, your face is blushing. Tang Xiaoyu seemed to have caught something interesting and was laughing happily. This scene also made Chao Ning a little embarrassed. If Xia Shihan knew about this, I'm afraid someone might die. Well, is there anything we can help you with? Chao Ning said awkwardly. Yes, senior sister, we have plenty of strength, just make the arrangements. Zhao Hai behind him echoed. They didn't come to the girls' dormitory to eat dog food, but looking for opportunities to produce dog food. After laughing, Tang Xiaoyu looked at Li Weiwei, who lowered her head because of shyness and stopped teasing her. Okay, since your boyfriend is helping us move our stuff, I'll let you go. Tang Xiaoyu raised her head and said with a smile. Xiaoyu, you said, if you say that again I will ignore you. Li Weiwei's face became even redder. The red ones can be squeezed to produce water. Okay, I won't say anything, okay. Tang Xiaoyu felt very happy after laughing, and then she saw Zhao Hai behind Chao Ning. Can that junior help me move my things? Zhao Hai pointed at himself blankly. Yes, it's you. Tang Xiaoyu confirmed. She didn't dare to give orders to Chao Ning, but others could still do it. When Zhao Hai heard this, he immediately squeezed forward with a smile. Senior, if you need me to do anything, just tell me. As he spoke, he also showed off his muscles. Tang Xiaoyu's face instantly drooped, wondering if she had found the wrong person. Unlike Tang Xiaoyu, the remaining two girls, Wu Jing and Su Qian, are both introverted and they are too embarrassed to speak. At this time, Chao Ning glanced at Lu Hao and Sun Liang behind him. They both understood immediately. Each person chose one and walked up to say hello. "Where are your things?" Seeing that his three roommates were busy, Chao Ning looked at Li Weiwei, who was still blushing. Li Weiwei is a rare beautiful girl. Even when she is shy, she still has a sweet campus style. Coupled with her light blue dress. Take a closer look. She really has some of the softness of a classical girl. Chao Ning reminded me. Li Weiwei immediately recovered and walked to her bed. I only have these few winter beddings that I can't take with me. Can you help me carry them over? Chao Ning walked to Li Weiwei. I didn't see some small underwear as I imagined. On the table in front of him was a quilt packed in a woven bag, and next to it were daily necessities also packed. Compared to other roommates in the dormitory, Li Weiwei's stuff is relatively small. It's okay, just leave these things to me. After saying that, Chao Ning walked forward and planned to move the woven bag out first. It's true that the woven bags used by girls are much more delicate than those used by boys. Not only are all things neatly arranged, but even the pillows scattered around are clean pink. Seeing this, Li Weiwei immediately went over to help. While Li Weiwei was helping him, her loose hair just happened to brush against Chao Ning's cheek. The silky and smooth feeling shocked him. Along with it, there is a faint fragrance. It tastes sweet, just like her smile. Am I getting in your way? Noticing that Chao Ning was staring at her, Li Weiwei immediately asked awkwardly. It's okay, it's okay. I just thought of something and couldn't react right away. Chao Ning smiled faintly. This feeling is like being pushed by the person next to you when you are sleeping in the middle of the night. I shouted at the same time, you are pressing on my hair. Okay, leave this to me, you lead the way. Chao Ning carried a woven bag in one hand without any effort. Li Weiwei smiled and nodded. The two charming dimples on her face are clearly visible. On the other hand, Xia Shirhan has been in a bad mood since she came back from the student affairs office. It was not for anything else, it was simply because Li Weiwei went to see Chao Ning in the morning. Shirhan, what's wrong with you? Why are you so depressed after coming back from outside? Did someone bully you again? Tell me, and I'll help you teach him a lesson. Su Lan put her hands on her hips, looking like a domineering female CEO. Humph, who else could it be other than that big bear? Xia Shirhan snorted with a pout. Chao Ning. No way, Shirhan, are you two really having an affair? Although Su Lan was very reluctant to believe that Xia Shirhan actually liked Chao Ning. However, judging from the recent, there is no doubt that the relationship between the two of them is definitely unusual. Xia Shirhan lay on the table with her cheeks puffed out. I have nothing to do with him. There are so many people chasing after me. Why do I have to have anything to do with him? Humph. Although Xia Shirhan is very strong-willed, but I'm still thinking about the scene of the two of them getting their marriage certificate. Invisibly, it has become a shackle in her heart. Even if we get divorced later. The words, ex-husband Chao Ning, are written on her personal files. Therefore, it is really difficult to really not care. Hey, I don't believe it. Su Lan is not stupid. Although Xia Shirhan refused to admit. But she could see. Since Chao Ning appeared, these two people are like tied together. There's always some noise. Are you angry with Chao Ning because of Li Weiwei's matter? Su Lan asked tentatively. How did you know that? Xia Shirhan raised her head, looking confused. It's true. Su Lan walked to Xia Shirhan and put her little hand on her shoulder. My little princess, don't you know that you are the hottest headline in our school? The photo of you and Chao Ning appearing at the breakfast shop this morning had already been posted on the school bar. The poster also attached photos of Li Weiwei and Chao Ning together. It's not difficult to find out the reason. Let me see, let me see. Xia Shirhan frowned and immediately opened her phone to check. Really? The front page headline was a photo of him and Chao Ning eating breakfast face to face. Even the title of the post is very eye-catching. Shock. Two women share one man, the mystery of the fall of the Jiang University campus beauty. The message board below is even more speechless and heartbreaking. Oh my god, this guy is so strong. Two school beauties are having breakfast with me. Which family does this guy belong to? The old Ma family or the Wang family? It's so infuriating. Those who are drought-stricken will die of drought, and those who are flood-stricken will die of flood. Are we, the older single dogs, going to be left alive? Campus belle, where's your coolness? Xia Shirhan casually flipped through a few. Most of the boys expressed their shock and dissatisfaction. There were also many black fans attacking and complaining about Xia Shirhan being indecent. Lanlin, why are they like this? We really have nothing. Xia Shirhan held Su Lan's hand and looked at her eagerly. Su Lan sighed, Shirhan, I am willing to believe you, but everyone has seen it, so it is difficult to explain. But are you really competing with Li Weiwei for a man? Su Lan suddenly became interested. This is level 10 gossip. As the school beauty's best friend, how could I miss the first-hand inside information? Lanlin, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly compete with someone else for a man? Xia Shirhan gave Su Lan a resentful look. Besides, what's so good about Chao Ning? Why should I compete with others for him? He was his own legal man. Why do you want to rob? Even if it was stolen, it was Li Weiwei who snatched it from her. Snort. Xia Shirhan said in her heart. Su Lan heaved a sigh of relief. That's good, but Chao Ning is such a jerk. He already has such a beautiful girl like our Shirhan, why is he still having affairs with other girls? He is simply a scumbag. Lanlin, what are you talking about? He and I really have nothing to do with each other. Xia Shirhan was depressed. Why doesn't anyone believe my explanation? Okay, it doesn't matter if it doesn't matter. But I heard that Li Weiwei's courtyard will be moving to our floor soon, do you want to go and take a look? Su Lan said tentatively. From now on, Xia Shirhan and Li Weiwei will meet each other when they look up and down. Always hit it. Rather than letting them bump into each other later, it would be better to explain it to her first. This will also help Xia Shirhan to be mentally prepared. I have to go and see. I want to see what Li Weiwei is capable of. She actually dares to snatch a man from me. Ugh, who wants to compete with her? Xia Shirhan pouted and spat fiercely. Here, Chao Ning just helped Li Weiwei move the remaining things over. I heard a familiar conversation coming from outside. Lanlin, have you found out everything? Is their dormitory really next to ours? It can't be wrong. I just asked several classmates and they all said it was here. It's over, Xia Shirhan is here. Chao Ning was very familiar with Xia Shirhan's voice. The sound is nice and easy to remember. But now I hear. I always feel like I'm courting death. What's wrong with you? Do you need to take a rest? Li Weiwei saw Chao Ning looking anxious and mistakenly thought that he was just tired. Before Chao Ning could explain, two beautiful figures appeared at the door. Sorry to bother you, we are from the student union. Chao Ning, why are you here? Xia Shirhan and Chao Ning looked at each other. It's over, barbecue is gone. This is hard to explain. Ever since being captured alive by Xia Shirhan in Li Weiwei's dormitory. In the following days, Chao Ning never saw Xia Shirhan again. He didn't even answer the phone. Ding ding ding. Xiong air, Xiongda, when you girls are jealous, do you like to hold it in? After Chao Ning sent the message, he looked up at the basketball court. The new students on the basketball court have gradually gathered. They are going to hike to the shooting range in the suburbs today. These days, without Xia Shirhan's teasing, Chao Ning always felt like something was missing. However, Li Weiwei would appear at the basketball court on time these days and watch for a while. Every time Chao Ning left, she would hand him a bottle of water. Then he smiled and turned and left. Ding ding ding. The other party's message came back quickly. Chao Ning clicked on Xiong Da's profile picture. Xiong Da, jealous. Brother, you must be a scumbag, right? Scumbags are really annoying. When they die, they are fried in oil, and fried on both sides. For the girl who used the bear avatar. This is the one Chao Ning had fought with in the school bar before. I want to be beautiful today too. Chao Ning always suspected that she was someone in Xia Shihan's dormitory. But it was later rejected by Xia Shihan. The reason is that her roommates are all tomboys and no one would use such a coquettish online name. But since the system indicates that the other party is in Building C, at least we can be sure that the other party is a girl. With this layer of mystery. So much so that sometimes when Chao Ning passed by the dormitory station, I would subconsciously imagine whether the dormitory manager was the other person. Chao Ning finished typing and clicked send. Xiong Air, sweating JPG/sweating JPG. Xiong Air, Xiong Da, tell me the truth, have you ever been cheated by a scumbag? I heard that you girls feel bad when your period comes, is this true? Ding ding ding. The other party's message came back quickly. Don't talk nonsense. The boy who can cheat on me hasn't been born yet. And girls don't have bad moods sometimes. If they do, it's because they are mad at boys. Chao Ning scratched his head. After thinking for a while, he quickly typed a string of words. Click and send. Xiong Da, I feel like someone has a crush on me, and it's an unrequited love. On the other side, Xia Shihan put down the comb in her hand. When I saw Chao Ning's words, her little hands were clenched into fists. With a flat mouth and frowned brows, you can catch a mosquito. Pervert, narcissist, shameless, who has a crush on you? Xia Shihan was so angry. She originally wanted to use this mysterious feeling to annoy Chao Ning. But now he has abused me. Shihan, what's wrong with you? Hey, why did you get up so early today? Is there any activity at school? Su Lan leaned on the window railing and looked sleepily at Xia Shihan, who was dressing up below. Xia Shihan wore a white shirt with a bow tie on her upper body today, and a pleated skirt with white mid-calf socks on her lower body. She also has a fresh and beautiful ponytail on her head. Plus her 9.9 appearance. You don't even need to dress up, it's enough to charm a lot of boys. Oh my god, Shihan, are you going to participate in a beauty pageant today? I've never seen you dressed like this before. Are you planning to go out and commit murder by showing off your long legs? Zhao Meina heard the conversation between the two and also poked her head out from under the quilt. After seeing Xia Shihan's seductive JK outfit, she could already foresee the boys going crazy. Yeah, I also think Shihan is not normal today. Could it be that she has fallen for someone? Is there a boy like him in our school? No. Lu Ting also joined in the fun. A few people chatted with each other and soon all sleepiness disappeared. When Xia Shihan heard her roommates gossiping, she didn't keep them in suspense. Is it that exaggerated? Don't I usually dress like this? Xia Shihan looked down at her clothes and didn't notice anything different. In fact, today she not only wore JK, which was extremely rare, but also wore a bra binder. That high and straight chest is full of charm. It's like it could bounce up at the touch of a finger. Xia Shihan nodded with satisfaction and continued. But I do have something to do today. All the freshmen had to hike to the Dongshan shooting range today, and the school wanted to arrange volunteers to accompany them. I happened to have nothing to do, so I agreed to help. Why are you dressed like this to help? Are you sure you are going to help? Su Lan asked in surprise. Xia Shihan looked down and said, why not? Isn't it beautiful? Sister, do you really not know what you are going to do? How can you help like this? Zhao Meina echoed. Okay, I'm not going to be a laborer. Of course I know what I'm doing. By the way, Mina, can you lend me your guitar? Xia Shihan said with a smile. Guitar? Shihan, are you sure you are going to help today? Su Lan expressed her doubt. Near 7 o'clock. 2,000 freshmen from Jiangai University have gathered. All teams are divided into groups according to their departments. Today they will walk 15 kilometers to the Dongshan shooting range. Accompanying them were not only the counselors and instructors of each class, but also volunteers arranged by each department. This is also the annual practice of Jiangai University. It can not only exercise students' physical fitness, but also let them know that the current comfortable life is hard-won. Brother Ning, can I not go? I'm an injured patient. Before the team even set off, Sun Liang had already started to think about backing out. It's all because he boasted that he would share the good and bad times with his roommate in order to get into the school beauty's dormitory. Who knew that after just a few days, he had already started to back out? Brother Ning, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. Last time when I went to help the school beauty move to a dormitory, I saw him carry such a big suitcase up to the 5th floor by himself, without blushing or breathing hard. Zhao Hai said contemptuously. Yes, I saw it too. He was talking and laughing with that senior student named Wu Jing along the way. Lu Hao added. I'll go talk to the instructor myself. Although Zhao Hai and Lu Hao had exposed his shortcomings, he still didn't want to suffer this. In his opinion, he was from the capital after all, so how could he suffer here? It's okay. If you don't want to go, then don't go. I'll let the two of them take care of Suna. Don't worry. Chao Ning grinned. No, Brother Ning, can't I go? Sun Liang immediately became scared when he heard this. Zhao Hai and Lu Hao were both stunned. Suna. Who is this girl, Brother Ning? Zhao Hai asked in surprise. Yeah, I've never heard of it. Lu Hao agreed. Oh, you're talking about Suna, that's the girl that Lao Sun just chatted up with. Chao Ning smiled and continued, didn't you notice that every time he hid under the shade of the tree, there was always a beautiful girl next to him? I didn't pay much attention to it at first. It wasn't until the last time I moved to the dormitory that I saw him secretly running over to say hello to someone. I only found out after asking several people. There is also this matter. Old son, you are so unkind. You actually eat alone and don't even introduce one to us. Zhao Hai said indignantly. Sun Liang felt a little embarrassed after hearing this. Nana hasn't agreed to my request yet. I will definitely introduce you to her when I'm done. Zhao Hai and Lu Hao smiled at each other. Old son, I think you should go back and rest. You are injured after all. It is really inconvenient for you to walk such a long distance. Yes, I think so too. Lu Hao laughed. Seeing the two people singing in unison, Sun Liang already felt a strong sense of crisis. I can still hold on. Isn't it said that good brothers should share weal and woe? It's really not appropriate for me to leave alone. Are you sure? I'm sure. After 4 hours of torture, the freshman team has left the urban area of Jiangning, and there is a mountainous and forested area ahead. To prevent accidents, many temporary medical stations were set up along the way. Chao Ning's team was at the end of the entire military training team. Because they are all boys. They also took on the responsibility of the reception team. In front of them are the girls from the music academy who are good at singing and dancing. Sun Liang was very active along the way. I went to the girls' team and stood guard. Not for anything else. It's just because of that girl named Suna. Right in front of the team. Brother Ning, how come old son is so lucky to be able to hook up with such a beautiful girl? It's hard for the three of us brothers to just follow behind and eat dog food. Zhao Hai sighed. You can't say that. You should say the two of us. Lu Hao fanned himself with his hat and said, Brother Ning is a man with a school beauty. We single guys can't compare to him. Zhao Hai thought about it and felt that it made sense. That's right, and there are two of them. How about Brother Ning, can you tell us how you won those two school beauties? Really want to know? Yeah. Zhao Hai and Lu Hao nodded in unison. Maybe it's because I'm handsome. Chao Ning smiled faintly. Zhao Hai. Lu Hao. Not long after the team left the city, more and more people fell behind. Zhao Hai and Lu Hao, who had complaints at the beginning, now had more complaints. Brother, you are too weak. It is understandable for girls to fall behind, but you guys are also falling behind. Do you have the nerve to do that? Zhao Hai opened his mouth and started to scold those dying boys. But those few people, although very angry, did not dare to refute. That's right, we are all boys, so hurry up and leave by yourselves, don't let the girls look down on you. As he spoke, Lu Hao pushed the chubby boy next to him aside. Chao Ning was just watching from behind, he did nothing else besides helping the girls. The others were directly thrown to Zhao Hai and Lu Hao. When a few people were cursing, a large dark cloud suddenly appeared in the sky. Soon it started to rain heavily. Damn it, is this school reliable? Don't they even check the weather forecast before going out for training? Lu Hao cursed anxiously. What's the point of scolding? Find a place to hide quickly. Zhao Hai kicked Lu Hao. Following a large group of people, they crowded under a big tree. Chao Ning looked at the dark cloud in the sky. Always feel strange. Logically speaking, the school should organize people to come out. I will definitely check the weather forecast. But why does this happen? For a moment, the heavy rain directly dispersed the team. Although the instructors and political instructors tried their best to protect them, things were still in chaos. Just then, the system refreshed the task. Ding! The system has detected the presence of undead in the forest. Ferryman, please go and escort the undead immediately. Reward for this mission, 5 million red gold coins. When Chao Ning heard the task prompt, subconsciously relieved. 5 million red gold coins meant that the other party was just a wandering ghost and was not a cause for concern. But now he couldn't get away, so he had to release Lu Hongying and let her do the operation. During these days of military training at school, whenever Chao Ning couldn't leave, he would arrange for her to go. Task processing is relatively familiar. After receiving Chao Ning's instructions, Lu Hongying immediately flew towards the depths of the dense forest. Soon after Lu Hongying left, the heavy rain stopped. When each class teacher counts the number of students. But I found that some people were missing. The instructor and leader of the team were extremely anxious. If anything happens to these students, all of them will be held responsible. After half an hour of inventory and screening, finally, it was determined that more than 20 people were missing. At this time, Lu Hongying also came back. But he came back in a very miserable state. What's going on? How did you get into this state? When Chao Ning saw Lu Hongying, her soul was already injured. Lu Hongying has the strength of an evil spirit, and ordinary ghosts cannot hurt her at all. The system prompts that the opponent is only worth 5 million red gold coins. It's impossible to be so strong. Master, that is not one undead spirit, but 3 evil spirits, 2 evil spirits and 1 fierce spirit. Lu Hongying immediately told Chao Ning what she had just encountered. It turned out that after Lu Hongying chased into the depths of the jungle, I did find the evil spirit according to the coordinates. And he was easily subdued. But who knew that there were a few undead not far away? And it's even stronger. Among them, a female evil spirit is the strongest. She couldn't resist at all. If she hadn't run fast enough, she would have died there. Evil spirit. This is the most powerful undead spirit Chao Ning has encountered so far. Okay, I understand. You should go back to the soul bag and recover first. Chao Ning threw a soul-fixing pill to Lu Hongying and put her back into the soul-catching bag. Why are there so many undead here? This shouldn't be the case. Does the underworld not care? Chao Ning muttered to himself. At this moment, all the instructors leading the team already assembled, they are going to search along the mountain path. Time waits for no one, they are about to enter the mountain. Seeing this, Chao Ning immediately stepped forward and asked to join. The situation in the mountains is unclear. No matter how many people go, they will just be sending their heads away. Instructor, I'll go with you too. More people will help. The counselor who led the team was a young man. When he saw Chao Ning wanted to join the rescue team, he directly refused. No, if you go, it will only cause more trouble. If I really take you with me, it will only delay the rescue. Chao Ning ignored him and looked at the instructor. Instructor, I've been on a mountaineering team before, I can do it. The instructor was also hesitant. First, they were really short of people. Such a large dense forest, they can't make it with just these people. But if I take Chao Ning with me, I'm afraid something might happen to him. Let him go with me. I believe he can do it. The person who spoke was the instructor who led the girls' parade in the next class. He was there when Chao Ning was doing push-ups. At that time, he thought Chao Ning was a good candidate for the military. But the counselor still wanted to keep him. Teacher Lu, don't worry. I believe I won't make a mistake in choosing someone. The instructor nodded with a smile. The counselor looked at Chao Ning and finally nodded. Okay, you can go, but you have to be careful. I can't lose you again. Teacher Lu, don't worry, I'm fine. Chao Ning nodded seriously. If he hadn't gone on this trip, I'm afraid no one would have come back. Deep in the forest, there are several towering trees growing beside the dark stream, and each of their leaves is as big as an adult. A dozen students in military training uniforms gathered under the tree. They gathered here because they ran into the dense forest and lost their way due to the sudden heavy rain. There was a figure that stood out in the crowd. She was wearing tight jeans and a fitted short-sleeved shirt, and her long, beautiful hair was tied into a ponytail and tucked behind her hat. Carrying a pink school bag behind her. Although she looked like a delicate girl, she was comforting other frightened people at the moment. Looking around, there were dense jungles all around. Although the surrounding scenery was beautiful, no one had time to appreciate it. They didn't know where they were and there was no cell phone signal. Everyone, don't be nervous. If the instructor finds out we're not here, he will definitely send someone to look for us. Don't run around. Boys, show some style and help the girls more. While comforting the girl next to her, Xia Shihan tried to make a phone call, but there was no signal after several attempts. She was supposed to go to the shooting range in advance to organize the pickup. But when she was about to arrive, several sophomore volunteers were unable to come due to other matters, so she volunteered to be a resident volunteer in the finance class. When it rained heavily, all the students ran into the woods to take shelter. She and some students mistakenly ran into the woods in a panic, and ended up here. Senior, this place is so scary, are there blind bears or something like that? A girl squeezed up to Xia Shihan and grabbed her arm tightly. Xia Shihan smiled gently, don't worry, there are no carnivorous wild animals here, so don't worry. Boys, form a circle outside and surround the girls in the middle. Pay attention and see if there are any familiar signs around. As long as the sky clears up, we can find the direction to go back. Really? As soon as Xia Shihan finished speaking, the sun came out. The students around saw the sunlight coming in and breathed a sigh of relief. Xia Shihan is not only a school beauty, but also has good knowledge of geography. She quickly analyzed the direction based on the position of the sun and the time. Her calmness and composure in the face of danger even made some boys in the team feel ashamed. Soon everyone walked in one direction under the guidance of Xia Shihan. They had not walked far when the boys behind them suddenly felt something creepy and shivered. I say, did you see something flying behind us just now? Things? Don't be suspicious. Senior has already told me that there are no carnivorous animals here. Don't scare yourself. No, I don't mean animals, I mean that kind of thing. The kind that floats. Floating. Please don't scare me, okay? I'm most afraid of this kind of thing. Xia Shihan, who was walking in front of the team, was also very nervous. She heard everything the boy said just now. She didn't believe that there was such a thing in the world before, but ever since she met the senior in red, her concept has been completely overturned. But she must stay calm now and must not panic first. Woo woo woo. Ah. A cold wind blew by, and the girls in the team screamed in fright. Don't be nervous, it's just the sound of wind blowing through the leaves. Xia Shihan hurriedly explained. There is someone there. Suddenly a girl pointed at a big tree not far away and shouted. Everyone shuddered with fear. Look in the direction the girl is pointing. There's nothing there. Yusin, please stop scaring me. You're frightening me to death. Yes, Yusin, you can't joke around now. The girl named Yusin became anxious when she heard this. No, I'm not scaring anyone. There really was a figure there just now. The girl was so anxious that she was about to cry. Xia Shirhan suddenly had a bad feeling. She had seen the dead with her own eyes, so she still believed a little bit what the girl just said. Don't delay, let's go quickly. Speed up a bit. I believe we will be able to get out soon. Xia Shirhan had just calmed down the girl behind her when she turned around. A man in white suddenly appeared in front of me. A ghost. The students were so scared that they ran away in all directions. He was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. His face was pale, blood was coming out of all his orifices, and he had an extremely obscene smile on his face. The chaotic students only took a few steps before they were forced back. Because there wasn't just one in the woods. There were 4 men in white clothes around them. Each of them had an extremely obscene smile on their face, and they surrounded us from different directions. Everyone was surrounded. How could there be such a horrible thing here? What should I do? What should I do? I don't want to die yet. I don't want to die either. I haven't had a boyfriend or slept with a man yet. How about we rush out together? Where should I go? There's so much stuff all around. What should I do? What should I do? The students were so frightened that they were in a panic and no one dared to take the lead and run out. Stay calm, let's think of some way to delay the time until the rescue team arrives. Xia Shirhan tried her best to comfort the students, but in fact she was already extremely panicked. Now she only hopes that Chao Ning can come as soon as possible. Only he can deal with this situation. You don't come over here. Let me tell you, my husband is a ferryman. He is nearby. This sentence is really useful. When the undead around heard the word ferryman, they all stopped. Since when did you have a husband and a ferryman? Filming a TV series. Don't worry about who the senior sister's husband is. As long as he can get out, I will burn incense for him every day. Oh my God, is what the senior said true? Then please let him come quickly. I really don't want to die. Really? Your husband is a ferryman, so just let him come. Suddenly, a woman with deep resentment fell from the sky. She was surrounded by black smoke all over, had long hair, her eyes were covered in blood, and there were several bright red blood marks on her face. On the hands, there were nails that were more than 10 centimeters long. Compared to the red-dressed senior Lu Hongying. Obviously her resentment is even deeper and her strength is even stronger. The moment she appeared, the 5 undead around her subconsciously became terrified, with more or less fear on their faces. Who are you, and why are you making things difficult for us? Xia Shirhan's voice began to tremble. The appearance of the woman in front of her was so terrifying that she was a little panicked. Why are you scared? The woman walked closer and looked at Xia Shirhan carefully. I like your appearance very much. I also had a perfect appearance like you. If it weren't for these damn guys. The woman glared at him angrily. As he spoke, he suddenly became violent, and the negative energy on his body became even stronger, frightening the men around him so much that they trembled all over. It's not hard to hear from the woman's voice. The fact that she is now like this is definitely related to the 5 men around her. Xia Shirhan sensed a turning point and tried to strike up a conversation with her to buy some time. I think you must have been very beautiful when you were alive. But why did you become like this now? The woman suddenly came close to Xia Shirhan, staring at her with her red eyes, only 10 centimeters away from her. Xia Shirhan was so scared that she forgot to dodge. Your eyes tell me you're stalling for time. Xia Shirhan didn't say anything, she didn't know how to refute. The woman took 2 steps back, and the resentment in her body became much softer. Well, whether you are stalling for time or not, you have successfully aroused my interest, so it doesn't hurt to tell you. The woman's real name is Song Haiyun. When he was alive, he was close friends with the 5 men next to him. It was a morning 3 years ago. The 5 of them drove to the woods to explore, but then for some unknown reason, it suddenly started to rain heavily, and they and one of the men were separated. Song Huiyan ran under a tree with the other 4 men to hide from the rain. This is where Xia Shihan and the others took shelter from the rain just now. Song Huiyan was as beautiful as a flower and had a gorgeous appearance when she was alive. But looking at these few people, I looked down on everyone. While hiding from the rain, the 4 of them suddenly had evil thoughts at the same time. Taking advantage of the fact that there were few people in the woods, the 4 men raped Song Huiyan under a tree. This scene was seen by another person hiding in the bushes not far away. Song Huiyan desperately asked him for help, but the man was afraid that he would be killed, so he chose to watch coldly. Finally, after the 4 men had vented their bestiality, they drove her into the icy stream and left her struggling desperately. Finally, Song Huiyan's body became weaker and weaker, and she eventually froze to death beside the stream. Later, after a forensic investigation, no signs of violence were found before her death. The final conclusion was that she accidentally fell into the water and froze to death. After Song Huiyan's death, the negative energy was not there, and the resentment became deeper and deeper. Finally, late one night, she captured all 5 men and took them deep into the jungle, including the men who did not come to her rescue. In this way, the 5 of them were frozen to death by the stream by the same means. This case was once very popular, and the police investigated it for a long time but could not find any results. In the end, it came to nothing. What's wrong with the world? Why did this happen? Xia Shihan was a little shocked. Then why don't you go and reincarnate after you take revenge? Do you want to continue to harm people here? Xia Shihan felt a little sympathetic towards Song Huiyan's situation. Reincarnation. Song Huiyan sneered, and those who heard it trembled in their hearts. Isn't this why I asked you to come here? Seeing Xia Shihan in a daze, Song Huiyan continued to explain, although I have taken revenge, my resentment has deepened. If I don't find a close bodyguard, I will never be able to enter the netherworld, so, now you know why I want to arrest you. What, you want us to be scapegoats? Xia Shihan widened her eyes. She didn't expect that a woman who had experienced such an experience would become so vicious. I'm not afraid to tell you that the ferryman you were counting on has just come, but I've injured her and she's escaped. Don't have any more illusions. Song Huiyan's words were like a bolt from the blue. The last bit of faith left in everyone's heart was shattered just like that. What, Chao Ning is injured? Xia Shihan was shocked. The man she was so proud of was defeated just like that. So her name is Chao Ning. It's a good name, but it's a pity that her strength is too weak. Song Huiyan said with a smirk. I don't believe this is true. It's impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. If you don't believe it, you can yell 3 times and see if he will come to save you. Song Huiyan is quite confident. She had just witnessed Lu Hongyi's strength. It's just a period of evil spirits. Besides her, there were 3 evil spirits and 2 fierce spirits present. Even if she doesn't have to do anything, Lu Hongyi will definitely not be able to escape. There was finally a hint of panic on Xia Shihan's face. She looked around at the quiet forest. Finally, holding on to the last glimmer of hope, he shouted 3 times around him. Chao Ning! Chao Ning! Chao Ning! After 3 calls, there was still no sound around. Well, I didn't lie to you. Song Huiyan had a smug smile on her face. At this moment, all the students behind Xia Shihan panicked. What's going on? Why didn't the senior's husband come? I don't want to die. Mom, I want to go home. The last glimmer of hope is shattered. Many girls were so scared that they started crying on the spot. I heard you were looking for me. A man's voice suddenly came from behind Song Huiyan. When Xia Shihan saw that person, she burst into laughter. Chao Ning, are you really here? The person who came was Chao Ning. Since entering the dense forest, Chao Ning has been searching along the previous coordinates, but when he arrived at the place, he found that the other party had disappeared. Just at this moment, I heard Xia Shihan calling my name. So Chao Ning immediately chased in the direction where the sound came from. Sure enough, I ran into Xia Shihan and a group of people who were surrounded here. Who are you? Song Huiyan was shocked. Chao Ning suddenly appeared behind her. She didn't even notice. Chao Ning raised his lips. Didn't you just say that you beat me away? Why are you pretending not to know me now? Are you Chao Ning? Then who was that woman in red just now? Song Huiyan asked puzzledly. You mean her? Chao Ning waved his hand and Lu Hongying appeared in front of everyone. Master, they were the ones who hurt me. Lu Hongying pointed at the woman and snorted. Master. She is your soulmate. So you are the ferryman. Damn it, why would this happen? Song Huiyan's face suddenly changed. From the original indifference, the suspense continued to deepen. Soon a cloud of black air covered half of her face. Oh my God, is this my senior's husband? He's so handsome. Come on, is this the time to be a fangirl? Hey, why is he wearing the same clothes as us? Could he be a freshman like us? By the way, did anyone see when he appeared just now? As expected of a guy who can seduce the school beauty, even the way he makes his debut is so handsome. Don't you think this person looks familiar? Have you seen him somewhere? I remember now, he's the boy who had scandals with 2 school beauties. It turned out to be him. He is indeed the school beauty's man. Seeing Chao Ning's special appearance, the students who were originally panicked now suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. I heard that you just called me husband. Chao Ning grinned. No, please stop talking nonsense. Xia Shihan turned her face away in embarrassment, fearing that Chao Ning would see her embarrassed look. Haha, woman. Chao Ning shook his head and smiled bitterly, but he didn't want to expose her. Damn it, are you guys treating me like I don't exist? Song Huiyan was inexplicably fed a wave of dog food. The black energy on his body became increasingly dense. 3 evil spirits, 2 evil spirits, plus you as an evil spirit. That's enough. It saves me from having to look for them again. Chao Ning said casually. Just after she entered the dense forest, the system refreshed a new task. If you kill these 6 undead, you will get 10 billion red gold coins as a reward. This is an opportunity to make a fortune right at your doorstep. How could I miss it? Humph, you are so arrogant. Don't think I am afraid of you just because you are a ferryman. Come on, you useless bastards. Song Huiyan was violent, so how could the undead around her dare not disobey her? The 5 of them bared their ferocious fangs. It was like a few white shadows, rushing directly towards Chao Ning. You have such a small skill, and you dare to show off in front of me. Chao Ning didn't waste time talking to them and directly took out the Longyan gun and opened fire at full power. Da-da-da. 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 The dragon flame spear, which usually only fires single shots, was treated by Chao Ning as an AK-47 today for the first time, and it fired directly at the 5 evil spirits. The 5 evil ghosts are too weak. Before they could react, it was already killed, with only 1 left. A bunch of scum. Pa. Chao Ning carried the dragon flame spear and casually patted Lu Hongying's plump buttocks. Here, the remaining 1 is for you to practice alone. Don't say. Ever since Lu Hongying was conquered by Chao Ning, as his cultivation became stronger, his figure became more charming. Look at that towering cream peak, it definitely meets the standards of a big D. Plus, she's pretty good looking. With a little training, he can definitely become a top-notch expert. Being suddenly attacked by Chao Ning, Lu Hongying also became charming and shy. Master, you are annoying. Xia Xueme is still here. If you want to play, I will go back and play with you to your heart's content. Lu Hongying got into the role really quickly, which surprised Chao Ning. Chao Ning. Xia Shihan puffed up her cheeks and glared at him angrily. Can you hurry up? There are so many of us waiting to go back to the main force. We don't have time to waste with you. Senior is jealous. That's right, this guy is really awesome, he even dares to attack ghosts, his spirit is really admirable. I think it's probably because the senior sister didn't let him do it, and he got so frustrated that he even didn't let the ghosts go. He. Speak softly, don't let the senior sister hear you. Hearing the students talking behind her, Xia Shihan stomped her feet in anger. If Song Huiyan hadn't been in the middle, she would have rushed over and bit Chao Ning hard. Chao Ning is also innocent. He just acted subconsciously. I didn't really want to tease you. Who would have known that in the eyes of these people, I would become a hungry wolf that would eat anything? Shut up. Song Huiyan and Xia Shihan spoke at the same time. Song Huiyan was a little embarrassed. Judging from what Chao Ning just did, he is definitely at the level of a ghost official. A ghost catcher of this level is so powerful that even the Ghost King would have to be a little wary of him. On the other side, after receiving instructions from Chao Ning, Lu Hongying immediately pounced towards the evil ghost. Although they are both evil spirits. But after Lu Hongying obtained Chao Ning's Qi Ling Dan, her cultivation improved a lot. Not only did she become stronger, but she no longer needed to rely on resentment to improve herself. A single evil spirit could not pose any threat to her. Soon the evil spirit was subdued, torn apart and devoured by her. The scenes are extremely bloody and brutal. There were many students present who saw this scene, and they were all so frightened that they bent over and vomited on the spot. Master, I'm back. Lu Hongying wiped her mouth and returned to Chao Ning. Chao Ning also had a look of disgust on his face. You stay away from me. Next time, can you find me a place where there is no one to digest it? It makes me not want to eat at night. Chao Ning also felt a little nauseous. Although he had heard a lot about evil spirits eating people, he still felt a little disgusted when he saw such a scene with his own eyes. Oh, okay, I won't do it next time, hee. Lu Hongying came forward with a smile. After Lu Hongying devoured the evil spirit, her soul immediately received a huge replenishment of spiritual power, and her strength continued to rise. The next second, he actually broke into the evil spirit realm. Your strength is increasing very quickly, but I have to remind you that you can't devour souls casually. If the underworld finds out, you'll be in big trouble. Chao Ning reminded. The underworld has rules. No ghost official can devour the souls of the dead. If anyone tries to challenge the underworld, the end will be miserable. Okay, master, I will never do that again. Lu Hongying was like a child who had done something wrong and immediately lowered her head to admit her mistake. Okay, forget it this time. It's just a wandering ghost. It's hard to find it in the Book of Life and Death. But we still have to be careful. I tell you, you don't know how powerful those two black and white impermanents are. Where do you want to go? Chao Ning was halfway through his words when he saw Song Huiyan trying to sneak away. After Song Huiyan was scolded by Chao Ning, she immediately stood there motionless. Now she didn't dare to disobey Chao Ning again. If she made the other party unhappy in the slightest, she would be wiped out. I'll give you two choices. Either become my little brother or die. It's your choice. Chao Ning said domineeringly. Master, you are so annoying. It's not enough that you have me as your soulmate. Why are you still thinking about finding a sister? Lu Hongying said angrily. I'm just looking for a helper for you. Next time you encounter a difficult situation, if I can't get away, I'll have someone to help me. In fact, Chao Ning's real thought is, if there are two evil spirits as subordinates, and they are two beautiful women, get two more cosplay suits. Don't we have both Daji and Diao Chan? It would be very prestigious for me to go to the underworld to attend the ferryman conference again. Even Zhao Li could find Xia Yiqing as his helper, and with the help of Tianf, he couldn't lose in momentum. What do you think? If you don't want to, forget it. As he spoke, Chao Ning had already raised the dragon flame spear and aimed it at Song Huiyan. Song Huiyan reacted and immediately bowed respectfully. I do. Let me make it clear first. I'm the older sister and you're the younger sister. You have to listen to me from now on. Lu Hongying pouted and hummed. Xia Shihan. Where am I and who am I? Is this none of my business? Then I leave. Ahem. Chao Ning coughed twice and handed over a Qi Ling Dan. Take the soul-contracting pill, and you will be my soul-contracting person from now on. I can also promise you that as long as you lead 9,999 souls of the dead, I will send you to reincarnate. Thank you, Master. Song Huiyin is much more sensible than Lu Hongying was at the beginning. She has avenged her great hatred, and what she wants most now is to be reborn as a new person. There is no one or anything in this world worth her staying for. Song Huiyin took the Qiling pill without hesitation and said, I am willing to serve you like a cow or a horse, and I will do anything for you. Chao Ning nodded with satisfaction. He is not worried that Song Huiyin will give in temporarily. After all, the Qiling pill itself can purify resentment. Lu Hongying is a good example. Who would have thought that this naive girl is the once feared senior girl in red? After Song Huiyin took the Qi Ling Dan, the negative energy in her body slowly disappeared, and her red eyes gradually became clear. She soon returned to her original state. With bright eyes, white teeth, and skin as white as cream, she is indeed a beauty. Am I dreaming? The evil female devil just now has turned into a beautiful woman. Really? You know what, this female ghost is pretty, otherwise how could anyone be so attracted to her? I love it, I love it. If she could be my girlfriend, I would be willing to quit playing games forever. Brother, you must be crazy, that's a female ghost. What are you afraid of? If my senior's husband can do it, why can't we do it? That's right, have you seen a Chinese ghost story? There's this part in it. While everyone was discussing, suddenly a cold wind blew. The leaves around were rustling. In the distance, there were two figures, one black and one white, walking towards this side quickly. The white shadow has a smiling face, is tall and thin, has a pale complexion, and a long tongue hanging out of his mouth. The official hat on his head has the words, "First sight brings wealth," written on it. A black shadow with a fierce face, a broad and fat body, a small and dark face, and the words, "Peace in the world," written on his official hat. Both of them were holding handcuffs and shackles, and it was obvious that they were here with bad intentions. Why are they two here? After seeing the two of them, Chao Ning muttered something quietly. Are these two people cosplaying? Why are they dressed like the black and white impermanents? Brother, what's your look? That's it. What the hell, what happened today? First I saw a ghost, and now even the black and white impermanents have come out. Is my luck going to change? I don't want to stay here. This place is too scary. Chao Ning heard a group of people chattering non-stop. I am upset right now. Just wave your hand. Memory wipe. Everyone present, except Xia Shihan, fainted. It was just like the scene when Chao Ning erased Xia Shihan's memory. But this time he didn't attack Xia Shihan. Simply because it cannot be eliminated. Better save some face for yourself. After the surroundings quiet down, Chao Ning immediately walked up to the two of them with a smile and greeted them. Hi, Brother Xie and Brother Fan, what brings you two here? Hey, Brother Xie, your recent live broadcast is pretty good. I'm also a fan of your live broadcast room. When is the next live broadcast? Otherwise, help me become famous too. Compared to the black-faced black impermanence, Chao Ning prefers the smiling white impermanence. It's pleasing to watch if you don't hit someone who smiles at you. Hearing Chao Ning's attempt to get close to him, the black and white impermanents who were passing by sneered. They know Chao Ning's character very well. I've been a troublemaker since I was a kid. He has always been the one who only takes advantage and never suffers any loss. Now this abnormal approach. Obviously, if someone shows kindness for no reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. This kid is definitely hiding something. Don't try to play tricks on me, kid. You say you are a fan of my live broadcast room, but I have never seen you just do a lot of health checks and try to fool people. Bai Wuchang snorted coldly. Since Bai Wuchang started live streaming, he has attracted countless fans, and even those who write novels have become famous. Now he is a famous figure in both the Yin and Yang worlds. Chao Ning felt a little embarrassed when his little thoughts were suddenly exposed. You two brothers know that my family is so poor that I can't even afford food, so how can I afford health care? Chao Ning cried about poverty, and had to admit. He looked like a scoundrel, begging for mercy. Humph, that's enough. We won't beat around the bush with you. The Book of Life and Death shows that there was an incident of evil spirits being devoured here. Tell me, who did it? He Wu Chang said grimly. This. Goodman, you really are here to cause trouble. The evil spirit didn't see you two when he was busy looking for a replacement. The work is done. You two are here to collect the bill. Hee, brothers, this is not true. What you are talking about may have happened before I came. Look, I just dispelled a few residual souls. Chao Ning put his arms around their shoulders and walked aside. Lu Hongying, who was standing there, immediately looked depressed. She could guess that it was probably related to the evil spirit she had just devoured. Wow. I regret it. If I had known, I should have just dispersed it and wouldn't have caused trouble for the master. Song Huiyan had just joined the company and was not familiar with Lu Hongying, so she could not get a word in and could only smile awkwardly. Xia Shihan and Lu Hongying had met before, but they were not familiar with each other. If I were to persuade him rashly, it would seem a bit abrupt. That was it. The three of them had no choice but to stand there and watch. Not far away, Chao Ning kept making gestures with the two of them, as if he was bargaining. After a long while, the three people seemed to have reached an agreement. Chao Ning put his arms around the shoulders of the two men, and they were as close as good brothers wearing the same pants. No one mentioned the matter of swallowing evil spirits again. Lonely ghosts, it's easy to clean up. Few people will hold on to it. After seeing off the black and white impermanence, Chao Ning sighed. He came back with his hands covering his heart. Okay, everything has been resolved. From now on, neither of you is allowed to devour souls. These two guys are targeting me. If it happens again, I will really lick my wife. As he spoke, Chao Ning put his hand on Xia Shihan's slender waist and squeezed it lightly. Xia Shihan's eyes narrowed, and the corners of her mouth slightly opened. Get lost. After finishing everything, Chao Ning was not in a hurry to leave. According to Song Haiyun, the extreme weather here seems to be related to a giant tree. This was the tree under which she and Xia Shihan had taken shelter from the rain before. Is this the one you're talking about? Chao Ning patted the trunk of the tree, which was longer than a car. The first feeling after touching. There is spiritual power hidden above. Master is right, it is this tree. Every time there is a heavy rain, the spiritual power of this tree will be replenished, as if the rain is meant to provide it with energy. Song Huiyan said affirmatively. Seeing Chao Ning remained silent, Song Huiyan continued to ask, Master, do you know the origin of this tree? Chao Ning nodded, then shook his head. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a locust tree, at least 2,000 years old. But what puzzles me is that such a precious tree is not protected by the Forestry Bureau. It is really strange. Master, are you saying that this is a 1,000-year-old locust tree? Song Huiyan asked in surprise. Chao Ning nodded, that's right. There is a locust tree in front of the door, and 100 ghosts are parading at night. That's what it means. A huge tree that is 2,000 years old is indeed extremely rare. Maybe it can still lead to the bottom. Below. Song Huiyan was very confused. Could it be that this tree can lead directly to the underworld? Okay, forget about this tree for now. You two should go back to the soul grabber bags. The instructor should be here soon. Chao Ning interrupted the conversation. In fact, he suspected that the tree was left there intentionally by someone. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible to survive here safely for 1,000 years. At least with a tree trunk this big, you can make a few sets of solid wood furniture and make some money. Song Huiyan and Lu Hongying looked at each other and nodded together, yes. After putting the two of them into the soul-catching bag, Chao Ning walked over to Xia Shihan, who was puffing her cheeks. He was really surprised that this girl could remain calm in the face of the evil spirit and even delay until he arrived. If it were someone else, they would have probably been scared to tears. Are you jealous? Chao Ning asked tentatively. Xia Shihan rolled her eyes. Humph, you're just dreaming, how could I be jealous of you? Don't forget, we will be divorced in half a year at most, and then we will go our separate ways. Although Xia Shihan refused to admit it. But Chao Ning could still feel it. I'm glad you're happy, but should we leave here quickly? After all, the air here doesn't seem to be very good. The air is bad. Is it? Xia Shihan took a few sniffs. the result was just a lonely smell. Chao Ning suppressed his smile. Don't you think the air here is a bit sour? When Xia Shihan reacted, her eyes widened like bells and she started pinching Chao Ning. Okay, so you are insulting me, you are so hateful, humph. Chao Ning dodged hurriedly. All right, let's go quickly, they should be waking up soon. Erasing short-term memory can make people sleep for a while. But it won't last long. Seeing Xia Shihan motionless, Chao Ning turned around and walked up to her and said with a smile, what's wrong with you? You're not still jealous of the ghost, are you? You, woo-woo. Xia Shihan raised her little fist, snorted angrily, and then put it down. I sprained my ankle. Xia Shihan said with her head down. You sprained your ankle? Let me take a look. When Chao Ning heard this, he immediately squatted in front of her and gently lifted his left foot which was almost hanging in the air. Is it this one? Xia Shihan pouted and nodded. It hurts, please be gentle. Well, luckily I didn't hurt any bones. I just need to stay in the dormitory for 2 days. After examining her, Chao Ning rubbed her ankle for a while. Does it still hurt now? Xia Shihan nodded stubbornly. Much better, but it still hurts a little. It seems like you can't walk anymore. Come on up. I'll carry you back. After the examination, Chao Ning bent down with his back to Xia Shihan. I can walk by myself. Xia Shihan felt a little embarrassed. She had never been so close to a boy since she was a child. What are you afraid of? Have you forgotten that we are legal? If you don't come up, I'll leave. There might be some monsters in this forest. Chao Ning urged. Ah. Xia Shihan looked around at the dark and silent forest. A sudden chill rises. No. I can't come up. After saying this, Xia Shihan was so scared that she obediently climbed onto Chao Ning's back. Don't say that. The school flower's body is soft and comfortable. The moment I leaned over, you can clearly feel the softness of the 2 elastic lines. You are not allowed to have such random thoughts. Xia Shihan seemed to notice Chao Ning's abnormality and pouted angrily. Chao Ning was so sad that he could not even cry. How can this be called a cool school beauty? Clearly a domineering female president. Big sister, are you being reasonable? It seems like you are riding me now, right? Yeah. Xia Shihan thought about it and it seemed to be the case. Then you are allowed to think a little bit, but you are not allowed to have any bad thoughts, otherwise I will beat you up. Xia Shihan raised her fist. Don't say that. Still pretty cute. And the cold and beautiful schoolgirl who used to be so high above. 2 people altogether. Okay, I'll do as you say. That's more like it. Xia Shihan nodded contentedly. By the way, is your weekend military training about to end? According to the training syllabus, it ends on Friday. Why are you asking this? Military training usually lasts for 2 weeks. It's Friday exactly. It's nothing, it's just that my grandfather and my parents asked me to take you back for dinner. Don't think too much about it, this is their request, it has nothing to do with me. Xia Shihan quickly shook her hand to indicate that it had nothing to do with her. It doesn't matter if it's your idea, but as a junior, I should indeed visit my father-in-law. Chao Ning said seriously. It has been more than a week since I received the certificate. He couldn't find time to visit. It really shouldn't. When we returned to the team, some of the unconscious students had woken up. I saw a stranger carrying Xia Shihan back. Everyone's first reaction. They all opened their mouths instinctively. This. He actually dared to carry me on his back. No. I'm angry. Who is this guy? I've never seen a senior like this with a boy. Oh my God, could he be the school beauty's rumored boyfriend? Really? The boy in camouflage uniform in the school bar is him. What were they doing just now? Did they go into the woods? Hearing the younger students around her discussing herself, Xia Shihan blushed subconsciously. You guys don't talk nonsense. I sprained my foot, so Chao Ning carried me on his back. Xia Shihan hurriedly explained. Oh, it turns out that senior sister's boyfriend is called Chao Ning. Hey, why does this name sound so familiar? It seems that there is a talented freshman in our freshman class who can do 300 push-ups in one breath. His name is Chao Ning. No wonder he looks so familiar, it really is him. As expected, gossip has no gender. Sometimes boys are more terrifying than girls when they gossip. Chao Ning smiled awkwardly. At this time, he didn't know how to explain. People are like this, the better they are, the more pressure they feel. Okay, stop guessing. The instructor is still looking for us in front. Let's go over there quickly and don't make them anxious. After hearing this, everyone temporarily put aside their curiosity for gossip. Chao Ning leads the way. There was no delay along the way. Out of the foggy forest wall. In front, I saw the instructor who came to search. There were also many rescue team members wearing dark blue clothes. School field zipper. Suddenly dozens of students were missing. No one dares to be careless. I saw Chao Ning coming out of the jungle with a dozen students. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The instructor who had previously agreed to let Chao Ning join the rescue team immediately ran forward. How is it? Is everything okay? It's okay, it's okay. Except for my sprained ankle, everything else is fine. Chao Ning smiled. After the instructor confirmed that everyone was safe and sound, he couldn't help but give Chao Ning a big eye roll with resentment. You kid, you disappeared once you entered the woods. I thought something happened to you too. I thought that punishment was inevitable. Who would have thought that you would find everyone back for me? You are really good, kid. Hee hee. Instructor, I made it clear beforehand, didn't I say I could find them all? I wasn't bragging, was I? Yes, yes, you are really capable. The instructor nodded repeatedly in affirmation. Talk is talk, noise is noise. Chao Ning has a good relationship with these instructors privately. Later, Chao Ning also learned. After he entered the woods, the rescue team had already found a dozen other students. Only he and a dozen students around him are missing. They searched for a long time in the woods. None found. Not to mention seeing a 1,000-year-old locust tree. I learned that Chao Ning had brought the remaining students out. The medical team soon followed. Are there any students injured? We have a stretcher here. Chao Ning gestured to Xia Shihan on his back. Do you want to sit on the stretcher? No, no, I'm not dying. I don't want it. Carry me to the medical vehicle. Xia Shihan snorted. Along the way, Xia Shihan lay quietly on Chao Ning's back. I don't know why, but I always feel safe when I'm with him. Chao Ning smiled awkwardly. It seems that Xia Shihan still likes riding her. Excuse me, could you tell me where the medical vehicle is? Chao Ning asked the paramedic beside him. Medical vehicle in. Wait a minute, stretcher, I want to sit on the stretcher, you put me down. I don't know why. Xia Shihan suddenly resisted Chao Ning. She even yelled and refused to let Chao Ning carry her on his back. I'd rather sit on a stretcher. Chao Ning looked confused. Watching Xia Shihan get off his back. Then the look of contempt when he was carried away by the ambulance. He was totally stunned. You were fine just now, why did your expression change so suddenly? Chao Ning. Chao Ning was halfway through his words when he saw a petite person jogging towards him from a distance. When I saw that person, Chao Ning understood. It turned out that Xia Shihan was jealous again. Wei, what a coincidence, why are you here too? Chao Ning greeted Li Weiwei with a smile. Li Weiwei trotted to Chao Ning and looked carefully to see if he was injured anywhere. I'm glad you're not hurt. I heard that you and a dozen of your classmates were missing, so I came to check on you. Li Weiwei has been serving as a volunteer in the team of the School of Humanities. I heard that Chao Ning and a dozen students are missing. She immediately asked her classmates about the situation. But after asking many people, no one knew what happened. Finally, a few minutes ago, we learned that Chao Ning came out of the woods. So she ran over immediately. Seeing that Chao Ning was safe and sound, she finally felt relieved. Hey, was that Xia Shihan just now? Why did she leave when she saw me coming? Li Weiwei asked puzzledly. Chao Ning didn't know how to explain it. You can't say that she ran away because she was jealous. She sprained her foot, so she's going to the medical vehicle. Ah, is it serious? Should we go to the hospital? Li Weiwei asked in surprise. It's not bad. There are no broken bones or muscles. It will be fine in 2 days. Is that so? That's good, that's good. Li Weiwei nodded, as if relieved. Okay, I'm relieved that you're okay. I'll leave first. I still have things to do over there. We'll contact each other by phone later. Li Weiwei smiled slightly, and her smile was very sweet. Well, go do whatever you want, I have to go back to the team. Li Weiwei nodded in agreement. After taking 2 steps, he looked back at Chao Ning, as if he was struggling with something. Are you free this weekend? My high school classmates are organizing a party. I want to invite you to go with me. Everyone has company. Li Weiwei lowered her head nervously, her small hands tightly grasping the corners of her clothes. It's like he mustered up so much courage. Weekend. Chao Ning now gets a headache when he hears the word weekend. He has made an appointment with Xia Shihan to meet her family at the weekend. Now Li Weiwei suddenly asked me out again. He didn't know what to choose. It won't keep you too long, it'll be quick. Li Weiwei looked at Chao Ning eagerly. That pleading look. Chao Ning really couldn't bear to refuse. Of course you can, but it won't last too long. Chao Ning said with some embarrassment. It's okay, it's okay. We'll just be gone for a while. At most we can sneak away quietly. I don't think anyone will notice. Li Weiwei showed her 2 little canine teeth, and her smile became even sweeter. Okay, we'll call each other then. Li Weiwei jumped up happily. Chao Ning stood there, smiling awkwardly, but he was mumbling in his heart. This damn charm of mine has nowhere to go. Always brings trouble to myself. Are all the campus beauties so proactive nowadays? Watching Li Weiwei walk away happily, Chao Ning finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the 3 idiots in the dormitory heard the news and rushed over. The 3 people hugged Chao Ning and cried bitterly. Brother Ning, I thought I would never see you again. Yes, Brother Ning, you don't know how much I miss you. Brother Ning, you haven't told us the password of your seed yet. Chao Ning was still very moved a second ago. The next second I wanted to shoot these 3 guys to death. What the hell is that last sentence? Are you planning to inherit my inheritance of more than 300 G? Because some students went missing during the training. From a safety perspective, the school finally unanimously decided to cancel the target shooting plan and sent buses to take everyone back to school in batches. In the next few days, all the freshmen spent their time on the training ground. In fact, Chao Ning really enjoys standing at attention. He just needs to stand there motionless, and then open the second space to figure out the practice method by himself. Now he has reached the state of great perfection of ghost officials. Want to rely on soul pills to improve your cultivation? It's no longer feasible. Firstly, the quantity required is huge and the price is very expensive. Plus, he has very few red gold coins on him. At most, only 20 billion red gold coins are left. Most of it was used to bribe the Black and White Impermanence brothers. Otherwise, according to their code of conduct, Lu Hongying would definitely be locked up and sent to the Avicii hell. By then, let alone reincarnation, I'm afraid you will have to experience all kinds of extreme punishments. It's possible to lose your soul. But there is still a way to practice now. The bronze sword found in the ancient tomb has great spiritual power. The resentment of 30,000 undead souls accumulated for thousands of years is a huge force. Even if it is not absorbed, it will slowly dissipate with the passage of time. Plus the 1,000-year-old locust tree deep in the forest. It is definitely an inexhaustible treasure. As long as he could improve his cultivation to the level of a ghost general in a short period of time, he could convert the spiritual power outside his body into the advanced spiritual power he needed. But it is not easy to break through now. If you use soul pills to build your foundation, you will need at least 40 billion red gold coins. All in all, there is still a shortfall of 20 billion. System Dad, are there any big money tasks recently? For example, a project that can easily earn tens of billions. Bite. After the system heard Chao Ning's call, immediately list a large number of task orders. But the above amounts are pitifully small. The largest one is an evil spirit, but only 100 million red gold coins. The smallest one is only in the millions. All added up, it's less than 2 billion red gold coins. You have to know that it took Chao Ning more than 10 years of hard work to save up 300 billion red gold coins, and it also included 200 billion red gold coins as a rookie bonus. If you want to make tens of billions in one go now, you'll have to wait for a few more evil spirits like Song Huiyan to appear. Forget it, just go with the flow. Chao Ning sighed. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. The team disbanded, and as usual, Zhao Hai was still pointing at Sun Liang and teasing him when a few of them just passed by the girls' dormitory. I saw a lot of people gathered there. Zhao Hai and the other two loved to watch the fun, so they immediately ran over to find out what was going on. Chao Ning has no interest. He was still thinking about how to break the mirror, but he didn't care. After a while, Zhao Hai and his men ran back like crazy. Brother Ning, something terrible has happened. You've been cheated on. No, it should be that I'm about to be cheated on. It's all the same anyway. Chao Ning was totally confused and had no idea what was going on. Stop arguing. What did you say happened? Chao Ning pointed at Zhao Hai and said. Brother Ning, do you know what's going on in front? Confession. Chao Ning said lightly. Zhao Hai was a little surprised. Do you know who you are declaring your love to? Xia Shihan. Chao Ning remained calm. Hiss. Zhao Hai took a breath. The boss with eyes wide open. Brother Ning, how did you know? How do you know? You told me. There was such a big commotion downstairs of the girls' dormitory, but no one was confessing their feelings. Could it be that someone was setting up a stall to sell stockings? Chao Ning rolled his eyes. Just tell me who that grandson is. Zhao Hai was a little embarrassed. The student union president Lin Chen. It is said that he just came back from an exchange program abroad and won some kind of award. Now he has arranged a big heart with 999 roses. Lin Chen. Never heard of him. Is the student union president as awesome as me? Are you sure I will be cheated on? Chao Ning said with disdain. Brother Ning, you don't know. Sun Liang continued, I heard that grandson is also from Beijing, his family has a courtyard house, and he is handsome, so there are so many girls chasing after him. If you say that the school beauty won't agree, I think it's a little bit impossible. You don't have confidence in me. Chao Ning rolled his eyes. What I mean is that the pretty boy is more handsome than me, more capable than me, and richer than me. What else does he have besides these? No, Brother Ning, I definitely have confidence in you, but I don't have confidence in the school belle. Sun Liang explained. Is there a difference between the two? Chao Ning was speechless. Okay, take me to see what this grandson looks like. Chao Ning just has no appetite. It's nice to watch a play before dinner. The area in front of dormitory building C was crowded with people. Most of them are girls. In the center of the crowd, there was a man in a white designer suit, holding a bouquet of blue roses. In front of him, there was a large circle of hearts surrounded by red roses. There were many men and women standing around, joining in the fun. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that they were the atmosphere group invited by Lin Chen. Before Chao Ning squeezed into the crowd, he saw that the girls around him were all looking infatuated with him, staring at Lin Chen. My mouth is almost drooling from greed. Wow, Senior Lin is so handsome. I wish he could be my boyfriend. Don't be so proud. I came back today specifically to confess my love to Xia Shihan. Wow, one is the school beauty and the other is the school hunk. Their future children will surely be very cute too. Wow, my boyfriend is going to confess his love to me, and I'm so sad. Senior Lin, I love you, we all support you. My goodness, the main character hasn't even said a word yet, but the girls around him are already going crazy. Chao Ning was not interested in men. Her first impression of him was that he looked quite white. Look at your dark and healthy skin color again. Maybe this is the difference. Brother Ning, look at this posture, they are definitely here to cheat on you. Zhao Hai sighed. Chao Ning didn't say anything, but just waited quietly to watch the show. He doesn't believe Xia Shihan likes these things. No matter what, she is the daughter of the richest man in Jiangning. Such a small scene. Still not enough. Not long. Xia Shihan came out of the dormitory. After resting for a few days, her foot has healed. Xia Shihan wore a chiffon dress today, with her fluffy, slightly curly brown hair hanging casually on her shoulders. Although she only wears light makeup, it cannot conceal her noble temperament. A beautiful oval face, white and smooth. Her delicate facial features are small and beautiful, and she looks like a stunning beauty portrayed by a level 10 beauty filter. The next second she appeared. The people watching outside the dormitory were all stunned. I'm afraid the female celebrities on TV who have been beautified are no more than this. Oh my god, the goddess is so beautiful. She is worthy of being the campus belle of Jiang University. Even if I am asked to pour her footbath water, I am willing to do so. Brother, you are too narrow-minded. If it were me, I would just quit playing games. Ah, how can she be so beautiful? Our senior Lin is going to fall for her. Oh, I want to be as beautiful as her, so that the senior will like me. I'm not saying this, but Lin Chen is definitely marrying above his station. The onlookers were envious. The moment Xia Shihan appeared, Lin Chen immediately walked forward with flowers in his hands. Shihan. Lin Chen. Xia Shihan was surprised and asked, "Aren't you abroad? When did you come back?" "Just got back, I came here as soon as I got off the plane." Lin Chen took a deep breath and continued with a smile, "Shihan, my mentor told me that if you like someone, you should be brave enough to pursue her, so I came back. Today, in front of so many classmates, I want to confess my feelings to you. Shihan, will you be my girlfriend?" As he spoke, Lin Chen knelt down on one knee and handed the flowers in his hand to her. "Shihan, promise me, please." "Promise him. Promise him. Promise him." The atmosphere group will create the atmosphere immediately. The calls are getting louder and louder. With the atmosphere created by the atmosphere group, more and more people around joined in shouting and cheering. There was no joy on Xia Shihan's face, but rather some embarrassment. Wherever she looked, she saw a person. I don't know why. When she saw that person, she was so angry that her teeth were itching. "I'm sorry, Senior Lin, I already have a boyfriend and he's still waiting for me, so I'm leaving now." Xia Shihan nodded and smiled politely at Lin Chen, then walked towards the crowd. Shihan. Lin Chen stood up dazedly and looked at Xia Shihan's departing back. He didn't know why Xia Shihan rejected him. He wanted to see how that person was better than him. In the crowd, the four people from dormitory 644 were really excited when they saw Xia Shihan walking towards Chao Ning. "Brother Ning, look. The school beauty is walking towards us. I told you, sister-in-law will never abandon our brother Ning." That's right, don't you see what the school beauty's relationship is with our brother Ning? How can you just steal her away if you want to?" Everyone present was surprised. Xia Shihan actually rejected the courtship of the tall, rich and handsome Lin Chen. So who is the person she likes? Who can have such great charm? Why, you are here to supervise in person, are you afraid that I will agree to him? Xia Shihan walked up to Chao Ning and said with a smile. Chao Ning put his hands in his pockets, with a calm look on his face. How could that be? I am still very confident in my appearance, but of course I trust your vision even more. It turns out that I am better than him. Brother Ning is so shameless. It's not just shameless, it's like they don't even care about their dignity or face. Oh my goodness, I really learned something. No wonder Brother Ning can seduce the school beauty. When Chao Ning heard the three cobblers around him trying to undermine him, he stepped on their feet without even turning his head. Ah! The three people screamed like pigs in pain. Xia Shirhan couldn't help but almost laughed out loud when she saw how funny the four people in front of her were. Would you like to treat me to a meal? After all, someone came to me to confess their love, and I just followed someone's wishes. After saying that, Xia Shirhan took Chao Ning's arm and headed towards the cafeteria. Chao Ning nodded seriously. I can treat you, but you have to pay. A large group of people here saw Xia Shirhan and Chao Ning leaving, and everyone was stunned. The only person left was Lin Chen, standing straight and disheveled in the wind. Zhao Hai was cunning enough, and felt that Lin Chen was not embarrassed enough, so he saw the opportunity and hid in the crowd and shouted. Are you worthy of us? Refund, refund, refund. When Zhao Hai shouted, Lu Hao and Sun Liang beside him reacted immediately. The two of them also shouted. Refund, refund, refund. So there is an inside story, brothers. This guy is such a thief. He almost succeeded. This is outrageous. I need to refund the ticket. I must refund the ticket today. Soon, the boys who were already a little jealous also started shouting. In a blink of an eye, everyone in the venue was shouting for a refund. Lin Chen, who was standing there in a daze, and his atmosphere team were all going crazy with embarrassment at this moment. I didn't get to see the wonderful CP performance, but ended up being fed a lot of dog food. It would be strange if I didn't join in the fun. After leaving the confession scene, Lin Chen specially called his two most trusted men, Song Luan, the organization minister of the student union, and Lu Hu, the life minister, to his dormitory. Lin Chen had a stern face and had taken off his gorgeous suit, as if the clothes represented his shame today. After he returned to the dormitory. Sure enough, the headline on the school forum was about how he got humiliated today. Do you know who that guy is and why Xia Shirhan is with him? Song Luan had just been eating in the cafeteria and had heard about what had happened in front of the girls' dormitory on his way here. Brother Chen, don't be angry. I have already inquired about that boy. He is a freshman in the archaeology department and his name is Chao Ning. I heard that he is also related to the school beauty Li Weiwei. Lin Chen asked in surprise. As far as he knew, Li Weiwei was no easier to pursue than Xia Shirhan, and many people rejected her when she was a freshman. I just went abroad for exchange for half a year. How come the two most difficult beauties to pursue at Jiangai University are related to him? Lu Hu nodded and continued, Brother Chen, you don't know that during the time you were away, this kid has been in the limelight. I heard that he can do 300 push-ups in one breath. It seems very impressive. Is there any way to deal with him? Lin Chen asked in a deep voice. Song Luan shook his head, Brother Chen, it seems that it is not easy to deal with him. This kid usually doesn't come home late, and he doesn't skip military training. It's not easy to deal with him. So we're just going to watch him hug women left and right. I can't swallow this anger anyway. Lin Chen's embarrassment is no big deal. Xia Shirhan rejected him, which was what made him angry. It is rare to find a girl like Xia Shirhan who is both beautiful and has a great figure. Most importantly, Xia Shirhan is the only daughter of Jiang Ningxia's family. In the future, all the Xia family's property will be inherited by her, and now in terms of business, the Lin family's industry in Jiangning is also highly dependent on the Xia family. No matter what, if I can be with Xia Shirhan, it will be 100 benefits with no harm. Bang. No, we must find a way to deal with him and force him to break up with Xia Shirhan. Lin Chen slammed his fist on the table. Song Luan and Lu Hu looked at each other. Or, should we use the old method to scare him first and make him give up? Lu Hu asked tentatively. Before this, they had used similar methods privately to coerce the backbone of the student union to resign voluntarily, and they were very familiar with it. Lin Chen nodded, let's do this. Go and give him a warning first. If he doesn't listen, I will make sure he can't stay in school anymore. By then, Xia Shirhan will still be mine. Lin Chen was determined to snatch Xia Shirhan away. He absolutely could not allow Chao Ning to get such a great beauty. Building C female dormitory. Wei, have you heard that Lin Chen and Xia Shihan were rejected by her when they confessed their love to each other? This is not surprising. Lin Chen is very good, but Xia Shihan may not necessarily like this type of person. Li Weiwei brushed her hair and continued to read quietly. Then do you know what happened later? Tang Xiaoyu asked excitedly. Well, Xia Shihan said she has a boyfriend, and then pointed it out in public. Li Weiwei said lightly. How did you know? Tang Xiaoyu was extremely surprised. Isn't this a common way of rejecting others in novels? Li Weiwei smiled. Oh, this is not important. Do you know who that boy is? Tang Xiaoyu was a little anxious. Li Weiwei's heart skipped a beat and a flash of disappointment flashed across her eyes. Chao Ning. How do you know that? Tang Xiaoyu opened her mouth wide and looked at Li Weiwei in disbelief. It's really him. The disappointment in Li Weiwei's eyes came again, but soon disappeared. I'm not stupid. I've seen all the revelations in the school bar. I can guess it anyway. Then how can you still sit here and read a book as if nothing happened? Isn't Chao Ning your boyfriend? Tang Xiaoyu asked in surprise. Xiaoyu, you misunderstood. Li Weiwei turned her head and looked at Tang Xiaoyu with a smile. First, Chao Ning and I are just good friends, not the kind of relationship you said. Second, did they announce it in public? No, so why should I care about it, don't you think so, hee hee? No. Wei, if you have any dissatisfaction, just vent it out. Don't hold it in. I'm a little scared when you talk so seriously. Tang Xiaoyu's three views were completely destroyed. Is this still the commoner school beauty Li Weiwei that she knew? Okay, Xiaoyu, don't worry about those little gossips, just read the book. You want to get involved with Wu Jing and Su Qian, right? They're out shopping, so now's a good opportunity. Li Weiwei said calmly, as if nothing had happened. Yes, how could I forget about this? I need to read, I need to involute. Tang Xiaoyu suddenly realized that she had almost delayed an important event in her life. Li Weiwei's beautiful eyes were slightly stunned, and she muttered to herself. Chao Ning, you really. He smiled and sighed, then continued reading. The other side. After Chao Ning returned to the dormitory, several boys from the student union gathered around immediately. The leader is Lu Hu, the head of the life department. Are you Chao Ning? Lu Hu put his hands in his pockets and spoke arrogantly. When Chao Ning saw Lu Hu arrogantly blocking his way, no matter how dumb he was, he could guess that this guy was here to cause trouble. You're blocking my way, move aside. Chao Ning was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and just pushed it aside. How come this guy is so strong? Lu Hu was surprised. You have to know that he is 1.8 meters tall and weighs 150 kilograms. How strong must Chao Ning be to push him aside so easily? Chao Ning ignored Lu Hu and went back to his seat. Lu Hu followed closely with a few boys. When Zhao Hai saw that something was wrong, he immediately ran out the door. Soon, more than a dozen boys gathered outside. There is no advantage in the archaeology department, except that there are more boys. If you come to their dormitory to cause trouble, you will just get blocked. What are you going to do? We are from the student union. Lu Hu realized that his situation was somewhat awkward, and he also calmed down a lot. My dear minister, it is not against the school regulations for us to stand at the door of the same dormitory. You go about your business and we won't hinder you. Zhao Hai said with a smile. There are more than a dozen people blocking the door, and you tell me that everything is okay. Do you think I'm stupid? Lu Hu cursed in his heart. Tell me, what do you want from me? Chao Ning was busy playing with his cell phone, not even bothering to raise his head. Lu Hu really wanted to warn Chao Ning in person, but saw the situation around him. Not to mention whether someone would take a picture and hand it into the school. If a conflict really did arise, I'd probably want to walk out of it unscathed. It's not easy either. It's nothing. I just came to see if you freshmen have any needs. If you do, you can tell our student union and we can apply to the school. Lu Hu said with a smile. Are you done? If you're done, get out of here. I don't need a dog here. Chao Ning was still very cold. You. When Lu Hu heard this, he became furious. If it were any other freshman, who would dare to talk to him like that? I originally came to warn Chao Ning, but unexpectedly I was humiliated by him instead. But Lu Hu didn't dare to say anything more. He was at a disadvantage now. If a conflict really broke out, he would not gain any advantage. Don't be too proud. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Lu Hu left after saying something harsh. After Lu Hu and his gang left, the people surrounding Chao Ning's dormitory door also dispersed. You're so scared so soon, how boring. Zhao Hai approached Chao Ning with some pride. Brother Ning, I heard that Lu Hu often bullied freshmen, but now it seems that he is not that good. When he came to us, he just gave in obediently. Brother Ning, I heard that Lu Hu is Lin Chen's lackey. He came to our place today. Could it be related to school beauty Xia? Lu Hao is a smart man and can see the problem at a glance. The tower was stolen again. Chao Ning was playing with his phone and still didn't look up. You are all right, he was sent by Lin Chen to cause trouble, but I look down on this kind of loser. Okay, you all should go do what you need to do, there is no need to worry about them. Chao Ning is not even afraid of evil spirits, so how could he care about a lackey who only knows how to bully the weak and fear the strong? Most of the time, he was just too lazy to care. In the next few days, Lin Chen and his gang indeed restrained themselves a lot, but they continued to make small moves in private. Most of the time, the student union members are assigned to focus on checking dormitory hygiene and whether there are people skipping training at the military training ground. They are all trivial matters. Chao Ning was planning to teach them a lesson, otherwise they would really think that he had no temper and was a soft persimmon that was easy to bully. But everything will have to wait until next week. Because he has something more important now. The military training has ended, and it is time to fulfill the promise made to Xia Shihan to meet her family. I heard that Lu Hu came to cause trouble for you a few days ago. Xia Shihan mentioned it casually in the Maserati. Chao Ning was playing with his phone without even looking up. He's just a clown. He can't cause any big trouble. I can handle it. Having said that, Chao Ning suddenly remembered something and frowned subconsciously. But you. Tell me, this is my first time visiting your house. Should I buy something to bring with me? After all, it was the son-in-law's first visit, and it was indeed inappropriate for him to go empty-handed. But all his belongings now added up to less than $100. You don't necessarily have to give a pack of Weilong to your father-in-law and mother-in-law, right? No need. My family never lacks these things. There's no need to buy them. It's good enough for you to arrive. Xia Shihan has been concentrating on driving. She was not too concerned about what Chao Ning could bring with him, but was instead worried about accommodation for the night. After all, the two of them have already obtained their marriage certificate. If they were really forced into a room, it would be hard to say what would happen during the process. That's right, your family really has everything. Chao Ning touched his empty pockets and nodded seriously. Okay, I'll listen to you and not buy it. It took almost half an hour to drive through the bustling city. When the pink Masha arrived at the gate of Jiangnan Ipin Villa district, Xia Shihan opened the car window and greeted the security guard. Oh, it's Miss Xia who's back, let her go. The security captain saw that it was Xia Shihan sitting in the car. Release immediately. The residents of Jiangnan Ipin are all the wealthy and powerful people in Jiangning City. Security measures are stricter than those in municipal communities. Not only is the community patrolled 24 hours a day, but there are surveillance cameras everywhere. Security measures are in place. If it's just the license plate and the person in the car doesn't match, then they won't be able to get in. Captain, that beauty just now was so beautiful. Who is she? Why have I never seen her before? Are you dumbfounded? You just arrived and you don't know her. She is the eldest daughter of the Xia family. She is truly a white, rich and beautiful lady. The people chasing after her are enough to line up for several blocks. So she is Xia Shihan, no wonder she is so beautiful, I have seen her on Douyin. Hey, who's that man in the passenger seat? Could he be his boyfriend? He doesn't look like a rich man. The security captain rolled his eyes and said, "Why do you care so much? We just need to do our own thing and stop asking about the affairs of rich people." Soon, Xia Shirhan drove the car to a detached villa. From the outside, the villa in front of me looks no different from a small manor. The car drove to the gate. After the intelligent recognition system scans, the big iron gate slowly opened. The first thing that catches your eye is a large garden-style courtyard that is larger than a football field. In the courtyard, there were many servants in maid uniforms and bodyguards in black suits. Xia Shirhan drove the car until she arrived at a European-style villa. "We're here, let's get off," Xia Shirhan said as she unbuckled her seat belt. "Wait, let me take my time." Chao Ning took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. "What should I say when I go in? This is my first time and I have no experience." Chao Ning looked at Xia Shirhan eagerly. He had never been this nervous even when he went to the underworld. Xia Shirhan found it funny to see Chao Ning's timid look. "That's not what you said when you came here. Why are you scared now?" Chao Ning rolled his eyes. "Your family is so rich, and I'm a poor boy coming to your house for the first time. If your parents dislike me and kick me out, I will be so embarrassed." "Humph, I don't care. Since you're here today, don't even think about running away." Xia Shirhan did not hide her excitement. She had long wanted to see Chao Ning make a fool of himself. After saying that, he pulled him inside. "Wait a minute, I left something on the car. My shoelaces are loose. I need to go to the bathroom." Chao Ning resisted vigorously, full of desire to survive. The scene in the novel where a snobbish mother-in-law angrily scolds her poor son-in-law emerged in my mind. Even before he came, he was imagining the plot in the novel on how to slap his mother-in-law in the face. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Xia Shirhan walked into the hall and greeted. In the hall, Xia Goen and his wife were already waiting. "This must be Xiao Ning, right?" "Not bad, he's really handsome, just like your father when he was young." The person who spoke was a square-faced man. The spirit and temperament are impeccable. You can tell at a glance that he is a big shot in the financial world. He is Xia Shirhan's father, Xia Goen, chairman of Xia Group. There is also a dignified woman beside Xia Goen. Although she is already in her 40s, she is extremely well-maintained and well-dressed, just like a young woman in her 30s. She is Xia Shirhan's mother, Shen Rongyu, the mother-in-law who Chao Ning misses deeply. Xia Goen completely ignored Xia Shirhan and went directly to Chao Ning. This scene made Xia Shirhan jealous. "Mom, look, who is the biological child? My father doesn't care about me anymore." Xia Shirhan pulled Shen Rongyu's arm and pouted angrily. "You kid, why are you so coquettish even though you're married? It's the first time Xiao Ning comes to our house, so you can't be willful." Shen Rongyu said angrily. How can I be willful?" Xia Shirhan was so anxious that she stamped her feet. "Mom, I didn't do anything. Am I your biological child?" Chao Ning was stunned when he saw this scene. Where is the snobbish mother-in-law? Didn't you agree to take this opportunity to slap him in the face? Although I haven't prepared anything, my heart is ready. Look at this girl. She has frightened Xiao Ning. She must have bullied others a lot. Xia Goen ruthlessly suppressed Xia Shirhan while patting Chao Ning's shoulder with a smile. "Don't be nervous, Xiao Ning. Being here is like being at home. Don't be polite. We are a family now. Uncle Xia, I'm fine. Shirhan was very nice to me and even treated me to breakfast." When Chao Ning said this, he deliberately glanced at Xia Shirhan. Xia Shirhan, who was sitting opposite, turned her head away proudly, as if she didn't hear what he said. "Xiao Ning, why are you still calling me uncle? Do you want to change the address now?" Xia Goen said with a smile. "Dad." Chao Ning shouted in confusion. "Hey, good boy." Xia Goen nodded with satisfaction, took out a black card from his pocket and handed it to Chao Ning. "As an elder, I don't know what you young people like. There is 100 million in this card, you can use it for pocket money, the password is Shirhan's birthday." 100 million. My dear. This will give the ferryman a lot of opportunities to make money. Wouldn't this be good? Chao Ning took the black card and put it into his pocket, while looking at Shen Rongyu with a smile. Mom, I came here in a hurry. Look, I didn't bring you any gifts. You gave me such a big red envelope, and I'm embarrassed to accept it. Oh, look at my memory. Shen Rongyu immediately understood. Xiao Ning's mouth is so sweet. This is a little red envelope from Auntie. Take it as your pocket change. No. Mom. Xia Shihan was dumbfounded. Who is the biological child? What are you looking at? I'm telling you, don't touch these 200 million. This is my meeting gift to Xiao Ning. While Shen Rongyu handed his share of the change fee to Xiao Ning, he also looked down upon Xia Shihan, who was about to drop his jaw. Another 100 million. Xiao Ning looked at the black card in his hand. Although his face looked extremely calm. In fact, my heart has already blossomed with joy. I have worked hard as a ferryman for more than 10 years. It's not as much as what you can earn by calling your parents twice. Mom, no, Xia Shihan just wants to cry without tears. Am I your biological daughter? I want some pocket money, and you still want me to go to work in the company. He just came here today, and you just have 200 million. Woo. Xia Shihan felt extremely wronged when she said this. Tears of excitement are about to come down. Upon seeing this, Shen Rongyu immediately stepped forward to comfort Xia Shihan. Shihan, Xiao Ning just came today, so don't make a fuss about it. Yes, Shihan, you are so old now, you won't still be throwing tantrums like a child. Xia Gowen also comforted her. How did she actually know? Xia Gowen was put under a spell by his competitor and was haunted by evil spirits for several years. I almost jumped into the river to commit suicide because of depression. If it weren't for Mr. Chow's timely appearance to save him. I'm afraid the entire Xia family no longer exists. Xiao Ning, why didn't the old man come with us today? Before Xiao Ning came to visit, Xia Gowen sent someone to invite the old man. But he found that Mr. Chow was not at home. Grandpa is traveling and he probably won't be back for a while. Xiao Ning grinned and snorted. The old man wanted him to eat soft rice. He cut off all his sources of income. Now it's his wish. That's how it is. Xia Gowen felt a little disappointed after hearing this. Dad, do you have something to ask Grandpa? Tell me, maybe I can help. Xiao Ning guessed that Xia Gowen might have encountered some difficulties. I need the old man to help. You. When Xia Gowen heard what Xiao Ning said, he frowned. But on second thought, Xiao Ning is the old man's grandson. Maybe I can help. Xiao Ning, I actually have some personal matters to discuss with the old man. I want to ask him for help. When Xia Gowen said this, he was obviously a little embarrassed. After all, Xiao Ning asked him to help him on the first day he came to visit, and he was a little embarrassed. Xiao Ning, the company has encountered some strange things recently. Your dad suspects that something dirty is causing trouble, so he wants to ask the old man to take action. Shen Rongyu said aloud. Dirty things. What's going on? Xiao Ning was a little confused. Xia Gowen and Shen Rongyu looked at each other. Xiao Ning is like this. I don't know why lately, every time at night, bloody fingerprints always appear in the company for no apparent reason. At first I thought someone was causing trouble. But after checking the surveillance video, I found that those bloody handprints appeared for no reason. Not only that, at several of our construction sites, people often see ghosts appearing in the middle of the night. Now people in the company are panicking. Dad, why have you never told me? Xia Shihan said in surprise. Shen Rongyu sighed. Your dad didn't want you to worry, so he never said anything. Xia Shihan took Xiao Ning's arm and said with some pride, Dad, don't worry, Xiao Ning is very powerful. He will have no problem dealing with these dirty things. Xia Shihan seemed to have changed into a different person and immediately started showing off to Xia Gowen. Xiao Ning, have you inherited the mantle of the old man? Otherwise, you should wait for the old man to come back. Xia Gowen said worriedly. although he and Chao Ning met for the first time today. But after all, Chao Ning is already married to Xia Shirhan. No matter from which aspect. Xia Goen didn't want anything to happen to Chao Ning. Dad, it doesn't matter. I can still handle a few clowns. Otherwise, I'll go and have a look with you now. Chao Ning said seriously. He was worried about receiving 200 million from his father-in-law and mother-in-law, and he couldn't return the gift. I'm really sleepy, so give me a pillow. Just use these two brats as a favor. Is it really okay? Xia Goen still hesitated. Dad, just believe in Chao Ning, he is amazing. When Xia Shirhan talked about this, she felt a bit of pride on her face without realizing it. Goen, why don't you let Chao Ning give it a try? Shen Rongyu stepped forward and whispered. This. Xia Goen hesitated and finally agreed to Chao Ning's suggestion and let him try it first. Okay, but Chao Ning, if you are not sure, you must withdraw immediately and don't try to be brave. Losing business is a minor matter, but nothing can happen to people. Chao Ning nodded. Don't worry, Dad. I can still handle those little guys. After dinner, Xia Goen took Chao Ning and Xia Shirhan to the company. At first, Xia Goen disagreed with Xia Shirhan going with him. But he really couldn't resist Xia Shirhan's pleading. Goen Building is named after Xia Goen. This is also the headquarters of the Xia Group. When we arrived at the Goen Building, the brightly lit office building, now except for some lights on the first floor, everywhere else is pitch black. Before Chao Ning got out of the car, he already felt that the energy in the building was particularly heavy. It seems that the undead here are quite resentful. Chairman, why are you here so late? Why did you bring Shirhan with you? It's not safe here. The speaker is Zhou Qing, a veteran of the company. He has been in charge of the company's administrative work. After receiving a call from Xia Goen that he was coming to inspect, he came immediately from home. Uncle Zhou, it's okay. We are here today to catch ghosts. Xia Shirhan said with a smile. Catching ghosts? This is just nonsense. Zhou Qing didn't believe it at all. At this time, he saw that there was a young man he didn't recognize following Xia Goen, and he couldn't help but feel curious. Hey, this guy looks unfamiliar. Is he the new driver hired by the chairman? Driver? Am I that skinny? Chao Ning secretly despised in his heart. Old Zhou, this is my son-in-law Chao Ning. Xia Goen tried to explain. He belongs to Shirhan. Zhou Qing looked at Xia Shirhan in surprise, who had turned away. Xia Goen nodded and continued to explain with a smile. Lao Zhou, Chao Ning can catch ghosts, so I brought him here to see if he can help us solve the problem. Catch ghosts. Zhou Qing almost thought he had heard it wrong. No matter how he looks at it, the young man in front of me doesn't look like he can catch ghosts. Chairman, please stop joking. This is not a joke. You are Uncle Zhou, right? Don't worry, the undead here is just an evil spirit. It is easy to deal with her. This is not the first time Chao Ning has been questioned. So I didn't bother to explain it to him. Please take me over there. I have to go to the construction site after I capture this evil ghost. Chairman, this. Zhou Qing hesitated. Xia Goen nodded. It's okay, Lao Zhou, let's go with Chao Ning to take a look, I believe he can handle it. Ah, there's a ghost. Just then, a scream suddenly came from the office building. Chairman, the evil spirits are out, you should leave quickly. Zhou Qing tried to stop him, but at this moment, Chao Ning had already bypassed him and ran straight to the office building behind. The 5th floor is the most in the building. Chao Ning followed the sound and met the frightened security guard at the stairs on the 4th floor. Ghost, ghost, ghost. The security guard's face turned pale with fear. The light bulbs in the hallway flickered. Little brother, you must not go up there. The evil spirits are coming out. You must not go there. The security guard hurriedly stopped Chao Ning. Chao Ning glanced sideways, and the light bulb instantly returned to normal. Before Chao Ning could comfort the young security guard, Xia Goen and the others followed. Chao Ning, is this okay? Chairman, Mr. Zhou, why are you here? It's not safe here. The security guard was a little surprised to see the person coming. Xiao Lu, what did you see just now? Why are you so scared? Zhou Qing asked. Yes, it's the bloody handprint. He was right next to me just now, but I can't see him. The young security guard said in panic. Dad, Uncle Zhou, these are just some tricks. I'll go up and take a look if I have nothing else to do. Chao Ning smiled and waved his hands without any fear. Although Chao Ning didn't figure out why the evil spirit suddenly appeared here. But he was almost certain. There must be some evil spirit here that won't leave. Hey, Xiao Ning. Xia Goen wanted to call Chao Ning, but the latter had already gone up the stairs. Arrive at the 5th floor. This is an entire office area with neatly arranged computers, which is enough to show how busy it is here during the day. But at this moment there is no one. On the glass wall in the hallway, there are many bright red bloody handprints. The lights flickered, and there was no sound at all. Where did you come from, and why are you staying here? Chao Ning said in a deep voice, looking straight ahead. Xia Goen and his group who followed behind Chao Ning were all stunned. Because they saw nothing. Xiao Ning, who are you talking to? Xia Goen asked puzzledly. Of course it's with that lonely ghost. Is she right in front of you now? In front of us? Little brother, stop kidding. There is no ghost here. Why can't I see anything? Zhou Qing still expressed his disbelief. Chao Ning grinned, well, I'll let you all see it. As he spoke, Chao Ning took out a rhino horn from his pocket and lit it. I dare not burn the rhino horn. When it burns, it will give off a strange fragrance. If it touches your clothes, you can communicate with ghosts. Ah. As soon as Chao Ning finished speaking, a female ghost in red clothes and white face suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The female ghost looked to be in her 20s. Wearing a red retro dress. A pair of eyes surrounded by dark shadows. Her skin is so pale as snow that it makes people feel uneasy. Is this the female ghost? Xia Goen was stunned. This female ghost has been around for several months. The people present only saw her appearance clearly today. Who are you? How dare you look me in the face? The female ghost spoke, her voice filled with deep resentment. Chao Ning crossed his arms and smiled faintly. You haven't answered my question yet, isn't that impolite? Polite? Ha ha ha. The female ghost continued to laugh, causing the surrounding lights to flicker again. Xiao Ning, you'd better not irritate her. See what she wants and try our best to satisfy her. Tell her not to cause trouble here anymore. Xia Goen persuaded. Chao Ning smiled and patted his father-in-law on the shoulder. Don't worry, Dad. Now that I'm here, I will definitely help you solve the problem. Negotiating with ghosts. I don't have any precedent here. Just obey and disappear. After saying that, Chao Ning strode forward and suppressed her with his momentum. Who are you and why are you staying here? I don't want to tell you for the 3rd time. Chao Ning's voice was as deafening as a loud sound. Seeing this, the female ghost also showed a fierce look on her face. You are playing tricks. I want to see what you can do. As she spoke, the female ghost opened her sharp claws and turned into a gust of cold wind and rushed towards Chao Ning. You're fighting over a disagreement. How rude. Chao Ning shook his head and made hand gestures. Suppress. Instantly a powerful spiritual force appeared. The female ghost was directly pressed down from the air to the ground, unable to move. Are you a ghost? No matter how dumb the female ghost is, she can now tell Chao Ning's identity. Answer my question, or I will destroy your soul in an instant and you will never be able to reincarnate. Chao Ning's cold voice made the female ghost's heart tremble, and her whole body began to tremble. Please spare my life, sir, please spare my life. I will tell you what I have to say. The female ghost surrendered and immediately explained her origins clearly. It turned out that she was a ghost who died in a car accident. She was supposed to report to the underworld. But I don't know where this Taoist priest in yellow robe came from. Imprison her soul and forcibly refine it into an evil spirit. Then he used her corpse to control her. Just a few months ago, her soul imprisoned in her body was suddenly released. The Taoist asked her to create chaos inside the National Security Building. Disrupt their normal work. That's why there have been paranormal events in the past few months. However, because the body is imprisoned by the talisman, her activity space is limited to the 5th floor. It's impossible to leave. Where is your body? Chao Ning asked in a deep voice. From the whole thing it sounds. The biggest mastermind behind this should be that Taoist priest. Inside the wall of the storage room. The female ghost was afraid of Chao Ning's intimidation, so she revealed where her body was hiding. Storage room. Chao Ning muttered, then turned to look at Xia Gowen. Dad, has the storage room on this floor been renovated? Xia Gowen wasn't very clear either. He turned and looked at Zhou Qing beside him. Zhou Qing is in charge of the administration of the entire building, and even minor changes need to be reported to him for approval. There is a storage room. Because of the change in function, Group 5 applied for approval to renovate it. Zhou Qing thought about it and said, "It seems that the problem lies with the person in charge of the renovation. Someone who participated in the reconstruction must have used a strange technique to imprison the female ghost's body in the wall, which prevented her from leaving." Chao Ning said seriously. The person in charge of the renovation of the storage room was a construction team leader under the company, but he resigned a month ago due to family matters. Zhou Qing thought about it and continued. The company is haunted, and this person resigned immediately afterwards. There must be something wrong. After Chao Ning finished speaking, he asked Zhou Qing to take people to the storage room to check. Really? A female mummy was found inside a newly built wall. Judging from the body shape and clothes, it is undoubtedly the body of a female ghost. Thank you so much, Xiao Ning. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid the company would be in big trouble this time. Xia Gowen's encounter with a female ghost was successfully resolved. I am happy from the bottom of my heart. No matter how you look at it, I didn't make the wrong decision at the beginning. Dad, please don't say that. Let's go to the construction site again while we have time and see if there are any clues about the other party there. Chao Ning guessed. The other party is most likely a rival of the Xia family. But for a company as big as the Xia family, there are definitely many competitors. I wonder how many people want to bring down the Xia family out of jealousy. Okay, I'll have someone arrange it right away. Xia Gowen is also happy. Having such a great son-in-law. What other problems could bother him? While Xia Gowen was busy arranging people, Chao Ning also asked Lu Hongying to take the female ghost to report to the underworld. Chao Ning, do you think someone is deliberately going against my family? While waiting for arrangements, Xia Shihan approached Chao Ning and asked in a low voice. Although she didn't hear everything just now, but she could clearly feel. Someone is deliberately targeting the Xia family behind this. Chao Ning thought deeply and said, from what I can see now, someone must be deliberately doing something bad, but as to who it is, I'm afraid we won't know until we catch that demon. Seeing Xia Shihan's worried face, Chao Ning gently stroked her little head. Don't worry, I will take care of the problem. If you dare to imprison the dead and endanger the mortal world, you will be thrown into the 18th level of hell if it is discovered. I think this old man may have reached the end of his life. Think about it, Lu Hongying just swallowed an evil spirit. It can already attract the black and white impermanence. If someone kills innocent souls, the Hades will never sit idly by. Once reported, it will be checked. Well, I feel relieved when you say that. Xia Shihan nodded, and then her eyes suddenly widened like bells and stared at Chao Ning. What did your paw just do? The style of painting suddenly changed, and Chao Ning was a little uncomfortable. No, I didn't do anything. There was something on your head just now, and I just took it off for you. Chao Ning could already sense Xia Shihan's indignation. Experience tells him. If you offend Xia Shihan, she will definitely find ways to retaliate against you. He didn't know until now. The title of High Cold School Beauty is really not just talk. That's really cold. When I arrived at the construction site, The surroundings were desolate and quiet. Even the board houses originally used for workers to live in. Now there is no one. Ever since the construction site was haunted. No one dares to stay here anymore. Several people came to the unfinished building. The framework of the entire building has been completed, but now because of the haunting, the construction work here has to be stopped. Xiao Ning, as you can see, the construction progress here has now stopped. Even for houses that have already been sold, when the owners found out about it, they all started clamoring to cancel the purchase. If we don't solve this problem, it will have a huge impact on the company's reputation. Xia Gowen sighed and said helplessly. Xia Group's main business is real estate development. We had originally hoped that this place would help the company build its reputation as the #1 city in Jiangning. But now everything is delayed because of the haunting. Dad, don't worry. I will find out who is behind this as soon as possible. As for the undead here, I already know where he is. Chao Ning stared at the roof of the unfinished building. He was a middle-aged man in his 30s. The light in the eyes is dim. The resentment in him was so deep that he was surrounded by negative energy. It seems that she is of the same origin as the female ghost on the 5th floor. They are all masterpieces of demons. Song Haiyun. Chao Ning released Song Huiyan from the soul bag. Ghost, 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 why is there still one? Suddenly a young woman appeared, scaring Xia Gowen so much that he stepped back repeatedly. Seeing this, Xia Shirhan immediately supported Xia Gowen and said with a sly smile, Dad, don't be nervous. This is Chao Ning's mistress outside. Look, he doesn't even let go of ghosts. When Xia Shirhan explained to Xia Gowen, she also did not forget to mock Chao Ning a few times. It was all because of his annoying little actions when they were in the jungle before. Chao Ning's mouth twitched when he heard this. Xiao Shirhan, please don't be so deceiving. According to what you mean, wouldn't I be a ghost? Dad, this is Song Huiyan, the soul-contracting person I just recovered. She is not a demon. Shirhan was just joking with you. Chao Ning hurriedly explained that if Xia Shirhan continued to talk nonsense like this, it would be difficult to explain it clearly. Oh, so that's how it is. Xia Gowen finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Song Huiyan, go and catch that evil spirit for me. Don't hurt him. I have something to ask you. Chao Ning and Song Huiyan instructed. Song Huiyan bowed and saluted, yes, master, I will go and catch him now. As soon as the words fell, Song Huiyan turned into a gust of cold wind and rushed to the top of the building. Apparently the evil spirit on the rooftop hasn't realized the danger is approaching. When he saw Song Huiyan, frightened and stepped back. Evil spirit. The middle-aged man exclaimed. You're not that stupid. Do you want to go with me by yourself, or do you want me to take you away? Song Huiyan said in a deep voice. I. The evil spirit was also very nervous. He was no match for Song Huiyan. But he didn't dare to follow Song Huiyan. If the demon knows, I'm afraid my soul will be scattered. It seems like you don't plan to go with me. Song Huiyan didn't waste any time talking to him and just ran straight towards him with her claws open. Sure enough, the evil spirit was caught in Song Huiyan's hand without any real struggle. Just when she was about to go back to report to Chao Ning, suddenly a yellow talisman fell from the sky and directly imprisoned her. Song Haiyun saw it clearly. That was a middle-aged man wearing a yellow Taoist robe. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the mastermind behind the whole thing. Haha. I didn't expect that an evil spirit could actually attract a vicious spirit. It seems that my trip today was not in vain. The demon Taoist walked forward and said with a sly grin. Oh, you look pretty good. I guess we'll have some fun tonight. Song Huiyan stepped on the evil spirit, stretched out her claws, and her spiritual power burst out. After being torn apart by dozens of sharp claws, the talisman that imprisoned her turned out to be in tatters. The demon Taoist was startled. He has been hunting souls for so many years, but he has never seen an evil spirit with such strong spiritual power. It is absolutely impossible for an ordinary character to break free from his spell. What a powerful character. You are not an ordinary evil spirit. Who are you and why do you have the spiritual power of the underworld? Song Huiyan relaxed her mind. The softness bound in front of the chest instantly became straight. Want to know? Come back with me to see the master, and you will know. Are you a spirit conqueror? The demon Taoist was shocked. How could he, who is well versed in Maoshan Taoism, not have heard of the spirit Qiren? Oh, I didn't realize you were so smart. Then just come with me by yourself, and don't force me to do anything, Song Huiyan said with a smile. Humph, you are just a spirit contractor and you want me to surrender. You are taking it for granted. The Taoist demon sneered and took out 3 extremely dazzling talismans from his Taoist robe. Edict. Suddenly, the light shines. 3 talismans formed a cage in midair, covering Song Huiyan. Ah! Song Huiyan was so frightened by the bright light emanating from the talisman that she couldn't open her eyes. Monster, these are the 3 soul-suppressing talismans left by my ancestor. Even if you are the Ghost King, you cannot escape its restraint. I wonder how you can challenge me this time. Really? Just after the demon's words fell, Song Huiyan was so suppressed by the talisman that she couldn't raise her head. Even the evil spirits under her feet were in great pain. Ha ha ha. If you are willing to submit to me now, I might even spare your life. If you don't, you'll be killed. The demon laughed extremely obscenely. Just when he was feeling proud of himself. Suddenly, a sharp arrow pierced through the void and directly hit the virtual bell formed by the 3 talismans. Boom. The talisman exploded and turned into powder in an instant. My talisman. The demon knelt on the ground and tried to take back the talisman, but there was no way he could take it back at this time. Who is it? Who is it? The demon is about to collapse. Just then, a young man walked towards this side with steady steps. The bronze sword flew directly towards him. You, who are you? The demon looked at the men in horror. Owner. After Song Huiyan was freed from the talisman, she saw that it was Chao Ning who came. Immediately walked up to him with a smile. Are you the ferryman? No matter how stupid the demon was, he could guess Chao Ning's identity at this time. You are the evil Taoist who ordered the evil spirits to disturb the Xia group, right? Chao Ning grinned and said, you should know what a crime it is to imprison the undead and raise them privately, right? I'm giving you a chance now. Tell me who's behind this, and I won't exorcise your spirit. Chao Ning's voice was extremely cold. It's like giving people a feeling of oppression from the underworld. Ha ha ha, you still want to lie to me. Even if you don't dispel my soul and I go back to the underworld with you, I'm afraid life will be worse than death, right? The demon sneered. Oh, you seem to be quite skilled in your business. It seems you don't plan to tell anyone anymore. Chao Ning snorted coldly. The demon Taoist stood up and glared at Chao Ning. Even if you are a ferryman, so what? It is still unknown who will win. So you're planning to make a last-ditch effort. It's not certain who will die. As he spoke, the demon Taoist pulled out a sharp blade coated with poison from his body and rushed straight towards Chao Ning. Chao Ning is not a ghost. Ordinary spells have no effect on him. Only by borrowing things from the world of the living can you hurt him. At the moment when the demon Taoist rushed over, he threw out dozens of talismans with his left hand at the same time. Those spells seemed to have spiritual power. All followed him to Chao Ning. This is the Taoist soul-binding technique. Although it cannot hurt people, it can restrain the opponent's hands and feet. But the demon seems to have made a mistake. At the moment he ran towards Chao Ning. The bronze sword instinctively swung out flames, instantly burning the talisman. This. The demon widened his eyes. Before he could react, Chao Ning dodged flexibly and kicked him away. Ghost official, you are a ghost official. The demon looked at Chao Ning in disbelief. He never imagined that Chao Ning, a mortal, was actually a ghost official in the underworld. He is no longer just a ghost messenger. The strength is naturally unmatched. What do you think? Do you still want to make a desperate struggle now? Chao Ning took back the bronze sword. Puff. The demon spat out a large mouthful of blood. Hee hee, you are dreaming if you want me to expose the person behind this. After today, my senior brother will definitely avenge me. Yeah. Chao Ning has lost his patience. It seems that you are forcing me to take action. I don't believe that you will not speak up when we get to the underworld. That depends on whether you have the ability to take me back. After saying that, the demon took out a bottle from his arms. The moment he opened it, a blue flame burst out. Soon he was enveloped in it. Ghost fire of the netherworld. Chao Ning recognized the strange blue flame. That is the ghost fire that only appears in the 18 levels of hell. Can directly refine the soul. In other words, the demon chose to refine his own soul so as to avoid being captured by Chao Ning. The demon Taoist priest, enveloped by the ghost fire of the underworld, pounced directly towards Chao Ning. No, get out of the way. Chao Ning was shocked and quickly pulled Song Huiyan back. In the end, the demon was swallowed by the ghost fire before he could get close to Chao Ning. Also swallowed up were the evil spirits that did not have time to escape. The two of them disappeared in an instant. Who is this guy? Why would he rather die than reveal the person behind this? A series of questions emerged in Chao Ning's mind. It also made him more interested in the people behind the scenes. Master, he said he was a Taoist priest from Maoshan. Song Huiyan reminded. A Taoist priest from Maoshan. Chao Ning was not unfamiliar with this term. Maoshan magic has been passed down for a long time. They take it as their duty to uphold justice, so why would they do something that violates the laws of the underworld? But later Chao Ning figured it out. No one can guarantee that there are no bad elements among the inheritors. When I returned downstairs, Xia Shirhan and Xia Goen are still waiting anxiously. They were just downstairs and saw the rooftop flashing golden light and blue light, which made them very nervous. Xiao Ning, are you okay? Has the person behind this been caught? Xia Goen walked forward and asked anxiously. Chao Ning shook his head. That person died with the evil spirit, and the demon refused to reveal the person behind it until his death. After hearing this, Xia Goen was calm. Forget it, I am already satisfied that the company can return to normal working order now. As for who is behind it, it is not that important. I've been doing business for so many years, how can I not have enemies? Never mind, let's go back. Chao Ning nodded and said nothing. When I came here, I never thought I would encounter a demon. This is just a coincidence. The ultimate purpose of coming is to restore the Xia group to normal operations. When returning to the Xia family, Shen Rongyu was still waiting anxiously in the hall. When I saw the three of them back safe and sound, I was relieved. Xia Goen also roughly explained the matter to Shen Rongyu. Shen Rongyu nodded. As long as everything is fine, it doesn't matter who it is. We have seen too many small tricks. Xia Goen also agreed. Okay, Xiaoning and Shirhan, you have been busy for a day, so go back to your room and rest early. Go back to your room? Whose room should you go back to? Xia Shirhan became anxious when she heard this. She looked at Chao Ning with a puzzled look on her face. Aren't you going home? Chao Ning spread his hands and expressed his helplessness. Just when he wanted to speak, Xia Goen got angry first. Of course I'm going back to your room. There's no reason to sleep in separate rooms just after getting married. Go back and rest quickly. Xia Goen scolded Xia Shirhan and hurriedly asked Shen Rongyu to supervise. No, Dad, this isn't appropriate. Dad, could you please think about it again? Xia Shirhan's whole body was in bad shape. Is this a plan to forcefully consummate the marriage? Chao Ning, let me tell you, there is an agreement between us. Don't mess around, otherwise I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost. Hey, no, it seems like ghosts are afraid of you. Anyway, you are not allowed to touch me, otherwise I will bite you to death. Xia Shirhan gritted her teeth and snorted. After entering the room, Xia Shirhan sat on the head of the bed. I was afraid that Chao Ning would suddenly go berserk and do something out of line. Chao Ning crossed his arms awkwardly and stood there watching Xia Shirhan perform to her heart's content. Don't say that. Don't be fooled by the fact that Xia Shirhan is a cold school beauty who keeps people away from her. Only when I entered her bedroom did I realize that she still had a pink and tender girlish heart. I never realized you had such a cute side. You even chose pink for the wallpaper. Chao Ning smiled and tried to ease the awkwardness on both sides. It's just that Xia Shihan was holding the white teddy bear all the time, being vigilant and wary of herself. Humph, I want you to take care of it. Hey, hey, hey. Don't touch my things. That's my favorite beautiful sheep. My tiger is not allowed to touch either. I saw Chao Ning running towards his rag doll. Xia Shihan immediately tried to stop her. Okay, I won't move. It's okay if I don't move. Chao Ning saw Xia Shihan's excited look. I almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Where is the aloof school beauty we promised? It turns out that the school beauty also likes stuffed toys so much. Chao Ning also noticed that Xia Shihan's aloofness was usually just an act. She is her truest self now. Dong dong dong, Xiaoning, Shihan, are you asleep? Shen Rongyu knocked on the door. Chao Ning immediately walked over and opened the door. Xiao Ning, you guys haven't slept yet. Open the door. Shen Rongyu stood at the door awkwardly with a small box in his hand. Mom, what's the matter with you? Chao Ning asked doubtfully. Shen Rongyu handed the small paper box in his hand to Chao Ning. Xiao Ning, that's it. You and Shihan are still students now. It is best to take measures in advance for some things, so as not to affect your studies. This is. Chao Ning's eyes widened. He seemed to have guessed what was inside. Shen Rongyu gave an embarrassed smile. Anyway, you'd better exercise some restraint. If you really can't help it, then take safety measures. After saying that, Shen Rongyu left quickly without looking back. It's like he did something very embarrassing. Chao Ning closed the door, turned around and entered the house with the small cardboard box in his hand. Until now he had not been able to recover from the shock. What did my mother give you? I didn't understand a word she said. Xia Shihan was still complaining about Xia Goen and Shen Rongyu, so she didn't go over to open the door just now. However, she roughly heard some of the content of the conversation between the two people. See for yourself. Chao Ning handed the small cardboard box to Xia Shihan. See for yourself, see for yourself. Xia Shihan mumbled and opened the small paper box when she saw the contents inside. Her face suddenly turned red. Why is my mother like this? As she spoke, she tossed the human cub's burp bag aside. A look of disgust appeared on his face. Chao Ning spread his hands helplessly, indicating that this matter had nothing to do with him. Ahem, well, it's getting late. Do you want to wash first or should I? Xia Shihan looked at Chao Ning blankly. Wash what? Of course it's a shower. Don't you want to take a shower in such hot weather? Chao Ning asked in surprise. Xia Shihan didn't know how to refute what she said. After a moment of silence, he quickly got up and ran into the bathroom. Then I'll wash first, you wait for a while. Bang. After that, the bathroom door was closed rudely. After a while, the sound of water was heard in the bathroom. This is. Chao Ning's heart warmed up, and the more time passed, the more excited he became. Thinking of Xia Shihan's hot body, I felt as excited as if I could see the scene inside at this moment. It's fatal, it's really fatal. Chao Ning tried hard to calm himself down and stopped thinking about it. If you keep thinking like this, something bad will happen. I don't know how long it took, but Xia Shihan came out wrapped in a bathrobe. She held her bathrobe tightly with her hands, afraid that Chao Ning would see something. Chao Ning was stunned. Xia Shihan has her hair tied into a bun. She looked at this moment like a lotus emerging from water, with two blushes on her face. Along with it, there is also a faint refreshing fragrance. You are not allowed to look at it, you are not allowed to look at it. Xia Shihan pouted, extremely angry. This feeling is like being seen naked by others. Well, I'm going to take a shower first. After saying that, Chao Ning turned around and went to the bathroom. Looks like I have to take a cold shower today. Chao Ning muttered to himself. In the small bathroom, the mirror was covered with mist and the air was filled with a faint fragrance. After Chao Ning walked into the bathroom, two colorful personal items on the clothes rack caught his attention. This is. Chao Ning came up to him. The powerful visual impact filled his eyes again and again. The lace trim is pure pink, and the size is definitely a size D. There is also a small pink fabric with Holly Kitty next to it. When seeing these things, Chao Ning's first reaction was Xia Shihan's shy look when she appeared outside just now. Doesn't that mean she travels without any underwear? Before Chao Ning could react, the bathroom door was then opened from the outside. I'm sorry, I just forgot. Chao Ning, you're such a pervert and a big pervert. When Xia Shihan came in from outside, she saw Chao Ning standing in front of her underwear. Look at that dull look. I don't know what obscene things he is doing. You listen to my explanation, Chao Ning tried to explain quickly, but Xia Shihan didn't listen at all. I don't listen. Xia Shihan ran over in a hurry to get her clothes back. She lost her balance and her feet slipped, and she was about to fall. Chao Ning hugged her from behind. Xia Shihan opened her eyes wide and her mouth opened wide. He stared blankly at the pair of big hands on his chest. Chao Ning also noticed something was wrong. It felt like holding two balls of marshmallows in my hands. What is this? Ah! Xia Shihan screamed, immediately stood up, holding her clothes, and ran out angrily. After Xia Shihan left, Chao Ning still stood there in a daze. He held up his hands. It's like those hands were fixed. Keep opening. It's really like traveling in a vacuum. Chao Ning exclaimed and was stunned for a long time. When he finally reacted, he realized that it was really plump. When Chao Ning came out of the bathroom again, Xia Shihan was already curled up in bed playing with her cell phone. And the white bathrobe was also thrown aside. It looked like she had already changed into her pajamas. Noticing Chao Ning coming out, Xia Shihan became a little nervous. After secretly glancing at him a few times, she simply pretended not to see him. He was busy fiddling with his phone. Chao Ning walked directly to the other side, hesitated for a long time, and finally sneaked in. Although the two of them are scattered on one side. But Chao Ning could clearly feel Xia Shihan's nervousness. At this moment, the air seemed to freeze. The other side. An old house. Two middle-aged men in yellow Taoist robes gathered together. On the table in front of them, there is a puppet. At this moment, the puppet had been burned black and was emitting an unpleasant burnt smell. Brother, has something happened to the third brother? This puppet has obviously been burned by the underworld fire. The speaker is a bearded man. He is the second oldest among the three, Niusheng. The man in front of him who looked very capable was Qindong, the eldest of the three of them. The three brothers are all descendants of Maoshan sorcerers. This time I came to Jiangning just to use money to help people get rid of disasters. Qindong picked up the puppet and looked at it again and again. Second brother, I think the third brother must have died. It seems that he met a very powerful opponent. Brother, what kind of opponent is it that requires him to use the netherworld ghost fire to eliminate his soul? Niusheng asked puzzledly. Qindong shook his head. I don't know that either. When I arrived at the unfinished building, there was only this burnt puppet left on the ground. Brother, do you think it might be that the Xia family invited some powerful master, and he forced the third brother to death? Niusheng guessed. It's possible. Qindong stood up, put his hands behind his back, his eyes full of worry. The Xia family is the richest family in Jiangning City. It is not impossible for them to find some sorcerers to ward off disasters and misfortunes. But what I can't understand is, who in this world would be so disrespectful to us Maoshan sorcerers? Does he really not take us seriously? Niusheng nodded. Relying on the reputation of their sect, ordinary people dare not provoke them. Not to mention killing a warlock. Don't disclose this matter to the public for the time being, so as not to arouse suspicion. Qindong continued in a deep voice, by the way, what did the young master of the Lin family come to our place for today? Normally, he looks down on people like me. What else could it be? You're just being bullied. Niusheng snorted coldly. If it weren't for the fact that the three brothers had to rely on the Lin family for their livelihood. I'm afraid the three of them have already left. Oh, there are still people who dare to bully him. Tell me and make me happy. Niusheng waved his hands and smiled bitterly. It's not a big deal, it's just that this boy fell in love with a beautiful girl at school. Turns out she has a boyfriend. He just wants us to help him. When Qindong heard this, he also became interested. How difficult can it be to deal with a student? We can just find an opportunity to send the female ghost. I don't believe that a mere student can do anything to us. But the price must be agreed upon first, and credit is not allowed. Well, I'll contact that guy later, and I'll arrange it once I see the money. Niusheng nodded in agreement. Okay, no problem, but don't let anyone get killed. This is an emergency, and it would be bad if we attract people from the underworld. While instructing Niusheng, Qindong picked up the puppet and looked at it again and again. We've been out for so long, it's time to discuss remuneration with the Lin family. We won't do a business that loses money. Furthermore, we have to find out the cause of the third brother's death. We cannot let him die in such an unclear way. Well, don't worry, brother. They dare not pay. Now their family is counting on us to help bring down the Xia family. Niusheng said affirmatively. However, if the third brother really died in the hands of that person, this person is definitely a tough guy, we have to be careful. Qindong nodded, I know this. We will make arrangements after we find out the situation. Now we should take it one step at a time and must not be reckless. Okay then, I'll go and give this young master of the Lin family a beating now. Okay, be tactful and give him some face. Brother, don't worry, I know what's going on. Xia family villa. When Chao Ning lay down on Xia Shihan's bed, neither of them spoke. I don't know how long it took. Chao Ning slowly stretched his body. At this moment, Xia Shihan instinctively ran off the bed in panic. You, what do you want to do? Xia Shihan subconsciously covered her chest with her hands. She now changed into a white suspender nightgown. The neckline is slightly low, and a bit of white fullness and roundness can be seen. Chao Ning looked at her blankly. The expression can be as innocent as it can be. My body is a little numb, I just changed my position. Real. Xia Shihan said half-believingly. What else? Chao Ning smiled bitterly. I just turned over, why is there such a big reaction? After all, it seems that we are still legal. Oh, so that's how it is. Xia Shihan nodded woodenly, then slowly got back into bed. I say, what kind of laundry detergent did you use to wash this quilt? Why does it smell so good? Chao Ning felt a little embarrassed and tried to chat with Xia Shihan to ease the awkward atmosphere. Quilt. Hearing this, Xia Shihan felt a little proud. Hee, this is all the smell of my body. It smells good, right? Now I think you are getting a bargain. The smell on you. Is this the legendary body odor? Chao Ning asked in surprise. You could say that. Then where does your body fragrance come from, girls? Why don't we boys have it? Could it be that, as others say, the cosmetics have been marinated? Chao Ning scratched his head, somewhat confused. Xia Shihan was speechless. You thought it was pickled salted fish and bacon. Chao Ning's lack of understanding of romance really spoils the mood. Woo, do you know how to chat? You can talk the world to death. Xia Shihan pouted and snorted. The two of them chatted so intimately that no one knew how much time had passed. Chao Ning's voice gradually faded away, and then he began to snore. When Xia Shihan heard the snoring, she felt relieved instantly. Soon she fell asleep in a daze. In the middle of the night, Chao Ning noticed something soft moving beside him. He opened his eyes and saw that Xia Shihan had crawled into his arms without him noticing. And he was resting his head on his arms. The sweet look of her sleeping soundly is really intoxicating. Whoa. Chao Ning, you are pressing down on my hair, huh? Xia Shihan opened her eyes dazedly, and the next second she was fully awake. In panic, she immediately sat up, holding the quilt tightly with both hands. A pair of small feet were like a small electric motor that kicked and kicked Chao Ning off the bed. "Chao Ning, you big pervert, what did you do to me?" Xia Shihan was busy checking her clothes. Just when she woke up, I found myself curled up in Chao Ning's arms. Chao Ning also took the opportunity to hug himself. "Sister, let's be reasonable. It was you who slept across the line, okay?" Chao Ning sat on the ground in confusion, rubbing his arm. "You used my arm as a pillow all night, and my arm is numb and I dare not move." Is that the case?" Xia Shihan found that her clothes were intact and she didn't feel any discomfort. Looking at his position again, it seemed that he had moved to Chao Ning's side. My previous temper suddenly disappeared by more than half. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Let me help you up." Xia Shihan put down the quilt and crawled towards Chao Ning. The moment she bent down, the neckline of the suspender nightgown droops. The snow-white and round mountain scenery is immediately revealed. So white. Chao Ning was stunned on the spot. Although set off by purple lace, the plump and full snow-capped mountains are still very attractive. She is indeed the most difficult schoolgirl to pursue in Jiangai University. Not only is she good-looking, but her figure is also very attractive. Xia Shihan seemed to realize that there was something wrong with Chao Ning's expression. Upon closer inspection, this guy was actually drooling. "Look at yourself again." Xia Shihan's mind went blank in an instant. "Ah, don't look. She quickly covered her chest. The little face is as red as a red apple. Chao Ning smacked his lips twice and immediately got up from the ground. "Breakfast was good. It tastes delicious. It would be even better if I could have a cup of hot milk every morning. Actually, I didn't see anything, so you don't have to take it too seriously." Chao Ning scratched his head awkwardly. You still said, "Whoa." Xia Shihan blushed, as if she suddenly thought of something. She pouted her lips and looked at Chao Ning seriously. "Chao Ning, who do you think has a better figure, my figure or Li Weiwei's?" "Of course it's you, yours is big enough." Chao Ning had just said this. He regretted it. This is obviously a fatal question. The answer is correct, which means you read it carefully. If the answer is wrong, it means that he and Li Weiwei have an improper relationship. "Really?" The moment Chao Ning said. Xia Shihan seemed to be crazy, picked up a pillow and chased Chao Ning. "The bed is too soft." Xia Shihan couldn't stand still for a moment. Just when she was about to fall, Chao Ning strode forward and hugged Xia Shihan in his arms. Two people look at each other. No one spoke. This moment, it's as if the air has frozen. The two of them were like two statues, neither of them moved. Chao Ning was becoming more and more fascinated. The hormone levels in the body are increasing. He slowly stretched his face over. "Until I touched those two soft petals." Xia Shihan didn't even dodge. The kiss was quick and sweet. When the two of them came out of the bedroom, the servants told them. Xia Goen and his wife went to the company early in the morning. There are only two of them left at home. While eating breakfast, Xia Shihan, for the first time ever, did not argue with Chao Ning. She just kept her head down, with two blushes on her face. Chao Ning was as carefree as usual and ate bowl after bowl of porridge. It was as if I hadn't eaten for 3 days and 3 nights. "Chao Ning, can you take me to the movies?" When Xia Shihan said this, she is completely different from the cold and aloof school beauty of the past. "Okay." Chao Ning was stunned at first, but after thinking about it, he quickly agreed. The school beauty invites someone to watch a movie. This is definitely not a treatment that everyone can enjoy. "Then let's go to the amusement park after watching the movie, okay?" Xia Shihan raised her head and continued with excitement. "Okay." Chao Ning still nodded in agreement. "I heard there's a good snack bar in the south of the city, how about we go and try it?" "Yeah, that's fine. I quite like eating. I want to catch the doll again." "Can. Then can you also let me keep the money for changing my statement?" Good. Change fee. Chao Ning suddenly raised his head. When I saw Xia Shirhan smiling from ear to ear, he suddenly realized that he seemed to be tricked. Before he could react, then he saw Xia Shirhan running towards him with a smile and extending her hand. The movement was as skillful as if it had been practiced thousands of times. Since you said so, I will reluctantly keep it for you. Xia Shirhan's arrogant look was completely different from the shy girl just now. Too careless. Chao Ning suddenly felt as if he was being trampled by 10,000 horses. He held his pocket tightly with one hand and put his right hand on Xia Shirhan's hand with a smile. Well, your hands are so beautiful. What skincare products do you use? Can you tell me about them? Are you sure? Sure enough, Xia Shirhan's face fell the next second. There were 3 words written on his face: unhappy. Yeah, I was just kidding. Chao Ning realized that he could not keep the 200 million, so he said with a smile. Let's discuss it. How about giving you one and I keep the rest for pocket money? What do you think? Xia Shirhan still had a gloomy face. Chao Ning really wants to slap himself twice now. Let you talk dirty. That's 200 million. Based on Chao Ning's experience. If I don't give it to her, my life will definitely be difficult in the future. After much hesitation, he handed the 2 cards to Xia Shirhan. Xia Shirhan got 2 cards and a bright smile instantly appeared on her face again. Little brother, don't be reluctant. If you need money, you can tell me. I will give you some pocket money. Don't worry. Having said that, Xia Shirhan immediately took out her cell phone and transferred 100,000 yuan to Chao Ning. Look, sister is so generous. This 100,000 yuan is just pocket money for you. Chao Ning smiled bitterly. 200 million shrunk to 100,000. Which stock market is so deceptive? But it's better to have something than nothing. Xia Shirhan was in a good mood after receiving the 200 million yuan bank card. The previous shyness also disappeared. Really? The only things that can make a woman happy are money and bags. About an hour later, Xia Shirhan changed into casual clothes and came down the stairs. The whole screen is filled with long white legs. Her breasts are plump under the white t-shirt, and her long and beautiful legs are tightly wrapped in blue denim shorts. Long hair and delicate cheeks make people impeccable. Coupled with her graceful figure with a protruding chest and a curved back, she is truly beautiful to the extreme. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman? Xia Shirhan snorted. Chao Ning smiled faintly. I have never seen her before. Whose wife is this? How can she be so beautiful? Snort. Xia Shirhan gave him a resentful look. I don't know who he is praising. When the 2 drove to the cinema, many couples had already gathered outside. The moment Xia Shirhan appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of the men present. Everyone likes to see beautiful women. What's more, she is a beauty like Xia Shirhan, who is a school belle. Xia Shirhan bought 2 tickets for the movie, The 99th Proposal. This movie is the most popular movie at the moment. The story tells the love story of an ordinary office worker and the daughter of a wealthy family who met and fell in love. If it weren't for Chao Ning's identity as a ferryman. The plot of the story is somewhat similar to his personal experience. I've wanted to see this movie for a long time. I heard that you need to prepare tissues throughout the whole process. Xia Shirhan looked at the movie ticket with some excitement. Paper towels. Is this movie about food? Chao Ning asked puzzledly. He was surprised that Xia Shirhan actually liked watching movies about food. My friend, are you a straight man? Xia Shirhan rolled her eyes. This is obviously a romance movie, okay. Is that so? But it doesn't matter. Do you have any change? I want to eat popcorn. Chao Ning pulled Xia Shirhan's clothes and said with a smile. Popcorn. Xia Shirhan looked around blankly. It turned out that many couples waiting around had a portion of popcorn in their hands. However, shouldn't boys buy popcorn for girls? Are all you ferrymen as greedy as you? Xia Shirhan asked in confusion. It seemed like every time I was with Chao Ning, there was either something fishy going on or something related to eating and drinking. Chao Ning thought for a moment and said, not entirely. At least Zhao Li is similar to me. Xia Shirhan chose to be patient. For the sake of the 200 million, she didn't intend to argue with Chao Ning. This straight man will never know what considerateness is. But when this scene was seen by people around. But it confused many people. Did you see that? Not only did the pretty girl buy her own movie ticket, she also bought popcorn for the boy. Really? Such an S-level beauty would actually take the initiative to lick a boy. That's so strange. Now I just want to know how that guy got that girl. I want to take him as my master. What are you guys thinking? Maybe it's because of love, just like the four of us. After the movie started, Chao Ning ate popcorn by himself. Xia Shirhan, who was beside him, cried like a tearful person when she saw the hero frozen to death in the snowy mountains in order to propose to the heroine. But Chao Ning, who is beside him, is a completely cold-blooded animal. Other people's boyfriends are busy comforting their girlfriends. Only after he finished eating, he started to stare blankly. Why are you crying? Can you tell me what the movie is about? The system has just refreshed several tasks. Chao Ning was busy arranging Lu Hongying and Song Huiyan to deal with it. Wait until he reacts. Xia Shirhan beside me is already crying. Not only her, but almost all the girls around her were crying as well. Some are so unrestrained that they even hold the baby in their arms and start biting it. Xia Shirhan rolled her eyes at Chao Ning with resentment. Humph, as expected, you ferrymen are all cold-blooded animals, simply titanium steel straight men. Chao Ning was a little confused. How is it related to the ferryman? Is there a ferryman in the movie? No, I have to report this to the underworld. How can the living world expose their identity so easily? Chao Ning muttered to himself. Just as they were about to leave. Suddenly, another video appeared on the movie screen. It was a video of a boy confessing his love to a girl. At the end of the video, the boy sitting in the front row kneels in front of the girl with a bouquet of flowers in his hand. Ying, will you be my girlfriend? I will always cherish you, love you, and protect you. Wow, how romantic. Promise him, promise him. If you don't agree, then I will agree. The other audience members who had not left saw this scene and spontaneously cheered for the boy. Chao Ning's seat is not far from the first row. He saw that the person he confessed his love to was a girl with a bun on her hair, and she looked sweet. Although girls of this type are not as popular as Xia Shirhan, they should still be in great demand in school. However, Chao Ning saw some sinister energy from her. With many years of experience, his intuition told him that this girl must have been haunted by a ghost recently. And at the very least they are all at the Li Ling level. Faced with the boy's confession and with so many people cheering her on, the girl's face did not show a single bit of happiness. Instead, he looked like he was worried about something. Wang Hao, I'm sorry, I can't promise you. As soon as the girl finished speaking, the whole place fell silent. No one expected this to be the result. Why, Ying, I really like you. Wang Hao was anxious to express his feelings. It's a pity that the girl's attitude is still very firm. I'm sorry, you're a good person, but we're really not suitable. I believe you can find a better girl than me. After saying that, the girl walked out dejectedly, carrying her canvas bag. The boy named Wang Hao stood there stupidly, as if he had been struck by lightning. Left the cinema. Xia Shirhan finally couldn't bear her curiosity anymore and started complaining to Chao Ning. Why do you think that girl rejected that boy just now? I saw the way they looked at each other, and it didn't look like they didn't like each other. Chao Ning smiled faintly. That's because that girl saw a ghost. What the hell? Xia Shirhan spoke a little louder. Unexpectedly, the girl was not far in front of them. Hearing these 3 words, the girl subconsciously turned around and looked at the two of them. There was such helplessness and confusion in his eyes. But then he left feeling disappointed. Chao Ning, did you see something? While waiting for the girl to walk away, Xia Shirhan asked in a low voice. Chao Ning nodded. That girl's forehead is dark and she has a negative energy on her head. It's obvious that she is possessed by an evil spirit. Then why didn't you take action just now? Xia Shirhan asked in confusion. You think I'm a god? Chao Ning rolled his eyes. That evil ghost wasn't here just now, and each district has its own ferryman. If you take over someone else's job without permission, you will be reported to the underworld. Of course, unless this matter is related to me, then it is another matter. Like Li Weiwei. Xia Shirhan said disdainfully. Although she didn't know what the relationship between Chao Ning and Li Weiwei was. But her intuition told her. It must be Chao Ning who helped her solve some problem. Then the two of them developed just like in the movie. If I hadn't intervened, I'm afraid the children would have been helpless. Chao Ning smiled awkwardly. Why are you bringing this up with me now? But he knows what kind of person Xia Shirhan is. That's a particularly jealous person. If you mess with her, there will be no good outcome. Haha, aren't you going to the amusement park? Why don't we go now? Xia Shirhan curled her lips. Humph, I'm not in a good mood, I won't go. Hanging out with some people is just boring. I don't know what your ex-girlfriend saw in you. Chao Ning scratched his head in embarrassment. I've never had a girlfriend. Xia Shirhan rolled her eyes. Sure enough, ugly people don't even have girlfriends. But I have a wife. Chao Ning chuckled. Xia Shirhan. Jiangai University. I had agreed with Li Weiwei that I would accompany her to a class reunion on the weekend afternoon. In order to get back to school before Xia Shirhan. Chao Ning deliberately used a yin yuan dan. Just to disappear in front of people. When we arrived at Jiangai University, Li Weiwei was already downstairs in the dormitory building. Sorry, I'm late. Chao Ning rushed to the bottom of Building C girls' dormitory, panting. At school, it is now the peak period for students to return to school. When Chao Ning and Li Weiwei stood together, they still attracted a lot of attention. The vast majority of those returning to school today are sophomores and juniors. School will resume as normal on Monday. So everyone was heading to the dormitory with bags of all sizes. Li Weiwei felt distressed when she saw Chao Ning running towards her breathlessly from not far away. It's okay if you slow down. Li Weiwei supported Chao Ning and said worriedly. Chao Ning took out his cell phone and checked the time. Now, exactly 30 minutes have passed since the agreed time. If I had known, I would have driven back by myself. Chao Ning took a few deep breaths and said, let's go. We still have time. Kindness. Li Weiwei nodded her little head, and her well-behaved look was simply adorable. No, wait for me first. Chao Ning suddenly had an idea in his mind. Before Li Weiwei could react, he immediately turned around and ran downstairs to the boys' dormitory. Li Weiwei was the only one left there, looking disheveled in the wind. No matter what, I'm going to drive there myself this time. If I keep going on like this, I'll end up with broken bones. Chao Ning muttered as he ran. At this moment, a lot of students gathered downstairs of the boys' dormitory and were watching. The object of onlookers' attention was Chao Ning's million-level Hummer. Most of them are seniors who have just returned to school. I have seen many Mercedes-Benz and BMW cars in school before. But a million-level Hummer is still rare. When someone sent the photo to their class group, everyone was shocked. Only the freshmen are no longer surprised. The car has been parked downstairs since the first day of school. There has been a heated argument in the school bar about the car owner. Who do you think is this guy who brought in this girl-chasing device? Needless to say, in my opinion, it must be Senior Lin Chen. In our school, only the Lin family can be so wealthy. I think it's him too. Didn't Lin Chen just come back from abroad? He's a perfect match. But I heard that it was a freshman who drove in. Could there be some misunderstanding here? What kind of misunderstanding could there be? I'm not looking down on the freshmen. They may not even recognize the license plate, let alone know the value of this car. Oh my god, if it really is Senior Lin Chen, then he couldn't be coming for Xia Shirhan, right? Probably not. I heard that Xia Shirhan has already rejected him. Maybe he is using her to flirt with Li Weiwei. It's possible. Although Li Weiwei has rejected many men, I haven't heard that she is interested in any boy. Maybe it's her. A group of people were discussing. At this time, a girl wearing a miniskirt and showing off her long, smooth legs walked in front of the Hummer. The girl had big wavy brown hair and heavy makeup on her face. She was only wearing a white tight camisole top, exposing her belly button. The tight clothes perfectly brought out the magnificent peaks of her chest. The perfect curves and sexy looks made all the boys present unable to take their eyes off her. I saw her holding a selfie stick in her hand and muttering to herself. "Thank you, Brother Wang, for giving me the carnival. I love you." Su Meng is a senior graduating student. Because I was going to prepare for the postgraduate entrance examination, I chose to stay in school and become a campus anchor. This time, as soon as she returned to school, she heard that there was a million-level Hummer in the school. So he ran to the luxury car and started a live show. Sure enough, just as the live broadcast started, the number of people in the live broadcast room also increased rapidly. In just a short while, there were tens of thousands of people online. Plus her cute voice pack. Let the LSPs in those live broadcast rooms start giving gifts like crazy. Why did the beautiful Su come here? Is she planning to take advantage of the situation? There are many fans of Su Meng among the onlookers. When I saw her live broadcast, they also took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Look, guys. This is a new car my boyfriend just bought. He only spent over 1,000,000 yuan. I don't know if it's worth it. As soon as Su Meng said this. In addition, those LSPs who often assist the site went even crazier. It's like showing off your financial strength. Afraid that Su Meng would be snatched away. The number of carnivals has increased rapidly. Thank you all for the gifts for Xiao Meng. I love you all. As she spoke, Su Meng even took a few close-ups of her chest. This time, the number of visitors exploded. Completely crazy. Chao Ning saw a large group of people crowding in front of his car, so he moved forward curiously. In the middle of the crowd, Su Meng was showing off. Her whole body has now climbed onto the car. Chao Ning was a little confused when he saw this scene. I had no choice but to ask the people around me about the situation. "Classmate, what are you doing? Could it be that this girl is possessed by evil spirits?" Chao Ning asked curiously. "It's not evil spirits, it's poison, money poisoning." The onlookers nearby were also happy to explain to Chao Ning. "See. That's senior Su Meng from the senior year. She's a hot and unrestrained girl. It's said that she had an abortion when she was a freshman. Look, he said the car belongs to his boyfriend, but I don't know if it's true or not. He's frantically asking for gifts. So that's what's going on." Chao Ning nodded in understanding. But seeing that it's almost time, I can't wait for her to end the live broadcast. So Chao Ning stepped forward and gave a kind reminder. Senior, it's not appropriate for you to climb onto someone else's car like this, you'd better get off quickly." Su Meng looked like a young man dressed in ordinary clothes. I didn't take it to heart. "Brother, you are also my fan, right? I don't have time to chat with you right now, go play over there first." Chao Ning was stunned. "So this means you consider yourself her fan?" "Senior, please get off quickly. If you scratch the car, you'll get into trouble." Su Meng was flirting with several LSPs at the moment, and was always interrupted by Chao Ning. I subconsciously felt a little dissatisfied. "Brother, do you recognize this car? This is my boyfriend's car. You have never seen it before. This is a car you can't afford even if you work hard all your life." As he said this, Su Meng gave Chao Ning a cold look. He was immersed in flirting with LSP. The voice is getting louder and louder. The camera scanned the proud chest and slender long legs again and again. Chao Ning sighed. It seems that this anchor named Su Meng has no intention of coming down. So, under everyone's gaze, Chao Ning took out the key from his pocket. The headlights flashed and the doors unlocked. Everyone present, including the female anchor, looked at the simple Chao Ning with surprise. "I'm sorry, senior, I'm busy right now, so I can't lend you my car for the live broadcast. As soon as Chao Ning said this, Su Meng was like being struck by lightning. Standing there stupidly. It turns out that the stinky brother she looked down upon was actually the owner of the car. Oh my god, it turns out the owner of the car is not Senior Lin Chen. Who is this little brother? I really want to go up to him and ask for his prestige. Wow, this little brother is so handsome, I love him. Wow, it turns out that rich people are so low-key. There are surprises everywhere around them. While everyone was talking about, Chao Ning has opened the car door. When he wanted to get in the car, a pair of long white legs blocked his way. The next thing that comes into view is the upright chest. Handsome guy, I really like your car. Why don't you take me for a ride? We can go anywhere. The person who spoke was the anchor Su Meng. After knowing that Chao Ning was the owner of the car, she immediately turned off the live broadcast and walked straight to him. Work hard to squeeze out a deep groove. Chao Ning smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, senior sister, I have already made an appointment with someone else. If you want to make an appointment with me again, you can only wait until next time. Oh my god, he actually rejected Su Meng's invitation. It's unbelievable. Although Su Meng is not as beautiful as Xia Shihan and Li Weiwei, she is still a great beauty. He just rejected her like that. Fuck, this is so infuriating. If it were me, I would just take him to a chain restaurant for some fun. Who says it's not true? It's possible that they just don't like second-hand goods. That makes sense. Someone this rich would never care about a bus. But Su Meng had sharp ears and she listened to everything people around her said. This time, she was even more unwilling. Little brother, do you think I'm not pretty enough? Even though I'm older than you, I'm very experienced. As he said that, Su Meng hugged Chao Ning's arm and squeezed into the deep ditch. Chao Ning only felt his body tremble and immediately pulled his arm back. I'm sorry, senior, I don't like buses, you should go find someone else. After saying that, Chao Ning pushed Su Meng away and got into the car. Su Meng was so angry that she stamped her feet when she saw Chao Ning driving away. Li Weiwei is still waiting for Chao Ning over there. Suddenly a Hummer stopped beside her. She immediately dodged to the side. I was afraid that Chao Ning would misunderstand me after seeing this. As she looked at the boys' dormitory in front of her. The black Hummer. He fell in front of her again. Li Weiwei frowned, then retreated far away, fearing that Chao Ning would not be able to find her. Chao Ning in the car didn't know why Li Weiwei was hiding. As he rolled down the window. He understands. It turned out that he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to find her. Slight. Li Weiwei heard someone calling her and looked at the men in the black Hummer. Isn't it Chao Ning who left with an excuse? Chao Ning, what are you doing? Li Weiwei was stunned. He didn't expect that the black Hummer would actually be Chao Ning's car. This Hummer has been in the school for so long and has always been praised by people. It turns out that its owner is so close to me. What are you standing there for? Get in the car. Chao Ning shouted. Only then did Li Weiwei react. She pouted, slowly opened the car door and got in. The boys who saw this scene not far away were all stunned. None of them expected that Chao Ning rejected Su Meng because of Li Weiwei. Look, is that Li Weiwei who just got on the car? It's true. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Well, it turns out that he had already made an appointment with Li Weiwei. No wonder he looked down on Su Meng. That's true. If it were me, I would definitely choose the campus beauty of Li University. When Su Meng heard what these people said, she was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. At Jiangai University, Xia Shihan and Li Weiwei are goddesses in everyone's eyes. No matter when, wherever the two of them appear, everyone else will be eclipsed. After leaving Jiangai University, Li Weiwei sat in the passenger seat very nervously. This was her first time sitting in the passenger seat. And the driver was a boy she liked very much. Why aren't you talking? Did I scare you? Chao Ning noticed Li Weiwei's nervousness and joked with a smile. Li Weiwei nodded first, then shook her head. No. No. I'm just a little nervous. Chao Ning stretched out a hand and touched Li Weiwei's little head with a smile. There's nothing to be nervous about. Just relax. Li Weiwei wore a fairy-like white floral long dress today and her hair was combed into a cute bun. That restrained little look makes people feel warm. The sweet campus style is just like this. Chao Ning rubbed her little head and Li Weiwei didn't dodge. Her well-behaved appearance was really likable. Li Weiwei's gathering place was a 4-star hotel in Jiangning City. Most of the people attending the party were classmates who were scattered in various universities in Jiangning. When Li Weiwei and Chao Ning arrived, the 20 or so people who were going to the party had already arrived. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm late because of something. After Li Weiwei entered the room, she first greeted everyone. At this time, a boy with a straight figure and wearing a casual suit came towards me. It's okay, it's okay. We just arrived. It's okay. The person who spoke was Zhao Yong, Li Weiwei's high school class monitor and the organizer of this party. Hey, who is this? When Zhao Yong saw Chao Ning following closely behind Li Weiwei, he subconsciously showed some hostility. In fact, the fundamental purpose of Zhao Yong organizing this party was to confess his love to Li Weiwei. Li Weiwei knew this in advance, so she pulled Chao Ning in to be a shield. Oh, this is my boyfriend Chao Ning. Li Weiwei hugged Chao Ning's arm and explained with a smile. Chao Ning was stunned at first, then he quickly reacted. Hello, I'm Weiwei's boyfriend. Please take care of me since this is our first meeting. Surprisingly, the people present, except for a few boys, everyone else seemed a little embarrassed. The most embarrassing one among them was of course Zhao Yong. He scored the best among all the students and was also an outstanding student at Jiangning University. I originally wanted to win Li Weiwei over in one go by relying on my outstanding sense of achievement. Who would have thought that someone would get there first? Zhao Yong smiled awkwardly. Since you are Weiwei's boyfriend, let's take a seat together. Chao Ning smiled and nodded. The table where they sat had half men and half women, but most of them still had childish looks on their faces. Of course, there were also 2 boys who tried their best to pretend to be mature, but they were just pretending after all. Even though I put on a suit, it still felt a little off. Among them, what Chao Ning was most interested in was a girl wearing a JK suit. She has kept her head down since Chao Ning entered the door. But Chao Ning still recognized it at a glance. This girl was the one who was surrounded by negative energy and whom he and Xia Shihan met in the cinema before. I didn't expect that they would meet so soon. Brother, are you also from Jiangai University? Zhao Yong stood close to Chao Ning, testing his identity. When Chao Ning saw Li Weiwei looking nervous beside him, he became more calm. Yes, I'm a freshman. As soon as Chao Ning said this, everyone was shocked. It's only been 2 weeks since the first semester of college. How could he win over Li Weiwei, who was recognized by all boys as the most difficult to pursue, in such a short time? It's incredible. Chao Ning obviously also realized this. He simply put his arm around Li Weiwei's shoulders and held her in his arms. Damn you liquor, I'm going to kill you if I don't. I'm going to make you mad to death. I'm going to make you mad to death. Ha 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 ha. Chao Ning was so happy that his heart was beaming with joy. Our Weiwei is a little girl who doesn't know much. Thanks to you all for taking care of her in the past. I would like to thank you all here. Chao Ning said with a smile. Li Weiwei, who was hugged in his arms, blushed even more. It was the first time she was hugged by a boy like this. The nervous little hands kept tightly grasping the corner of the clothes. Zhao Yong's face also turned red, but he was just angry. Who knows what greetings he is thinking about the ancestors of the Chao family at this moment. Zhao Yong was so angry that his heart almost exploded. This is clearly my line, okay. Brother, you are so mean. You cut in line. Classmate, I still don't know your name. Zhao Yong asked with a smile. Name. This time Chao Ning hugged Li Weiwei even tighter, and to others, it seemed like he was asserting his sovereignty. Since you are so persistent, don't blame me for being introverted. Chao Ning suddenly had the idea of teasing him. My name is Chao Ning, and my old man said that I was born at the old site of Ningguo. At that time, the sky was shining brightly, with the golden dragon and the red bird circling. He guessed that I was of royal blood, so he specially gave me the name, Ning. How about it, doesn't it sound good? Li Weiwei felt a little embarrassed when she heard Chao Ning's shameless boasting. Haha, it sounds very nice. The corners of Zhao Yong's mouth twitched and he turned his head away in embarrassment. I was wondering where this idiot came from. He got high before even drinking. But then I thought, could it be that Li Weiwei likes boys with this kind of personality? Zhao Yong seemed to have suddenly figured out how to steal someone's girlfriend, and he became more energetic. He picked up a water cup and looked at it, his face full of disgust. How can a 4-star hotel's dinner plate be so low class? Waiter, please change us a complete set of Jingdezhen blue and white porcelain tableware, glazed. The waiter who had been standing nearby was stunned. Blue and white porcelain tableware. Do you want Jingdezhen's baked glaze? I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place. I'm sorry, sir, we don't have the tableware you want. How about the royal tableware imported from France? However, this kind of tableware requires an additional 200 yuan per person for plate wear and tear. The waiter said with a smile. 200. That's so expensive. Zhao Yong touched the card in his pocket. In theory, boys pay AA at this party, and girls pay free. In fact, all the expenses are to be borne by Zhao Yong. The purpose was to confess his love to Li Weiwei at the party. Who knew that Chao Ning would appear out of nowhere? Classmate, I don't think it's necessary to change the tableware. I think their plates are pretty good. Chao Ning saw Zhao Yong's embarrassment and kindly helped him out. But to Zhao Yong, these words sounded like a mockery of him pretending to be rich. Weiwei, what do you think? Tell me whether you want to change or not. I'll listen to you. Zhao Yong looked at Li Weiwei with a smile. Forehead. Li Weiwei raised her little head dully. He glanced at Zhao Yong, then looked at Chao Ning with a bright smile. I always listen to Chao Ning. Zhao Yong. Should. Why am I talking so much? Why would a good person be so cheap as to eat dog food? Zhao Yong turned his head away with a sullen face. Chao Ning just smiled when he saw this scene. He has seen many bootlickers, but it is rare to see someone like this seeking death. Student, are you sick? Chao Ning ignored Zhao Yong and looked at the girl who had been sitting on the side with her head down. Chao Ning noticed last time that this girl has a strong yin energy. But today I look again. It's obviously a bit heavier. Ying, are you okay? After hearing what Chao Ning said, Li Weiwei also noticed the girl who looked a little lost in the corner. I'm fine. Noticed so many people were staring at me. Lu Ying also felt a little embarrassed. She smiled and waved her hands, her eyes flickering. I just feel a little uncomfortable. I just need to go to the toilet. After saying that, she got up and went out of the box. After Lu Ying got up and left, a girl who was sitting next to her immediately started showing off. I heard that Lu Ying had just had a fight a while ago. Did you know about this? Snatch. Oh my god, when did this happen? I heard about it, too. She and I went to the same school. It seems that Lu Ying's boyfriend fell to his death accidentally, and she went to get raped the next day. This is too exciting. I still don't have a girlfriend, but I've already had sex with her. Don't we singles have any dignity left? Your focus is really weird, but she just kept her head down. Is it because of this? It's possible. Haven't you watched Bai Wuchang's live broadcast recently? I heard that it's easy to be targeted if you hit a girl. Sure enough, gossip is human nature. Hearing her classmates gossiping, Li Weiwei looked at Chao Ning beside her with some curiosity. Chao Ning, is what they said true? Li Weiwei asked in a low voice. Chao Ning is a ghost messenger. If Lu Ying was really haunted by a baby spirit, he would definitely be able to tell. It's hard to say, but it should be about the same. Chao Ning frowned, leaned close to Li Weiwei's ear and whispered, sit here for a while, I'll go out and take a look. Okay, be careful. Li Weiwei nodded obediently. Once he went out, Chao Ning didn't even need to look for where the toilet was. His pair of yin-yang eyes had already noticed that there was a strong resentment in every corner. If I'm not mistaken, that must be an evil spirit. Humph, you actually dared to follow me here, then don't blame me for doing a good deed. Chao Ning raised the corner of his mouth and followed quietly. That's a fire escape in the hotel. There is a notice board at the door saying it is under repair. And the resentment came from the corridor at the back. Before he got close, Chao Ning could already smell a faint scent of rhinoceros horn. At this moment, Lu Yingying was curled up in the corner. And in front of her, stood two undead spirits, one big and one small. The whole body of the big man was surrounded by black yin energy, his pupils were sunken, and his face was full of ferocity. He looks about the same age as Chao Ning. If the gossips we talked about at the dinner table were true, then he should be the person who fell to his death, Han Yanjun. The smaller ones are only the size of babies, with their entire bodies floating in the air. Then he should be the one that Lu Yingying aborted. Bitch, tell me, did you run out to have a tryst with that wild man? Han Yanjun said angrily. He fell to his death from a building because he saw Lu Yingying having a tryst with a man. In a rage, he fought with the man and eventually fell to his death. In order to find this man, he tortured Lu Yingying a lot. Mother, why don't you want the child? The child is the apple of your eye, the baby said softly. Lu Yingying was also frightened. A pair of eyes looked at the two people in front of him with horror. No. Don't come over here, don't come over here. Lu Yingying was trembling with fear. Stop. Just then, a boy ran up from the corridor. He ran to Lu Yingying and held her in his arms. Yingying, don't be afraid, I'm coming. It's you. Han Yanjun recognized the boy. It was the one who pushed him off the roof. You came just in time, so I don't have to look for you again. Let's settle the accounts between us today. Whoosh whoosh. A cold wind blows. Han Yanjun's resentment grew even stronger. There is more and more black energy on his body. Suddenly, his originally handsome face. It became a bloody mess, with bright red blood staining all over its body. The head became much flatter and one of its eyeballs was about to fall out. This is exactly what happened to him after he fell from the roof. The boy stood up and blocked Lu Yingying. Han Yanjun, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you've turned into a ghost. When Yingying was with you, she gave so much for you. Not only did you get her pregnant with your child, but you also abused her on a daily basis. Many of the injuries on her body were caused by you. But you not only treat her as a tool to vent your emotions. He also threatened that if she dared to call the police, he would post her nude photos online. Such a good girl, but you ruined her like this. I only regret that I didn't kill you sooner. Song Qiu, don't be here, he will kill you. Lu Yingying cried heartbreakingly. She crawled in front of Song Qiu and tried desperately to stop him. Okay, very good, you two adulterers. If you dare to cheat on me, I will make you my slaves for eternity. Han Yanjun's resentment did not dissipate at all, but became even more violent. What are you going to do? Lu Yingying was suddenly panicked. What? Han Yanjun laughed evilly, I will eat you two adulterers alive, and then imprison your souls forever, and you will never be able to reincarnate, ha 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 ha. What, you? Lu Yingying was so frightened that she was speechless. Humph, Han Yanjun, do you really think you can eat both of us? Song Qiu took out a yellow talisman from his trouser pocket and pointed it at Han Yanjun. This is. When Han Yanjun saw the yellow talisman, he subconsciously felt a little nervous. The young baby spirit also subconsciously hid behind Han Yanjun. This is the talisman I bought from the master for $10,000. Otherwise, why do you think I hid for so long before coming out? While threatening Han Yanjun, Song Qiu lowered his head to comfort Lu Yingying. Yingying, don't be afraid. He doesn't dare to hurt us. Yeah. Han Yanjun sneered. The wind blows. The yellow talisman in Song Qiu's hand turned into ashes in an instant. What on earth is going on? When Song Chio saw the yellow talisman in his hand disappear instantly, he became completely panicked. I'm afraid the master didn't tell you that this evil-repelling talisman can only be used against ordinary undead spirits. What do you mean? What's the meaning? Han Yanjun sneered, it means you are going to die. Just when Han Yanjun was about to open his bloody mouth, the door to the corridor was pushed open from the outside. Interesting. Chao Ning walked in slowly from outside with his hands behind his back. You, who are you? Han Yanjun was also shocked when he saw Chao Ning. If the people in the world of the living saw him like this, they would probably be scared out of their wits, let alone dare to come in. Are you talking about me? I'm just a spectator. Chao Ning said with a smile. Chao Ning, you are Chao Ning, please save us. Lu Yingying recognized Chao Ning. She crawled up to Chao Ning and pulled his trouser leg. When I was in the cinema, she knew Chao Ning was not simple. It is impossible for ordinary people to tell at a glance that she is haunted by an evil spirit. In addition, Chao Ning dared to appear here, which further proved that Chao Ning is absolutely not afraid of dirty things. Bitch, are you crazy? You actually went to beg a young boy. You must have forgotten that I am a demon. Han Yanjun was not afraid of Chao Ning at all, and would not panic even if Chao Ning dared to appear in front of him. He is the evil spirit of the world. In the world of the living, as long as they don't meet people from the underworld or Maoshan, ordinary people can't deal with him at all. Are evil spirits so great? I happen to have 2 evil spirits by my side. Would you like me to introduce them to you? Chao Ning said with a smile. Boy, I think you are looking for death, evil spirit. Humph, then let me see. Han Yanjun hasn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, 2 graceful figures, one in red and one in white, appeared in front of him. Hey, master, why is this guy so ugly? Lu Hongying said with a look of disgust. That's right, master. Could it be that the black and white impermanents don't want this kind of stuff? Song Huiyan also said with contempt. Chao Ning coughed awkwardly twice. This guy died from falling from a building. It looks like his face hit the ground first. When Han Yanjun saw these 2 evil spirits, I was so scared that I couldn't even speak. A single look from the evil spirit was enough to overwhelm him so that he couldn't even raise his head, not to mention that there were now 2 of them. I heard that you are quite lustful. What do you think of them too? Are you interested? Chao Ning joked with a smile. Humph, master, you are so bad. Lu Hongying scolded. Han Yanjun recovered and said, Humph, kid, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have an evil spirit protecting you. I am a ghost. If they dare to eat me, the people in the underworld will never let you go. Eat you? That's overestimating you. Lu Hongying covered her mouth, feeling a little nauseous. It took her a long time before she uttered 2 words. Ugly rejection. Song Huiyan ignored him, but became interested in the baby spirit hiding behind him. She just waved her hand and the baby spirit flew into her hand. My dear, who is so cruel to abort you at such a young age? When Lu Yingying heard Song Huiyan's words, she lowered her head subconsciously. Chao Ning didn't want to say anything more. The baby spirit is innocent. He shouldn't be involved. Huiyan, please send this little guy back to the underworld to be reincarnated. If this guy hadn't stopped him, he would have been born by now. Song Huiyan nodded, okay, master. Wait. Just as Song Huiyan was about to leave, Chao Ning called her. He casually whispered a few words of advice into Song Huiyan's ear. Song Huiyan immediately understood what he meant, giggled, and then turned and left. Who are you, and what is your relationship with the underworld? When Han Yanjun heard this, he realized that this man was definitely not simple. Who? Of course it's the person who sent you on your way. Chao Ning raised the dragon flame spear and pointed it directly at him. If you, the evil spirit, dare to stay in the human world and harm the living beings, I will make your soul fly away. The judge's face is revealed. The sound of Hong vibrates, like the sound of the sky. Han Yanjun was so scared that he knelt on the ground. No matter how stupid he is, he can now guess Chao Ning's identity. Please spare my life, sir, please spare my life. I will never dare to do it again. The one holding the dragon flame spear. It must be the ferryman. Forgive you. Chao Ning sneered, dream on. Bang. Dragon flame spurted out, and Han Yanjun was instantly enveloped in flames. In an instant, everything was reduced to ashes. Watching Han Yanjun slowly being enveloped by the dragon flame and disappearing into thin air. Lu Yingying and Song Qiu were both so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. Song Qiu, Han Yanjun has died, don't you have anything to say? Chao Ning turned around and said lightly. Although the ferryman does not care about the affairs of the living world. But for the sake of the fate between them. It's okay to give him a kind reminder. Sir, I don't understand what you mean. Song Qiu was so scared that he didn't even dare to raise his head. Don't understand what I mean. Chao Ning smiled faintly. Did Han Yanjun really fall from the building by mistake? Don't you know this? This. Song Qiu suddenly raised his head and looked at Chao Ning, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself. Chao Ning crossed his arms across his chest, and his face was no longer as serious as before. Don't be nervous, I'm just reminding you kindly. You know what you did, and I have no business dealing with matters in the world of the living. Whether you are willing to surrender yourself or not, these matters are none of my business. However, your life will be recorded in the book of life and death. If you feel you have a chance of getting lucky, then you can just pretend that nothing happened. However, after 100 years, your sins will be judged, and you will probably spend hundreds of years in hell. Chao Ning had no intention of scare Song Qiu. Everything that everyone does in the world is examined by a judge. No one can escape the fate of being judged. Compared to the world of the living, the punishment in hell is much more cruel. Think about it carefully, that's all I have to say. I will erase your 2 memories of the evil spirit later. As for how to choose, that is your business. After saying this, 2 purple halos condensed from Chao Ning's hands. Shoot towards the 2 of them. Memory wipe. As soon as the voice fell, both of them fell into a deep sleep at the same time. It was not until Chao Ning left that the 2 of them slowly woke up. This is... Song Qiu, why are you here too? After Lu Yingying woke up, she was quite surprised to find Song Qiu lying next to her. Look at your messy clothes again. And also physically feel it. But I just can't remember anything. Could it be? Lu Yingying looked at Song Qiu distressedly, with some vague guesses in her mind. Yingying, where is this? My head hurts so much, why does it feel like someone hit me with a stick? Lu Yingying stood up and straightened her clothes, with a look of disappointment on her face. Song Qiu, go back. I won't blame you for what you did tonight, but this is just one time and it won't happen again. I don't want you to satisfy yourself in this way and hurt me at the same time. I don't want to accept anyone, including you, for the time being. Besides, my high school classmates are all here, and I don't want them to see you. Song Qiu looked confused. What did you do? Looking at the puddle of water on the ground, he was stunned. Who is this person who has no sense of public morality and urinates randomly? It just happened that I wasn't paying attention and made a mistake. Well, this guy must be a little angry recently. So sexy. But then Song Qiu became confused again. He couldn't remember why he came here. It was as if I had just had a very long and terrifying dream. There is always someone's voice echoing in my ears. A dull moment. Song Qiu stood up and looked at Lu Yingying. Yingying, actually I came here today to say goodbye to you. Song Qiu lowered his head, looking very depressed. Yingying, I've made up my mind. I'm going to turn myself in. I don't want to live in fear for the rest of my life. I'm tired. We are adults and we have to pay the price for our mistakes. Take good care of yourself, and if you have the chance, find a good man to marry. After saying that, Song Qiu lowered his head and walked downstairs. Song Qiu. Hearing this, Lu Yingying was stunned. She bit her lower lip lightly, looking reluctant. Song Qiu, wait a minute. Song Qiu turned around and saw Lu Yingying running towards him and hugging him tightly. Song Chio, you are a good person. I will wait outside for the day you come out. After saying this, Lu Yingying was already crying like a tearful person. Chao Ning and Lu Hongying, who were outside the window, were very moved when they saw this scene. Master, you really didn't make a mistake. This man is a good man who dares to take responsibility for his actions. Chao Ning nodded, that's right, but it's a pity that fate plays tricks on us. Okay, I have to go back too. You should go back to the soul-catching bag and have a good rest. It's been out for so long. It's time to go back. Otherwise, someone will really steal your girl away. The other side. Zhao Yong took advantage of Chao Ning's absence. He pulled together his classmates who had already colluded with him and started a double act in front of Li Weiwei. Li Weiwei kept smiling awkwardly. This extremely polite approach gave Zhao Yong great motivation. Weiwei, you don't know how excited I was when I met the CEO of Nut Company in China. As he spoke, Zhao Yong stood up and straightened his chest, still gesturing with his hands. My goodness, that foreigner was at least 1.85 meters tall, and he was standing next to me, patting my shoulder and grinning at me. I was also puzzled at that time. I wondered what was wrong with this foreigner. Could it be that he had a crush on me? Later the translator said that their CEO took a liking to me and wanted me to intern in their company in the future. Can I work for a foreign company? Of course not, so I rejected it right on the spot. Zhao Yong finished speaking. The classmates who came over to eat for free immediately joined in to help. Wow, Brother Yong, you are so awesome. You're so manly. Brother Yong, why don't you find a girlfriend? There must be a lot of people chasing after you. Brother Yong, anyone who can be your girlfriend will die of happiness. Brother Yong, I heard that you drove here by yourself today, is that true? Oh my God, Brother Yong, you have a car. I'm so envious. Zhao Yong smiled and waved his hands. A small car worth only a few 100,000 yuan is just a means of transportation. The main purpose is to find a mistress for it, but unfortunately. Hearing this, Li Weiwei could hardly sit still. Just as she stood up and planned to look for Chao Ning, a familiar figure walked into the box. It's a pity that person is already taken. Chao Ning, you're back. When Li Weiwei saw that it was Chao Ning who came back, she immediately walked to Chao Ning with a smile and took his arm. What's so great about having a car? Chao Ning drove here himself, too. Li Weiwei said proudly with her lips pouted. In fact, Chao Ning had been standing outside the door listening for a while. I don't know what stimulated Zhao Yong to brag so much, and he didn't even back up his own claims. I have a question. I wonder if classmate Zhao can help me answer it. Chao Ning looked at Zhao Yong and said with a smile. Zhao Yong saw Chao Ning coming back. And he also took Li Weiwei's hand. He was like a deflated balloon, sitting aside in a sullen mood. Speak. Chao Ning smiled and said, I heard from a friend that the CEO of their company in Huaxia is a lame old lady. Is this true? Is it an old lady? Oh, it really is. I might have been too excited at the time and overlooked it. Zhao Yong defended. Is that so? Oh, I remembered it wrong. My friend was talking about their vice president. Chao Ning added with a smile. Zhao Yong. When Zhao Yong was embarrassed, the classmates around him also acted embarrassed. No one expected that Chao Ning was so good at having fun. Just then, Lu Yingying came back from outside. And she brought a boy with her. Excuse me, classmates. My friend is here to see me. I have something urgent to do, so I have to leave first. Have fun. After saying that, she greeted the girl sitting next to her. Shireen, I won't be going back to the dormitory tonight. Please help me block the students who are checking my dormitory. The girl named Shireen nodded woodenly. She and Lu Yingying are classmates in the same major. Although the dormitories for two people are not next to each other. But it is also convenient for them to replace each other. This is what they used to do in their freshman year. Before the people in the box could react, Lu Yingying had already left with her arm around Song Qiu. It looks like there will be another bloody battle tonight. Wait, do you girls also like to spend the night in internet cafes? Chao Ning asked puzzledly. He just finished saying this. The people present suddenly fell into deep thought again. Everyone looked at him as if he were a monster. Li Weiwei was also a little embarrassed and blushed. She pulled Chao Ning to sit down quickly. When Chao Ning is smart, he is smarter than anyone else. But when it comes to straight male cancer, it's worse than anyone else's. This time Chao Ning was even more confused. With my ID card, aren't I going to the internet cafe all night? Soon the party ended with everyone in a depressed mood. When we arrived at the hotel entrance, Zhao Yong still has some hope. Before Li Weiwei had gone far away, he immediately ran to her. Weiwei, my car is parked over there, or I can take you back. It's so late now, it's not safe for you to be outside as a girl. Zhao Hai pointed at Harvard not far away and said. Chao Ning was stunned when he heard this. Brother, there is something else behind your words. Who are you worried about? Am I the kind of person who likes car fun? Chao Ning rolled his eyes sadly, then put his arm around Li Weiwei's shoulders. No need. If we can't go back, we can just go to the internet cafe all night. I happen to have my ID card with me. Chao Ning said lightly. No need for squad leader. Li Weiwei also smiled and rejected Zhao Yong's kindness. I brought my ID card with me today, and I happen to know a hotel nearby that's having a sale, so Chao Ning and I can go there and spend the night. Hiss. Zhao Hai widened his eyes and took a breath of cold air. Before he could show surprise, Chao Ning immediately added, hotels are so expensive, why don't we go to an internet cafe, it's cheaper there. It just so happens that Lu Yingying and the others are here too, so we can form a team. Zhao Hai. Li Weiwei. Everyone present. Everyone looked at Chao Ning with dull eyes. What exactly does Li Weiwei like about this guy? Sincere? Is this probably a titanium straightman? And it's in the late stage and there's no hope of recovery. After the embarrassment, Zhao Yong drove his white Harvard over. Zhao Yong rolled down the window and said with a smile, Weiwei, there are still a lot of seats in my car. How about I take you back? Yes, Weiwei, if the squad leader has a car, let him take you home. We wanted him to take you home, but he refused. Weiwei, just drive the car to work. This car costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. Yes, yes, yes. Some people may not be able to afford it even if they work hard for several years. If the squad leader is willing to take me back, I'd be willing to be his girlfriend. The classmates around me assisted again. After all, it was Zhao Yong who paid for the meal tonight, so we have to give him enough face. No need, Chao Ning has gone to drive, he will be here soon. Li Weiwei smiled and rejected his kindness again. I don't know if my classmates will blush for what I said next. Li Weiwei shook her head and sighed. Just then, a black Hummer appeared in everyone's sight. Not only the students present, but even the hotel waiters were very excited. Where did this luxury car come from? It must cost hundreds of thousands. More than that, this is a Hummer, it is said to be worth millions. I wonder which rich person is having dinner here today. That's right. If this can send me back, I will even give you an ID card. Sister, can I rent one? Amidst everyone's surprise, Li Weiwei smiled and waved goodbye to her classmates. Chao Ning is here, I'm leaving first, let's get together again when we have a chance, hee hee. After saying that, Li Weiwei walked forward with a smile and opened the door of the Hummer. This is. The students standing there were all stunned. Because the person they just saw sitting in the car was Chao Ning. Now everyone realized how stupid they had been. No one spoke for the next second. Zhao Yong, who was sitting in the car, also saw Chao Ning in the car behind through the rearview mirror. Driven by instinct, he immediately ran away in shame. On the way back, Li Weiwei blushed and lowered her head, speaking in a low voice. I'm sorry, Chao Ning. I told you you were my boyfriend without consulting you. I almost made you laugh. Chao Ning saw Li Weiwei's serious look. I thought what happened. I didn't expect this to happen. He reached out and touched Li Weiwei's little head, then said with a smile. It's just a small matter. You don't have to take it too seriously. But next time, you'd better tell me first so that I don't have to improvise. Yeah. Li Weiwei nodded hard. Soon, the black Hummer returned to the dormitory building of Jiangai University. After sending Li Weiwei back, when Chao Ning returned to the place where he had parked his car, that sexy anchor with long legs was still waiting there. Senior sister, why are you still here? Are you waiting for me? Chao Ning asked puzzledly. Su Meng rolled her eyes and said, brother, you finally came back. I, your senior, have been waiting for you here all night. Didn't you say we'd meet next time? Now it's the next time, and I brought my ID card. Let's go for a ride now. Su Meng showed off the ID card in his hand. ID card? Senior, do you also like to spend the night in the internet cafe? In that case, I know there is one near the East Gate, it's very close, so I don't have to drive there at all. Chao Ning asked doubtfully. He didn't know why girls nowadays liked staying up all night so much. Is there a new skin released recently? When Su Meng heard Chao Ning's words, she stood there in a daze. Internet cafe overnight? What the hell? Could it be a special project that some hotel has just launched recently? Before she could ask back, there suddenly appeared an angry beautiful woman beside Chao Ning. Chao Ning. How could you do this? You actually left me alone and ran away. Hey, that's not right. Why do you smell like perfume? Explain it to me. Xia Shirhan leaned close to Chao Ning's clothes and smelled them. The intimate action left Su Meng dumbfounded. Are you Xia Shirhan? You are. Senior sister Su Meng. Xia Shirhan opened her eyes wide. Su Meng is a famous internet celebrity in Jiang University. During live broadcasts, I often sell cosmetics, body lotions, and the like. Girls in school would go to her live broadcast room to check out the shopping windows whenever they had time. Seeing Chao Ning and Su Meng still together so late, and the former even had a faint scent of perfume on him, Xia Shirhan subconsciously became alert. What are you two doing here? Did you do something shameful? Xia Shirhan glared at Chao Ning resentfully. The strong smell of vinegar is like someone's vinegar jar has been overturned. No, Junior, you misunderstood. I just happened to pass by here. Su Meng hurriedly explained. No matter how stupid she is, she can see it now. This Chao Ning is not only related to Li Weiwei, but also seems to be related to Xia Shirhan, the #1 campus beauty of Jiangai University. And the relationship seems to be better than the former. Seeing this, Su Meng silently put away his ID card. Compared with these two people, she is obviously not good enough. When Chao Ning heard this, he nodded immediately. He doesn't want to die socially. When Xia Shirhan gets jealous, it's a terrible thing. It's nothing, actually. My senior sister just wanted to invite me to the internet cafe to stay up all night. I didn't want to go, mainly because I was already familiar with playing with other people in the dormitory, and I wasn't used to playing with others in a team. Go to an internet cafe with her? You must be kidding. What if he is even worse than me and can't even lead me? If Zhao Hai and the others knew about this, they would be laughed to death. Chao Ning secretly complained in his heart. Go to the internet cafe all night. Xia Shirhan was completely confused. But look at Su Meng, she is wearing a miniskirt that reaches her thighs, and a tube top wrapped around her chest, which is not much bigger than a rag. Wearing dazzling black silk on the slender thighs. The texture is thin and the quality is obviously not very good. Plus the charming French perfume. Go to the internet cafe all night. You're kidding. Su Meng felt a little embarrassed when Xia Shirhan looked at her like that. This feeling is like being blocked in a hotel. Feeling uncomfortable. So he smiled and waved at the two of them awkwardly. I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do. I won't go to the internet cafe today. Next time, we'll talk about it next time when we have a chance. After saying that, Su Meng ran away in shame. Before leaving, she whispered the word scumbag in Chao Ning's ear. No, Chao Ning was stunned on the spot. It seems like I haven't done anything. Why do you call me a scumbag? When Su Meng walked away with a guilty look on her face, Xia Shihan immediately hugged her breasts angrily. He looked at Chao Ning speechlessly. Humph, I thought you left me behind and went to secretly date Li Weiwei, but I didn't expect you to go find Su Meng. Stain. Chao Ning, I have to say that your taste is getting worse and worse. Seeing Xia Shihan's look of disgust, Chao Ning's face instantly became long. You came here specially, it shouldn't be just to laugh at me, right? Or should I say, you like me, so you are jealous? Hee hee. When Chao Ning saw Xia Shihan's jealous look, he wanted to reach out and rub her little head. But Xia Shihan is not Li Weiwei. If you mess with Xia Shihan, someone might die. Bah, I don't, who would like a playboy like you? Xia Shihan pouted her lips and held her head high in a determined manner. We have an agreement, okay? Although I won't stop you from pursuing your right to happiness, you shouldn't be so hungry that you will do anything to save your life. At least you should see the target clearly before you attack. Even if he's my ex-husband, I won't allow other women to look too difficult. Chao Ning rolled his eyes. You might as well just say your name. He was obviously jealous, but he pretended nothing happened. Women, haha. Okay, actually I have something I want to ask you. Xia Shihan pouted and looked at Chao Ning seriously. Did you send the little ghost to scare Lin Chen? How do you know? Chao Ning asked in surprise. Before, he asked Song Huiyan to take the spirit baby to scare Lin Chen before sending it to the underworld. It's his fault that he always has nothing to do and goes against me. It's really you. Xia Shihan exclaimed in surprise at first, then immediately covered her mouth and almost laughed like a pig. I heard that Lin Chen was frightened by a ghost, and I knew it was your work. No one in school is this boring except you. You don't know yet. Lin Chen was so scared that he wet his pants. There's a lot of noise in the school bar right now. Xia Shihan has no feelings for Lin Chen at all. On the contrary, they often disliked him and bullied the weak by relying on his position as the president of the student union. In addition, Lin Chen actually hired someone to embarrass Chao Ning last time. His favorability towards her plummeted. I suddenly heard such exciting news this time. Xia Shihan was happy for a long time. Is it so tragic? Chao Ning asked in confusion. Then he took out his cell phone with suspicion and opened the school. Sure enough, the headline above is, Jiang University campus prince abandons innocent girl, spirit baby comes to look for his father. Although there was no photo of the spirit baby in the pinned post, there was a photo of Lin Chen looking miserable. The netizens below are just like spectators. While chatting about gossip, they never forget to step on each other a few times. It's all because Lin Chen is too ruthless in his actions, and there are many boys who are dissatisfied with him. Jiangning's most handsome guy, God is watching over me. I knew long ago that this guy was not a good person. Look, this is the retribution. Hoi loves playing jungle, brother upstairs, what has stimulated you? Is it possible that the heroine is having an affair with you? Smirk.jpg/smirk.jpg. Jiangning's most handsome guy at Hoi loves playing in the wild, don't talk nonsense, you know that this is the third uncle, be careful to sue you for defamation. Shihan's #1 fan, fortunately, our Shihan did not accept him, otherwise I, the Dragon King, would definitely come to her personally. Jiangda Live, have you heard that? It is said that Lin Chen was frightened out of the toilet and he didn't even have time to pull up his pants. Zaishenbang's little brother at Jiangda Live, I heard that it crawled out of the phone, and blood was all over the floor, it was so scary. So handsome that he was hacked, I said, in the whole Jiangai University, apart from our military training brother, who else can be called the campus hunk of Jiangai University? Is there any comparison? Chao Ning was watching with great interest and mentioned it in passing. The whole school went haywire. Hoi loves playing jungle, it's so handsome that he was hacked, he actually blew up the military training guy, shock.jpg/shock.jpg. The head of the Zhatian gang, it's so handsome that he was hacked, brother, I have long suspected that you are Junxin brother himself. All 100,000 brothers in the Zhatian gang are waiting for you to explain the situation. Jiangning's most handsome guy at Zhatian gang leader, please remove your doubts, he is obviously a good person. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Chao Ning saw a group of onlookers pointing their spears at him. A somewhat helpless smile. Xia Shihan, who was standing next to him, swung her long ponytail and leaned over Chao Ning, watching him shamelessly pretending to be cool. Xia Shihan already knew that the person who Yu Qiong Air's avatar, so handsome that he was chopped off, was Chao Ning. But when she saw it with her own eyes, the hidden worries in her heart immediately disappeared. Is it really okay for you to brag about yourself so shamelessly? Xia Shihan noticed that Chao Ning kept moving closer to her, and could even feel the heat from his breath. So I pushed him aside. I gave him a meaningful eye roll. Chao Ning also realized that he seemed to be a little reckless just now. It's just because Xia Shihan smells so good. It was a completely subconscious behavior. Yes, that's it. Chao Ning comforted himself. Ahem, don't you know that peeking at other people chatting is very impolite? Chao Ning said embarrassedly. I was just bragging. How could I ignore Xia Shihan? If he were caught chatting with some girl, he would inevitably be jealous for a long time. Xia Shihan raised her head and shook her light ponytail. A faint refreshing fragrance wafts to your face. Humph, who wanted to see it? It's obviously you who didn't pay attention, okay. You can't blame me for this. Ha, you're right. Chao Ning rolled his eyes. To be fair, I want to look at your phone too. No. You are not allowed to look. Xia Shihan took 2 steps back cautiously. The little hand tightly covered the pocket of his jeans. It's true, Xia Shihan looks more mature under the night sky. Tight jeans tightly wrap the slender legs. The graceful figure is fully revealed. The chiffon short-sleeved top on her body accentuated the outline of her beautiful peaks. As expected of her being the campus belle of Jiangai University, she is definitely approachable. Plus her stunning face. Her pretty appearance under the streetlight makes people intoxicated. Hey, you said you can't look at it, so you can't look at it. There must be some unspeakable secret inside, so I want to read it even more. Chao Ning joked with a smile. Then he walked towards Xia Shihan. You, don't come over here. If you come over here again I will call for help. Xia Shihan raised her head and said proudly. I thought I could scare Chao Ning off, but unfortunately he didn't buy it at all. Chao Ning put away his phone, rubbed his palms and smiled wickedly. You can scream as much as you want, but no one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out. Here I come, you hid pretty quickly. Chao Ning missed his target, which made Xia Shihan laugh on the spot. Ah, ha ha ha, you bastard, so stupid. Xia Shihan couldn't stop laughing. Okay, you dare to laugh at me, let me see if I can catch you. Chao Ning pouted and snorted. Seeing this, Xia Shihan turned around and ran away. Come on, big bear, you just can't catch it, you can't catch it, lolyalu. Xia Shihan made faces as she ran. When she smiles, she looks like a happy little angel. I'm coming. Chao Ning was a little slow and deliberately just followed behind her. Pretend that you are always just that little bit short. In this way, the two of them chased each other down the dormitory building. The laughter quickly attracted the attention of many people around. Many people present also knew Chao Ning and Xia Shihan. After all, they are both frequent visitors to the school bar, so it would be hard for them not to know each other. It's so infuriating. How can you chase my goddess like this? Please take me with you. Woo, my goddess is smiling so happily. Ah die, I'm heartbroken again. Oh my god, is that still our aloof school beauty? This is the first time I've seen her smile so happily. It turns out that pretty school beauties always belong to someone else, woo. I admit I'm jealous. Chow thief, I can't stand with you. Damn it, let go of our goddess and let me come. Chao Ning and Xia Shihan were chasing each other on the basketball court, completely unaware of the resentful looks from the people around them. When Xia Shihan noticed, she was already tightly held in Chao Ning's arms. Ha ha ha, I finally caught you. Let's see how you can run away. Chao Ning hugged Xia Shihan and laughed out loud. Seeing this scene, the students who were still playing basketball. Suddenly I felt that the basketball in my hand was no longer fragrant. Oh my god, is that really the cool and aloof school beauty Xia Shihan? This is probably everyone's first reaction. Chao Ning, can you let me go first? Notice the strange looks from people around you. Xia Shihan's little face was so red and she was still breathing heavily. Chao Ning chuckled, no, I've been chasing you for so long, you have to compensate me. Compensation? You want? Baji. Xia Shihan stood there in a daze. Her eyes widened and she was completely stunned. Chao Ning kissed her without any warning. Ah. It's so unfair. For a moment, the boys who had been watching on the basketball court. They threw the basketball aside in frustration. At this moment, it was as if everyone had collectively suffered a heartbreak. What's wrong with them? Are we affecting their play? Chao Ning was a little confused. I just kissed Xia Shihan, why are they reacting so strongly? Could this be a protest from singles? Xia Shihan pushed Chao Ning away in panic, covering her red and hot cheeks with her hands. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. Xia Shihan's face turned red and she stamped her feet in anger. Then he turned around and ran towards the dormitory. Just leave like that. Chao Ning was stunned by what he saw. Xia Shihan didn't beat himself. This is really a rare thing. But on second thought, it didn't seem to be a big deal. Xia Shihan is actually shy, ha ha ha, what is there to be embarrassed about? It's not the first time. Chao Ning licked his lips, his mouth full of sweetness. Then he smiled and skipped back to the dormitory. The boy was left alone on the basketball court, looking messy. Not far away, in a BMW. Lin Chen was sitting in the car and witnessed what just happened. He gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands and gritted his teeth in anger. Eyes filled with rage. Before Chao Ning appeared, he had always been the envied campus hunk by everyone at Jiangai University. Ever since he appeared, he has become the object of everyone's ridicule. Even the girl he had always had a crush on was snatched away by him. He shouldn't be sad. It is natural to attribute all the causes to Chao Ning. Chao Ning, just wait for me. I will make you pay the price. After saying that, the BMW sedan left Jiangai University. Brother Ning, you are finally back. Brother Ning, are you missing anything? Brother Ning, do you have anything to tell me, such as the encryption password of the USB drive? As soon as Chao Ning returned to the dormitory, he was surrounded by 3 idiots. Zhao Hai and the other 2 carefully examined Chao Ningzhou from head to toe, almost taking off his clothes for inspection. What are you doing, Itchy? Chao Ning was confused. Doesn't he remember that his 3 roommates are interested in men? Could it be that he is possessed by a wronged spirit? Thinking of this, Chao Ning immediately looked at the 3 people with his yin-yang eyes. I finally breathed a sigh of relief when everything was normal. Okay, have you caught enough? Chao Ning slapped the evil giant hand in front of his chest. Then he stared at himself with disgust, while Zhao Hai held his hand tightly. Hey, Brother Ning, is this the hand that hugged the school beauty? It's really warm. Zhao Hai looked intoxicated. Don't look at him, he's still here. In fact, my heart had already been crooked. What the hell? Chao Ning broke free from the rude giant hand and raised his eyebrows slightly. Wait, how did you know I hugged Xia Shihan? Chao Ning's sharp eyes made Zhao Hai feel uneasy, and he quickly explained with a silly smile. Hey, Brother Ning, you don't know yet. You were not in the dormitory these 2 days, and something big happened in school. What's up? Chao Ning was a little depressed. His intuition told him that this matter was most likely related to him. Zhao Hai brought over 2 small stools. Brother Ning, please sit down first. I will explain to you slowly. But you must not get angry. Anger is harmful to your health. Zhao Hai took out his cell phone and casually opened a penguin interface. Brother Ning, you don't know how idle these boys in our school are. They know that you are close to 2 school beauties, Xia Shihan and Li Weiwei. Not only did he not admit that you conquered the school belle with your looks, he even insisted that you seduced her with sweet words. So, under the instigation of a group of sophomores and juniors, They set up a group called Anti-Chow Bandit Alliance. Whenever you are with the school beauty, if someone sees you, you can share the situation in the group. Then the people in the group will work out a plan to save the school beauty. It's called School Beauty Rescue. Zhao Hai's spit was flying all over the sky. Chao Ning wiped his face twice and finally understood. They are nothing more than a bunch of people who have nothing better to do and are looking for trouble. It's really boring. The only ones willing to do this kind of thing are probably Lin Chen's lackeys, right? Chao Ning said disdainfully. Now he suddenly felt that Jiangda's courses were definitely too few. There should be at least 12 classes every day, and a 1-hour rotation system is roughly appropriate. Brother Ning, there are more than just them. When Zhao Hai heard this, he quickly shook his head. In just 2 days, 300 to 400 people have joined the group, and anyone who joins the group can participate in sharing information about girls in school. If you want a phone number or something, that's no problem at all. So this is why you 3 joined the group. Chao Ning rolled his eyes. He saw it. The 3 men had already discussed it since he entered the door. This is the case of wanting the phone numbers of girls in school but not wanting to please yourself. So I just took the initiative to confess. Brother Ning, you can't say that. Lu Hao came forward and said seriously, Brother Ning, we are going undercover for you. If they come up with a plan to punish you, we can still notify you in time, right? That's right, Brother Ning, you have to believe that we are in Chao's camp. Bah, we are in Han's camp but our hearts are with Chao, how could we have any bad intentions? Sun Liang also joined in. Really? Chao Ning rolled his eyes. Then he stood up and stretched his wrists. One request, add me to the group, is that a problem? This. Zhao Hai. Lu Hao. Sun Liang. 10 minutes later. Ding ding ding. Welcome, ugly people who want plastic surgery, to join the Anti-Chow Thief Alliance. Salute.jpg/salute.jpg. Ding. New member convention. After joining the group, first shout Anti-Chow Thief slogans 3 times to declare that you have joined the big alliance. When Chao Ning saw this convention, his eyebrows were all wrinkled. I originally thought that I could just change my avatar and username on my secondary account. I didn't expect the other party to be so strict. There is actually an oath-taking process. Isn't this just making him slap himself in the face? Old Zhao, you do it. Zhao Hai was so frightened that he took several steps back. Brother Ning, please forgive me. My hand still hurts. Then Haozi, come here. Lu Hao shuddered. The hand that was rubbing the butt stopped, and the expression on his face was as if his anus was exploded and it hurt. Ning, Brother Ning, this is not convenient for me. What's the use of you two? In the end, it's still old Sun who has to come. Chao Ning sighed and finally looked at Sun Liang who was gargling frantically on the side. Sun Liang also noticed Chao Ning's expectant look at this time. Ning. Gulp gulp. Pa. Brother Ning, I don't know how to do this either. It was Lao Zhao who taught me when I first joined the group. Right, Lao Zhao. After rinsing his mouth, Sun Liang kicked the ball to Zhao Hai again. Old Sun, you are really nice. Zhao Hai was so angry that his teeth were itching. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have taken on this matter. Chao Ning also felt a headache when he saw these 3 idiots blaming each other. Forget it, I'll do it myself. I was originally planning to use my 300 GB study materials. I'll give you a few GB to study. Now it seems that you don't need it anymore, so forget it. No, Brother Ning, I can do it. The 3 of them gathered around Chao Ning as if they had gone crazy. Brother Ning, I'll take care of this. Bullshit, old Zhao, your hand hurts, so I have to do it. Lu Hao said righteously. For my brother Ning, I am willing to go through fire and water. This little injury is nothing. I will be angry with anyone who competes with me for it. Sun Liang also refused and he grabbed Chao Ning's arm tightly. Why are you 2 cripples trying to get involved? I have to take care of this matter. I know everything. It was great to see the 3 roommates suddenly become so united. Chao Ning was so moved that he almost cried. Okay, you are indeed my good brothers. So, don't rush to grab it, each of you can say one sentence and send it out first. Chao Ning was so moved that he handed his phone to the three of them and walked aside with satisfaction. These three little brothers of mine are still very helpful when the critical moment comes. After a while, the phone was handed back to Chao Ning. When Chao Ning opened it, his face turned green. I swear to kill Chao the thief. I will definitely blow his ass. Shameless villain, I'm going to stuff his mouth with a stinky sock that hasn't been washed for 108 months. Chao the thief should be executed. I want him to do 10,000 push-ups with one finger. Chao Ning was stunned. Look at Zhao Hai and the other three. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads away and didn't even look at Chao Ning. In the Anti-Chao Bandit Alliance group, many people were shocked by this wave of oaths. Everyone seemed to be crazy, madly at. I was afraid that he would be so depressed that he would go find Chao Ning and fight him to death. Zhen Jibing behind Mount Zhongnan, it's so ugly that I want plastic surgery. Brother, how much sin have you suffered? Why do you hate Cao Cao so much? But don't worry, you've reached home now, let's go and blow Cao Zai's ass out together. Outlaw Zhao, see, it's so ugly that I want plastic surgery. Chao is so hateful, look at what he has done to our brothers. Diao Chan is on my waist at ugly enough to want plastic surgery. Good brother, don't be depressed, as long as Cao Cao is alive, our flag will not be extinguished, and we will definitely have victory one day. The sixth brother of the Zhatian gang, at you are so ugly that you want to have plastic surgery. Don't worry, our brothers in the Zhatian gang are your strongest support. Cheer up, we will definitely be able to snatch the school beauty back from Cao Zai. Ding ding ding. The group owner has set, ugly enough to want plastic surgery, as an administrator. Ding ding ding. The group leader calls on all members to swear to destroy Chao the thief and avenge their brothers. Chao Ning's mouth twitched with anger. I really want to slap myself twice. Can't you just post it yourself? Why do you have to find someone to humiliate you? Isn't this shameless? The other side of the girls' dormitory. The same scene is also happening. When Xia Shirhan ran back to the dormitory with her face covered, she was surrounded by the other three people in the dormitory. However, Xia Shirhan doesn't have as tough tactics as Chao Ning. She was surrounded by three people and couldn't move. Lanlin, Nana, what are you doing? Xia Shirhan covered her face in embarrassment, afraid that they would see her blushing. Zhao Meina smiled and put her arm around Xia Shirhan's shoulders, with a playful look on her face. Shirhan, tell us the truth about your relationship with Chao Ning. How long do you plan to keep it a secret from us? It's nothing. Xia Shirhan was a little confused. It was the first time she felt troubled by gossip about her roommates. Zhao Meina and Su Lan looked at each other. Hee, Shirhan, you'd better think it over before you speak, or else we'll have to, hee. Su Lan rubbed her hands with a wicked smile, pretending to be very manly. In fact, Zhao Meina had already joined the Anti-Chao Thief Alliance group. When she saw the photo posted in the group of Chao Ning hugging and kissing Xia Shirhan, she was so surprised that she almost jumped out of the balcony. Everyone's eyes are on the cool school girl. The flower buds were plucked by someone. I'm afraid no one can sit still. Of course, as the roommates of the person involved, they were even more curious. We're really not. Xia Shirhan still wants to quibble. But just when Zhao Meina turned out the hugging photo, Xia Shirhan swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. How do you all know all this? Xia Shirhan smiled awkwardly. Actually, Chao Ning and I haven't officially started dating yet. If I say this is just an accident, would you believe me? The three of them looked at each other and shook their heads. That expression seemed to be saying, do you take us for fools? However, after being asked for a long time, Xia Shirhan still refused to admit that she and Chao Ning were a couple. She even went so far as to swear an oath to prove that she and Chao Ning were not in a virgin relationship. Real. Zhao Meina always had some doubts. It's more real than pearls. I definitely didn't lie to you. Xia Shirhan nodded frantically. The three of them looked at each other and sighed. Okay. How boring. They didn't get to eat the melon and were too lazy to pursue the topic anymore. However, Sulan came closer to Xia Shirhan with great interest, took her arm, and asked in a low voice with envy. Shirhan, can you tell me what it felt like when you kissed Chao Ning? When she said this, Sulan's face was red. Sulan looks good. There are many people chasing after her. However, she is afraid of meeting a scumbag, so she has never even held a boy's hand. This. Xia Shirhan was stunned by the question. I thought that the 2 times I was kissed, my mind was blank and I didn't feel anything. Just when she was in trouble, Zhao Meina came out to talk to her. Oh, Lanlin, are you thinking about love? If you want to know, I can tell you. After Zhao Meina heard the question asked by Lu Lan. Immediately, as someone who had experienced this, he put his arm around Lu Lan's slender waist and said with a chuckle. This man tastes like the first bite of snow in spring, sweet. It's also the most charming time. After 5 times, it is like the hot summer sun. After a long time, you will get tired of it, just like the boring fallen leaves in autumn. So this is the experience I gained. Never let a man get you easily, or he won't cherish you. Is that so? Lu Lan nodded woodenly. When Zhao Meina said this, Xia Shirhan listened more seriously than Lu Lan. I was thinking in my mind that I seem to have had sex with Chao Ning twice. We must never let him succeed again. Nightfall. After everyone has fallen asleep, a BMW X5 was parked on the side of the road outside the Jiangai University dormitory. Several men got off the car. 2 of them were wearing yellow Taoist robes and holding copper bell runes in their hands. There was a young man standing next to him. Looking closely, it was Lin Chen who had left in a hurry before. It turned out that he went back this time just to find reinforcements. And those 2 Maoshan sorcerers were the candidates he had chosen early on. Masters, the building in front is the boys' dormitory. Masters, please help me catch that damned spirit baby first. Lin Chen pointed at Building A, the boys' dormitory not far away, and said indignantly. If it is really a spiritual infant that has been beaten, it is not impossible. There is no telling how many girls Lin Chen has slept with in private. It is not impossible that there are 1 or 2 such girls. But what puzzled Lin Chen was why he appeared here. And why are you looking for only him? Obviously this is definitely not a coincidence. All of this needs to be thoroughly investigated after he is caught to see if someone is deliberately targeting him. Don't worry, young master. Since we 2 brothers have received your money, we will definitely help you settle the matter. The eldest of the 2 people who were speaking was Chen Dong. Originally, the price offered by the 2 brothers to Lin Chen was too high, so he rejected it. But for some reason, Lin Chen just brought $1 million in cash and asked the 2 brothers to count the money. I didn't know until I was on the way here. Lin Chen was tricked by a spirit baby. He was so angry that this happened. Lin Chen nodded, then I'll have to trouble you 2 masters. I will reward you handsomely after the task is completed. Thank you very much, young master. Niu Sheng and Chen Dong looked at each other. Both of them smiled with satisfaction. Chen Dong took out the yin-yang plate from the yellow cloth bag beside him. Bite the middle finger and use blood to draw a talisman on the yin-yang plate. Taizhang Laojuan divides the 3 pure ones, the Tathagata determines the 3 souls, the 3 fires of heaven and earth combine, the yin-yang plate illuminates the heaven and earth, hurry up and obey the command. A flash of gold. The compass needle in the yin-yang plate quickly rotated 360 degrees, but it did not point out the exact direction as before. Brother, what's going on? The yin-yang plate has never made a mistake, so why is the compass needle so abnormal today? Niusheng came forward and asked in surprise. The red gold yin-yang plate is a supreme treasure that the 3 brothers bought from the Taoists at a huge price. It can not only measure the good and bad feng shui, ward off disasters and evil spirits, but also accurately predict the location of ghosts. Over the years, the yin-yang plate has never made any mistakes. It's really strange. Chen Dong frowned and tried several times, but the yin-yang plate was always like this. Master, did the spirit baby run away? So that's why the yin-yang plate can't point out his location. Lin Chen asked doubtfully. No, 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 if the spirit baby had escaped, there shouldn't be any movement from the yin-yang plate. But now the compass needle is erratic, which is a bad omen. Brother, could it be? Niusheng widened his eyes and a look of horror appeared on his face. Chendong nodded. He looked at the building not far away with a solemn expression and a hint of fear in his eyes. Master, what happened? Why do you all have such expressions? Could it be that the spirit baby is too powerful and even you can't deal with it? Lin Chen was shocked. Young master, do you know the origin of our compass? Niusheng said solemnly. Lin Chen shook his head. Master, please speak frankly. He had never even heard of Taoist magic weapons. Not to mention its origin. Niusheng stood solemnly, his expression dignified. The red gold yin-yang plate is the magic weapon of Zhong Kuei, the judge of the netherworld, to eliminate demons and defend the way in the world of the living. Later, for unknown reasons, it fell into the hands of Taoists. The three of us brothers spent all our money to buy it. In the past 10 years, there has never been an error in the yin and yang disc. It's showing abnormality today. There can only be two reasons. What's the reason? Lin Chen asked impatiently. Niusheng concentrated and continued, either the yin and yang disc is broken, or the place we are standing now is the underworld. Only the underworld can gather in Onizuka, which even rejects the yin and yang disc. I don't see it now, it's most likely suppressed by some kind of formation. This situation occurred in Chongping thousands of years ago. At that time, Pluto came to the world and calmed down a catastrophe. Onizuka. Hades come to the world. Lin Chen broke into a cold sweat after hearing this. You mean, we're standing on top of the cemetery now? Lin Chen is not stupid. He had already seen it from the expression of Brother Chendong. The yin and yang disc is absolutely impossible to break. Then there is only one situation left. The place where they were standing now was a terrifying existence comparable to the underworld. There are an extremely large number of spiritual tombs. First Master, don't be nervous, maybe the yin and yang disc is really broken. Chendong glared at Niusheng, indicating that he had said too much. For now, let's solve the trouble for the eldest son first. Since the yin and yang disc is broken, the only choice is to send out evil spirits to look for it. After hearing what Chendong said, Niusheng was very honest. I dare not say anything more. After all, even he himself was skeptical about what he had just said. As he spoke, Chendong took out a small purple gold gourd from his yellow cloth bag. The mouth of the pot is engraved with dense runes. Chendong opened the mouth of the pot and saw white smoke coming out of the gourd. Soon the white smoke condensed into a human shape. It was a man about 2 meters tall and with a strong build. The man was bleeding from all 7 orifices, his body was covered with bullet holes, and his eyes were filled with a dark mist. Master, what do you want me to do? The big guy knelt on one knee, his strong body like a small hill. Ding ding ding. Chendong shook the copper bell in his hand. Go to the building in front and look to see if there is a spirit baby. If there is, catch him for me. Remember, no swallowing. Most of the evil spirits refined by Chendong are violent and violent. It often devours other evil spirits. Yes, Master. The big guy nodded, stood up, and turned into a gust of cold wind and disappeared. Lin Chen was stunned. Master, you guys also raise ghosts. Can you teach me too? I have a friend who also wants to learn. The other side. Chao Ning just refined a few yin dan. During this period, many undead were eliminated one after another. Although the system did not give him any decent tasks, it also provided him with many channels. Overall, there are some gains. Ding. System task refreshed. An evil spirit has appeared in the dormitory building A of Jiangai University. Ferryman, please go and extradite it immediately. Reward for this mission, 10 billion red gold coins. My goodness, Chao Ning is worried that he can't get a higher reward. I didn't expect the service to be so good now. He actually came to my door to gain experience. You asked for this, so don't blame me. Chao Ning chuckled. He stood up quietly and disappeared onto the balcony. Following the system's instructions, he came to the storage room on the first floor of the dormitory. The high-power electrical appliances brought in by students in violation of regulations are stored here. Because it is facing the shade, the energy here is relatively much heavier. It is just right for evil spirits to come here to practice. When Chao Ning arrived, the evil spirit inside was gulping down the evil energy here. Who are you to dare to come here and disturb me? The big guy looked stern and aggressive, as if someone had disturbed his meal. I wish I could eat the person who comes in one bite. Chao Ning was also shocked when he saw the big guy. Being 2 meters tall is nothing. But what the hell is this arm that is thicker than an elephant's leg? Did the ghost cause a mutation? He has an untidy beard and looks like Haley Kuei. Hey, big guy, where did you come from, you wandering ghost, and why did you end up here? Chao Ning said indifferently. He was not in a hurry to subdue the evil spirit right now. It would be a good idea to try to find out what he is here for. The big guy saw that Chao Ning was not afraid of him. Instead, he was happy to sit aside and watch his performance with his legs crossed. At that time, the resentment in my body became heavier. Damn you guys, I was bullied when I was alive, and I'm still bullied after I became a ghost. You guys are so hateful. Boom. The big guy's resentment suddenly erupted. The blacking energy directly enveloped him. Even the light bulbs in the surrounding corridors flickered. Bite. Name, Wei Dahu. Age, 30 years. Cause of death, poisoned by the adulterer and his wife. Combat level, evil spirit. Just when the big guy was about to go violent, the system had already reported all the information about his identity to Chao Ning. After looking at it, Chao Ning didn't find that he had done anything wrong. But when I die, my resentment is too deep. This caused him to leave his body and fail to reincarnate in time. Big guy. No, your name is Wei Dahu, right? Don't be angry first, can you tell me why you came here? The energy here doesn't seem to be as strong as outside, right? Chao Ning asked tentatively. In fact, since the big guy appeared, he already had doubts in his mind. In the boys' dormitory, there are only a few people who stay up late to read novels. I like to give it 1 star. There are very few people with kidney deficiency. Most people still have plenty of yang energy. Generally, evil spirits are unwilling to come to such places. Unless it's for revenge. However, when the big guy arrived, he immediately went into the storage room to absorb energy, as if he hadn't eaten for 800 years. All things added together, it's obviously inexplicable. However, even if Chao Ning is willing to lower his posture, the big guy may not give him face. Good boy, I am a little surprised that you know my identity. But how dare you ask me why I came here? It's good that you came, as I haven't seen a stranger in several years. Judging from your physique, you should be able to find something interesting. Ha ha ha, now that you're here, don't leave. After saying that, the big guy opened his bloody mouth towards Chao Ning. But after he pounced, but found that it was empty. I don't know when, but Chao Ning had already stood aside with his arms folded. Chao Ning sighed and shook his head. No wonder you're bullied, it turns out you're just not smart enough. After saying that, Chao Ning released the 2 sisters Lu Hongying and Song Huiyan, which immediately made the big guy's eyes pop out. How come there are 2 sisters who are so beautiful? Could it be a fairy descending to earth? May I ask what are your 2 sisters' names and are they married? Chuckle. Hearing this, Lu Hongying couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle twice. Sister, did you see that? Although this evil spirit looks ugly, it is actually quite polite. Song Huiyan hugged her breasts and giggled, Sister, I think he likes you, right? Pa, who would be interested in him? He's stronger than a bear. I'm afraid he'll crush me to death. Lu Hongying walked forward, put her hands on her hips, puffed her cheeks and snorted, Hey, big idiot, what's your name and why are you here? The big guy turned his head away shyly and said, Hee hee, sisters, my name is Wei Dahu, I'm from Qilu, I'm 68 years old, and now single. I wonder what to call you 2 sisters. Chao Ning was stunned when he heard this. Wow, you're here for a blind date. Just now I saw me and I looked like I was going to eat someone. Now you immediately become like a good boy. Who are you calling Versailles? Ahem, ask him why he came here. Chao Ning said awkwardly. Lu Hongying immediately understood. Hey big guy, do you want to play with your sister? Hee, want. The big guy stood there with a silly grin. At this moment, Wei Dahe no longer had the same arrogant look as before. I saw his big dark face filled with smiles. A pair of hands were tightly crossed together, showing an extremely embarrassed look. He didn't dare to stand up straight, but slightly bent over, like a cute baby bear. Then can you please tell your sister why you came here? Lu Hongying asked tentatively. Kindness. When the big guy heard this, he immediately nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. My two sisters, the master asked me to come here to find a spirit baby, but I didn't find one, so I hid here to rest for a while. Owner. Chao Ning frowned slightly. It was just as he thought. Someone is playing tricks. Hongying, ask him again, who is his master? Where is he? Is there anyone else around him? Chao Ning transmitted the message. Lu Hongying understood what Chao Ning meant and immediately repeated what he said. The big guy is honest. Basically, all the questions raised by Lu Hongying were answered. The master is just outside the wall. He is a sorcerer from Maoshan Mountain and is very good at catching ghosts. Sisters, please don't go over there. By the way, there is a little boy named Bai Mian beside the two masters. It's white and clean, and looks delicious. The big guy didn't hide anything and explained everything with a silly smile. Chao Ning concentrates. Maoshan sorcerer. Pretty boy. It's him. Chao Ning immediately responded, is the pretty boy you are talking about my age? Those two Taoists are both wearing yellow Taoist robes with red silk edges. Humph, you're not a young lady, why should I tell you? The big guy snorted coldly, then turned his head and looked at Lu Hongying and her sister with a smile. Presumptuous. Chao Ning showed his judge's face. The anger on his face instantly surged like thunder. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with the big guy. I have given him enough face before. If he doesn't show his power, he would really think he is a holly kitty. When the big guy saw Chao Ning reveal his true face, his face suddenly changed with fright. Geisha, Master Guicha. The big guy was so scared that his legs were shaking and his body was bent a little bit, not daring to look Chao Ning in the eye. Chao Ning was intimidating without getting angry. Answer my question. I don't want to repeat it a second time. Yes. Faced with such a killing god, the big guy was so scared that he didn't even dare to move. The ghost was angered. The soul is scattered, it's a small matter. If you were locked up and taken to the underworld, you would probably be fried in oil. It is indeed as the adults said. The three of them are now outside the courtyard wall, waiting for me to go back and report. Is it really so? Chao Ning said in a deep voice. Indeed, the little kid dare not deceive the adults. The big guy behaved very respectfully. Chao Ning nodded and returned to his original friendly appearance. In fact, he had doubts about this before coming. Now I hear it from the big guy himself. My guess was immediately confirmed. Hongying, Huiyan, take him with me to meet those two guys. I want to see who dares to cause trouble on my territory. He must be tired of living. Chao Ning snorted coldly, with his hands behind his back. Yes, master. Lu Hongying and Song Huiyan did not dare to delay and immediately each took one side of the big guy and went outside. The three people outside the wall waited for a long time but the big guy didn't come back to report the news. Lin Chen couldn't sit still anymore. He leaned over the wall and looked again and again, but could neither see nor hear any sound. Two masters, the ghost hasn't come back yet. Could something have happened? The two people sitting in the car with their eyes closed had no anxiety on their faces. Don't worry, young master. I caught this evil spirit by chance in Qilu that year. His fighting power is so strong that ordinary people can't deal with him at all. Just wait patiently. I believe there will be results soon. Chen Dong said calmly with his eyes closed. He is not worried about the big guy's fighting ability. After all, evil spirits are an extremely rare species in this world. It is not easy to subdue an evil spirit. But master, why has he been gone for so long? If nothing unexpected happened, he should have come back long ago. Lin Chen said anxiously. Don't worry, don't worry. When I caught him, I fought him for a whole day and night. He is not so easy to be captured. Chen Dong still closed his eyes and concentrated. Really? That's because you're so useless. As soon as Chen Dong finished speaking, several figures appeared beside the wall. One of them is the evil spirit Wei Dao that they have been thinking about all the time. It's you, Chao Ning. Lin Chen recognized Chao Ning. I didn't expect that they would meet again so soon. Hey, isn't this Doc Enzi? Are you trying to summon your own soul by not sleeping in the middle of the night? Why did I hear that you were scared to death? Could it be that his soul was also frightened away? Chao Ning crossed his arms and had a playful look on his face. Lin Chen ignored Chao Ning's ridicule and immediately ran to Chen Dong and the others. At the moment Chao Ning appeared, Chen Dong and Niu Sheng had already noticed it. Master, he is Chao Ning. As long as you help me kill him, I will give you another 1,000,000. Lin Chen pointed at Chao Ning and shouted angrily. 1,000,000. At least add another 2,000,000. Chen Dong snorted. His eyes were always fixed on Lu Hongying and Song Huiyan beside Chao Ning. Then I looked at my useless thing. At this moment, I was actually being oppressed by them. Chen Dong was so angry. You idiot, I asked you to find the spirit baby, but you were caught by someone. Master, Wei Dao also looked aggrieved. Does he dare to confront the person in front of him head-on? What if someone gets taken away along the way? It would be a loss. Master, you can't raise the price at this time. Our Lin family treats you well. I heard Chen Dong wanted to add money. Lin Chen was a little unhappy. Apart from the 1,000,000 he had already given him. Now we have to add another 2,000,000, so the cost will be too high. Young master, you misunderstood. My senior brother said that for a reason. Niu Sheng looked indifferent. He looked at his senior brother beside him and couldn't help but admire his methods. Reason? What reason? Are you unable to deal with the two women around Chao Ning? Lin Chen noticed that Chao Ning had been standing behind Song Huiyan and Lu Hongying. He wasn't stupid enough to suspect that these two women were ordinary people. A woman who can subdue a vicious spirit. It's definitely not a fuel-efficient lamp. What's more, they are two beauties who are comparable to Li Weiwei. Young master, these two are not ordinary women, but extremely powerful evil spirits. Chen Dong said calmly with his hands behind his back. When Chao Ning appeared, he already felt that two extremely powerful ghosts appeared. But he didn't understand why these two evil spirits would submit to a young boy. Evil spirit. Master, are you saying that Chao Ning is raising a ghost? And they are two beautiful female ghosts. Lin Chen was a little surprised. He really didn't expect Chao Ning's taste to be so strong. Even the top beauty in Jiangai University can't satisfy him. They have already extended their evil hands to the evil spirits. It's hard to imagine the ridiculous scene when these two ghosts were fighting each other. Master, adding 2,000,000 is no problem, but I want these two evil spirits. As long as she is Chao Ning's woman, I want her no matter if she is a human or a ghost. Lin Chen said excitedly. Looking at these two top-quality items delivered to his doorstep, it would be a lie for Lin Chen to say he wasn't tempted. Hee hee. Chen Dong sneered, My lord, I'm afraid you can't keep any of these two evil spirits. They are too powerful for you to control. Chen Dong's words were extremely tactful. In fact, what he really thought in his mind was, what a joke, we two brothers just happen to have one each, and if you come and interfere, how can we divide it? When Lin Chen heard this, he gnashed his teeth in hatred. But there is no other way. When Chao Ning heard the conversation between the few people, he couldn't help but sneer. Hongying, Huiyan, did you hear that? They are discussing how to monopolize you too. Occupy. Lu Hongying was stunned at first, then immediately understood what Chao Ning meant. Humph, men are really no good. They even don't let ghosts go. While saying this, Lu Hongying deliberately cast a coquettish glance at Chao Ning. That expression is no different from playing with fire. However, if the master is interested, Hongying is still happy to serve. Ah, hee hee. Chao Ning gave an awkward smile and kept shaking his head. I'd better forget it. I don't have this special fetish, why do I find it so creepy? On the other side, Lin Chen finally reached an agreement with Chen Dong. Chen Dong helped him get rid of Chao Ning, and Lin Chen paid an additional 1.5 million Chinese yuan. Until this time, the two of them took out the talisman props from their respective yellow cloths without any hurry. Niuxing held a copper bell in his hand and said, "You bold beasts, you dare to stay in the world and kill lives even though you are dead. I advise you to surrender quickly, otherwise I will make your souls fly away. Are you done with your nonsense? If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't want to fight, kowtow and apologize. You bitch is just being pretentious." Chao Ning sighed and complained impatiently. It seems like these two guys have watched too much TV drama. I always like to say some high-sounding nonsense before a fight. You. Niuxing was also very angry. Boy, you are about to die and you still don't know it. Wait until I take out your soul and see if you dare to speak so shamelessly. As he spoke, Chen Dong sent out a talisman, which emitted thousands of rays of spiritual light that directly covered Lu Hongying. Seeing this, Song Huiyin sent out a rune sword in her hand. The sword suddenly enlarged dozens of times in midair. Boom. A sword slashed at the talisman. The rune shattered in an instant, and the spiritual light that originally covered Lu Hongying instantly dissipated into nothingness. Ghost soldiers. They are actually ghost soldiers. Niuxing was shocked. Where did you steal this from? Stealing the Yin soldiers privately is a serious crime, and the person will be sent to the Avicii hell for eternity without hope of salvation. Why, are you scared? Song Huiyin took back the Bai Ling sword with a slightly proud look on her face. Before this, Chao Ning had already exchanged 2 Yin soldiers from the system mall to arm them. Song Huiyin and Lu Hongying are both spirit-contracted people, and according to underworld law they are allowed to have ghost soldiers. Originally, the ghost soldiers were handed over to them so that they could better deal with and restrain the undead. I just didn't expect it to be used for the first time. The target of the battle turned out to be a sorcerer who claimed to be righteous. How ridiculous. Afraid? Humph. Do you think we will be afraid of you just because you have evil soldiers in your hands? Niuxing sneered, to tell you the truth, even if you have the protection of the Yin Chai behind you, he will not be able to save you in time. Chao Ning looked confused and wondered, how did you know that? Second brother, stop talking nonsense with them and just send them on their way. Chen Dong reminded. Now they are fighting on the road. If we wait until dawn and are discovered, we will probably cause unnecessary trouble. Yes, brother, I understand. Niuxing stopped talking nonsense with Song Huiyin. He threw out a handful of magic talismans. The talisman immediately condensed into 3 pillars of fragrance in midair. Niuxing clasped his hands together and stomped the ground with his right foot. Purple air comes from the east, guiding the universe, and the 8 trigrams turn the yin and yang upside down. The 9 chapters of the law of the roundness of the heaven and the squareness of the earth are now hidden in my writing. The Jade Emperor hastened to give the order, and Niuxing, a disciple of Mount Mao, respectfully requests the gods to help me change the world. The divine soldiers are as urgent as the command, souls are coming. Niuxing stomped his feet suddenly. 3 incense sticks were lit instantly, and the scattered ashes gradually condensed into 2 human figures in midair. The 2 undead spirits that appeared out of nowhere were both dressed as ancient people. The man on the right was 8 feet tall, wearing a thick black armor, with eyes wide open and holding a 10-foot-long snake spear. The man on the left was burly and strong, wearing a black linen gown, with a face as black as charcoal, and holding 2 axes. It's them, they're here again. Wei Dahu, who had been squatting nearby, saw the 2 undead spirits. My body started to tremble. Lin Chen was completely shocked. He stood there stupidly, not daring to move. I respectfully asked the 2 immortals to help me subdue the evildoer. Niuxing stepped forward and bowed. What's going on? Seeing this scene, Chao Ning lost his composure. Good fellow, he actually called Lao Zhang and Lao Li, who were stoking the fire, to come and help. Chao Ning recognized the two men at a glance. They were Zhang Fei and Li Kuei, who worked as odd jobs in purgatory. Originally, he wanted to see what tricks this evil Taoist could come up with. I didn't expect that I could actually invite an undead whose strength is close to that of a ghost. But it gave him a fright. Why did you invite us up here? Do you have any wine? Zhang Fei opened his eyes wide, making Niuxing panic. Please rest assured, immortal. You two will definitely be included in the offerings. Chen Dong stepped forward to respond. Hearing this, Zhang Fei and Li Kuei looked at each other and nodded with satisfaction. This is not the first time they have cooperated with Niuxing and others. Every time I help capture some troublesome undead spirits in exchange for some incense offerings. It will also help them to wash away their resentment as soon as possible and reincarnate. The targets this time are those two women. Li Kuei asked. Niuxing immediately stepped forward and bowed. Goddess, these two are them. Please show mercy and do not disperse their souls. Li Kuei nodded. Don't worry, we know our limits. Of course he understands this rule. If they break the rules, no one will offer them incense anymore. After agreeing with Niuxing, Zhang Fei and Li Kuei looked at each other and nodded. Okay, without further ado, Lao Li, let's get to work. If the underworld finds out, we'll both be thrown into the oil pan and fried several times. Zhang Fei said cautiously. After working as a handyman in the underworld for thousands of years, I haven't learned anything else, but I have become a lot more meticulous. Okay, let's do it. Li Kuei didn't say much. He picked up the axe and chopped directly at Song Huiyan. Song Huiyan dodged flexibly and successfully avoided Li Kuei's axe. Zhang Fei was not idle either. He rushed towards Lu Hongying with a 2-meter-long snake spear. Lu Hongying sent out the Qingling sword to resist. The two of them fought fiercely after jumping into the air. Chao Ning was happy to be at ease, leaning against the wall with his arms folded over his chest, watching the fun. Although he knew that Song Huiyan and Lu Hongying could not beat these two rough guys. But if they want to improve their strength, they must fight against strong opponents. Only in this way can we accumulate experience and improve ourselves. Sure enough, after fighting for a while, Lu Hongying and Song Huiyan were both suppressed. There is no room for counterattack. Seeing this, the smile on Lin Chen's face became even more intense. It seemed as if in the next second, one would see Chao Ning's head and body separated. Master, let's get rid of that guy now. Lin Chen pointed at Chao Ning and snorted. He didn't want to see Chao Ning for even a quarter of an hour. Chen Dong nodded and rang the bell. Wei Dahu, who was originally curled up on the ground, immediately soared into the air, revealing his horrific face as he died tragically. Fool, eat that kid for me. Hearing Chen Dong's order, Wei Dahu just felt a chill on his back. Asking him to confront Chao Ning head-on is like throwing tofu against a rock. Master. Master. This. Seeing that Wei Dahu did not carry out his orders, Chen Dong was immediately furious. Asshole, how dare you disobey my order? Ding ding ding. As soon as he finished speaking, the copper bell in his hand emitted a sound of the blue sky. Wei Dahu struggled on the ground in pain. But no matter how painful he was, he did not follow Chen Dong's orders. Brother, what's going on? The evil spirit has always been honest. What happened today? Niuxing asked puzzledly. Chen Dong shook his head. I don't know either. It's probably because that kid cast some kind of magic on the evil spirit, so he dared to disobey my orders. In that case, let me do it myself. Niuxing took out a handful of talismans with his left hand and a dagger stained with poison with his right hand. Just when he was about to stop Chao Ning. Boom. Song Huiyan and Lu Hongying, who were fighting with Zhang Fei and Li Kuei, were both shot down. Two dark shadows followed closely behind. Just when they were about to be seriously injured, an ancient bronze sword surged out. Directly forced them both to retreat. Who dares to attack me? Li Kuei shouted loudly, covering his chest. If he hadn't dodged quickly just now, his soul would have been injured. Why, you don't even recognize me. As soon as the men finished speaking, music started. 4 or 5 young men dressed in shamat clothing roared over on off-road motorcycles. You are like a fire, the red flames burn me. Chao Ning took back the bronze sword. With his hands behind his back, he slowly walked out to the side to the sound of music. The young people nearby were stunned when they saw this scene. Brother, what are they doing? Filming. It looks like it, but which crew is this? A Taoist priest, a queen, the Hulk, and 2 big idiots. This is going to be the battle of the century. Hey, look, guys, the actress is so pretty, much more attractive than the chicks in the club. That's right, and that big silly guy, his makeup is just like the real thing. A few people were talking and laughing, unaware that danger was approaching them step by step. Court death. Niuxing opened the jade bottle he carried with him. A white mist floated out of the jade bottle, quickly condensed into a human shape, and headed straight for the young men. It was a scary face full of knife marks. The face is covered with blood. A pair of claws more than 10 centimeters long. The elongated tongue is like a red tie. How could these 4 or 5 young men have seen such a scene? No matter how stupid they were, they could guess what they were seeing. Ghost, ghost, ghost. The 5 people were so frightened that their bodies went limp, and both they and the car fell to the ground. Just when the claws of the evil spirit were about to tear them apart. Just heard a bang. The dragon flame instantly devoured the vengeful spirit, turning it into remaining smoke. It was not until this time that Zhang Fei and Li Kuei, who were standing by in a daze, recognized the young men in front of them. Ning, brother Ning, why are you here? Zhang Fei was trembling with fear. I can only blame Chao Ning every time I go to the underworld. The judge's face is revealed. Only when he uses the Yin soldiers will the power of the underworld in his body be noticed. When Chao Ning held a big sword in one hand and carried the dragon flame spear in the other. The whole world is quiet. He still had that cynical smile on his face, but the corners of his mouth were raised. Ding! The system task has been refreshed. Zhang Fei and Li Kuei went out to take orders without permission. The underworld notified the ferryman in each jurisdiction to arrest them. Reward for this mission, 50 billion red gold coins. Why are these 2 brothers so valuable? Chao Ning looked at the 2 big idiots standing in front of him. It was as if they were not ghosts now, but walking bills waving to him. He was so excited that he almost laughed like a pig. For some reason, Chao Ning suddenly felt that these 2 guys were quite cute. Brother, what's going on? Who is this guy? How come even evil spirits like Zhang Fei and Li Kuei are afraid of him? Niuxing moved closer to Qindong and couldn't help but ask. I don't know either, but it seems that the guy is holding a ghost soldier, so be careful, second brother. Qindong held the talisman tightly in his hand, ready to deal with any emergency at any time. Neither of them has figured out the situation yet. However, judging from the attitudes of Zhang Fei and Li Kuei, this Chao Ning is definitely not simple. You, who are you? Qindong mustered up the courage to step forward and ask. Me. Are you talking about me? Chao Ning smiled and strode forward. A man who comes with his own BGM appearance is just different. Every cell in my body is filled with the flavor of Versailles. The snow and flowers are fluttering, the north wind is howling, the world is vast and desolate. Chao Ning's raised right foot suddenly stopped in midair. He stared at the shamat youths with resentful eyes. Can you change the song? Are you here to cause trouble? Chao Ning was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He finally found the feeling. Just like that, someone broke my plan. Those shamat youths were stunned at first, then they reacted immediately. Yes, I'll change it right away, I'll change it right away. Big brother, please don't be angry. Soon, the BGM music that comes with God of Gamblers started to play. Chao Ning nodded in satisfaction. I am the ferryman of the underworld, Chao Ning of the Greater Bay Area. Please teach me. This kid is really polite. Brother, do you want me to beat him up? So pretentious. Can you bear it? I can't bear it anyway. Niusheng said indignantly. He is impatient and hates to see others showing off in front of him. The bad habits I developed when I was young have not been corrected until now. Second brother, don't be impulsive. He is deliberately trying to provoke you. Chen Dong quickly grabbed Niusheng. He was afraid that he would rush forward rashly and get caught by the other party. Two immortals, we brothers have offered you a lot of incense over the years. Are you just going to watch? Chen Dong hurriedly shouted at Zhang Fei and Li Kuei. Zhang Fei and Li Kuei looked at each other awkwardly. No one has the intention to take action. Brother, it's not that we don't give you face. You just heard it, Brother Ning is the ferryman of the underworld, our boss. This, what do you want us to do? Zhang Fei said with a wry smile. He and Li Kuei came out secretly to take the order, originally intending to make a quick decision and avoid the ghost messenger as much as possible. Who knew that he would fall into someone else's hands now? They can hardly protect themselves right now, so how can they care about you? Damn, how could this guy be a ferryman? Oh, I should have thought of it earlier. There is absolutely no way that those two evil spirits could have evil soldiers for no reason and just happen to appear here. Now it seems that this is the case. When Chen Dong reacted, he felt a little panicked. Boy, we have no grudges against you in the past or the present. How about we two brothers apologize to you today and let this matter go? Chen Dong understood. If I really fight with Chao Ning, the two of them are no match for the ferryman. What's more, there are two powerful female ghosts helping Chao Ning. Are you giving in so quickly? Chao Ning sneered, haha, I'm afraid that even if I'm willing to let you go, you might not be willing to let me go, right? What do you mean by that? Chen Dong vaguely sensed that something was not right. There is clearly something else behind his words. Chao Ning had a playful look on his face, and continued with a smile, I heard that you were three brothers, but how come there are only two of you now? And there is another one. What do you mean? Chen Dong asked puzzledly. What do you mean, don't you understand? Hiss. Chen Dong took a breath of cold air. His expression suddenly changed, and then there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. It's you. Brother, what does he mean by this? Niusheng asked puzzledly. What I mean is that your brother has now been liberated by me. Chao Ning said calmly. What, third brother? Niusheng was shocked. These days, they have been looking for the whereabouts of the third brother. But there has been no news since then, it's as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth. Unexpectedly, he died at the hands of Chao Ning. With all the new and old grudges added together, how can it be possible to just let it go? Brother, let's fight him and avenge our third brother. Veins bulged on Niusheng's face, revealing his ferocious look. Second brother. Chen Dong was a smart man. He held Niusheng tightly and did not dare to let him go to fight Chao Ning. Calm down, second brother. Now is not the time to act on impulse. Holding his penis down, Chen Dong turned his head helplessly to look at Chao Ning. Although there was anger in his eyes, he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction on his face. Master Chao, as long as you are willing to let us two brothers go today, I can promise you. How about we brothers never pursue this matter any further? This is Chen Dong's last bottom line. Fighting head-on is definitely not an option, it is the only solution. He would not let go of any chance of survival. No matter what, just get out of this current predicament first and find a chance to take revenge later. Haha, really? What if I refuse to let you go? Chao Ning is not stupid either. He understands the principle of letting the tiger return to the mountains better than anyone else. What's more, they are two monks who are proficient in magic. I am afraid that if we let them go, troubles will continue to arise. Chao thief, don't go too far. Chen Dong said angrily, we two brothers will fight you to the death. The worst that can happen is that we will die. What can you do to me? So what are you waiting for, get started. After I finish dealing with you guys, I have to go back to sleep. There is no quiet time every day. Chao Ning yawned and became a little impatient. You. Chen Dong was furious. Immediately threw out the last handful of talismans in his hand. Make hand seals and recite the mantra silently. Those who are about to fight, all march forward in formation and kill the evil. In an instant, the hundreds of talismans turned into a giant sword and slashed directly towards Chao Ning. Niusheng was not idle either. He smashed all the jade bottles on his body and those carried by Qindong. In an instant, the dark energy obscured the sun. Dozens of hideous ghosts suddenly appeared. Among them, some wore armor, and some wore suits and cheongsams. There were all kinds of things, including decapitated ones with long tongues hanging out, and ones with disheveled hair crawling quickly on the ground. The whole scene was like zombies descending upon the world. Ding ding ding. Niusheng bit his middle finger and drew a bloody talisman in the air, while constantly shaking the copper bell in his hand. For a moment, all the ghosts had their eyes sealed by bright red blood. The roar of violence never ceased. Immediately afterwards, dozens of evil spirits, driven by the copper bell, ran towards Chao Ning together. Those sharp claws seemed to tear him to pieces in the next second. Humph, you have such a petty trick, and you dare to show off in front of me. Seeing this, Chao Ning did not show any panic at all. The corner of his mouth slightly raised, and at the same time as he sacrificed the bronze sword, the dragon flame spear in his hand instantly reorganized. The slaughter weapon, the red flame AK, is born. Just listen. Da-da-da. 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 The red flame AK swept through instantly. The raging dragon flames covered all the evil spirits in an instant. Before the evil spirits got close, most of them had been destroyed. Seeing this, Song Huiyan and Lu Hongying didn't wait for Chao Ning to say anything. They picked up the Yin soldiers in their hands and rushed directly into the group of Yin spirits to reap the harvest. The strongest of those evil spirits is just an evil spirit. How can I be a match for the two of them? The sharp sword blade cut through the enemy one after another. In a short while, the dozens of evil spirits released by Niusheng had all been scared to death. On the other side, the rune paper sword slashed towards Chao Ning. The bronze sword used a powerful move, stirring up a blazing fire that directly burned the rune sword. My sword. Qindong spat out a mouthful of blood, covered his chest with his right hand, and held tightly to the talisman that was burned to only half of its original size with his left hand. Niusheng is not much better. He had previously used his masculine energy to force the evil spirits to attack. Regardless of success or failure, he was destined to sacrifice 10 years of his life. What's more, the moment the evil spirit dissipated, he was attacked by the evil spirit again. At the moment, he looks like an old man who has experienced many vicissitudes of life. We lost, bro. We lost. Niusheng leaned against Qindong. Now he no longer had the will to fight. Second brother, you are, ahem, why are you doing this? Qindong coughed up another mouthful of blood. It looks like his heart has been broken by the shock. Chao Ning retracted the bronze sword and walked forward carrying the dragon flame spear. You two are planning on competing against me too. Chao Ning glanced at Zhang Fei and Li Kuei. Seeing Chao Ning's unfriendly look, they were so scared that they dared not breathe. Just bow your head and bend your body respectfully. I'll settle the score with you two later. Chao Ning ignored the two big idiots and walked up to Qindong and Niusheng. What do you think? Should I send you two off, or do you want to go on your own? Chao Ning asked in a deep voice. If you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Chao Ning, don't be so proud. Qindong's face was pale, with almost no blood left. Ahem. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Today, our two brothers are not as skilled as the other party. What can we do? Niusheng also held his last breath and glared at Chao Ning. Chao, don't be complacent. One day, we brothers will come back to avenge you. After saying this, the two brothers died at the same time. Chao Ning was also speechless. We agreed to fight to the death, why are you so weak? Master, they just died like that. Lu Hongying came forward and asked in confusion. Die? How can it be that easy? You want to run away just because you scolded me? You must be dreaming. Chao Ning pursed his lips and snorted, "Niusheng, Chendong, get up and get going." As soon as the words fell, two illusory human figures slowly floated out from the two bodies. Slowly, the figure condensed into a human shape. "Brother, we finally got rid of Chao, the thief Chao. Brother, my mentality is broken, why is it still him?" When Niusheng's virtual body saw Chao Ning, his eyes almost popped out. Chen Dong next to him also rubbed his eyes. He looked at Chao Ning with disbelief. "Aren't you the ferryman of the Greater Bay Area? Since when did Jiangning University Town come under your jurisdiction?" Chen Dong asked in surprise. Hee hee. Chao Ning rolled his eyes and said, "Sorry, the ferryman in this area is on vacation, so I have the final say here for the time being." "I didn't hear what you two just said, could you please say it again?" Niusheng and Chendong looked at each other. "It's over, barbecue is gone." The two ghosts regretted it so much that their intestines turned green. "It would be fine if he bullied me when I was alive, but he still controls me even after I died. This is not even a revenge." When Lin Chen saw this scene, he was completely shocked. Chao Ning also noticed him at this time. "Handsome guy. School hunk. Where's your awesomeness? Aren't you cool and aloof? What's wrong? Are you Barbie cute?" Chao Ning joked with a playful look. "Master Chao, please spare my life." Lin Chen reacted immediately and knelt on the ground begging for mercy. "Please spare me, sir, please spare me. I was wrong. I shouldn't have snatched a woman from you. Xia Shihan is yours. I will never dare to snatch her from you again." Lin Chen was trembling with fear. He has already seen the end. Being bullied while alive is bad enough, but you can't expect relief even after death. Are you scared so soon?" Chao Ning found it quite funny when he saw Lin Chen's overwhelming desire to survive. But how to deal with this guy is a difficult issue. He is an ordinary person, he doesn't know any magic, and he doesn't harm the undead. There's a book of life and death watching over us. I'm afraid that as soon as he takes action, the underworld will know about it. Just as he was hesitating, the system responded. Ding ding ding. System reminder, Lin Chen's lifespan is about to end. The ferryman cannot arbitrarily deprive him of the right to rebirth. What the hell is this about the end of life? Chao Ning's face was full of confusion. Then call up the area's book of life and death. It only said that Lin Chen's lifespan was only 23 years old. The column on life is full of bad deeds. Chao Ning finally understood it. It turned out that this guy did too many bad things in private, which shortened his life. In fact, he had already been blacklisted in the book of life and death. Seeing this, Chao Ning didn't need to argue with him anymore. After casually erasing the memories of those young men who were frightened unconscious by the group of evil spirits, he let him go. "Master, are you really going to let him go?" Lu Hongying asked doubtfully. Logically speaking, Chao Ning's character is to avenge his enemies. This was the first time she had ever seen someone let his enemy run away for no reason. It's a rare good thing for him to do, so let him go. Chao Ning smiled faintly. He didn't tell anyone about the book of life and death. It's enough for you to know this kind of thing yourself. There is absolutely no need to tell anyone. Lin Chen, who escaped death, kowtowed continuously like a stray dog. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." Lin Chen was so frightened that he rolled and crawled into the BMW. "I don't know if it's because I was scared." There was a loud bang. The BMW stepped on the accelerator and crashed directly into the school wall. The windshield was shattered instantly. "Shoo. It's not my fault." Chao Ning shrugged awkwardly. In fact, he did not erase Lin Chen's memory in order to make him live in fear. But I didn't expect the retribution to come so quickly. After sending Zhang Fei and Li Kuei to the underworld. When Chao Ning returned to the dormitory, it was almost 4 o'clock in the morning. At this point, it doesn't matter to him whether he sleeps or not. Chao Ning lay on the bed and spent 40 billion red gold coins to buy 1,000 body-tempering pills and 300 soul-gathering pills. He looked at the more than 1,000 pills in the system backpack and breathed a sigh of relief. I have stayed at the level of ghost official great perfection for too long. It is time for a breakthrough. Chao Ning said to himself. I remember when he was promoted to a ghost official, it was just when school started. It takes at least several decades for others to get promoted, so these 12 days are indeed a bit too long for me. But now I've finally made it through. Chao Ning swallowed and refined more than 1,000 pills. A powerful purple halo enveloped his entire body. From the outside, it looks like a giant silkworm pupa. As Chao Ning continued to absorb and release, the purple energy surrounding him became increasingly faint. I don't know how long it took. The purple halo completely disappeared. Chao Ning let out a long breath. Her face was rosy and radiant, just like she had a deep spa treatment. At this time, the sun also rose from the east. Chao Ning slowly opened his eyes, and felt his whole body become lighter. It's like I can't feel any gravity at all. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully being promoted to judge. The host can choose any number of gifts from the system mall. This service is provided free of charge by the Hades. Hearing the system prompt, Chao Ning felt relieved. This unreliable system has finally come into its own. But when Chao Ning opened the system mall, he was completely dumbfounded. The gift section in the mall is full of women's products. Although there are many columns, he himself has no use for most of the things. You're such a rip-off system. I will uninstall you sooner or later. Chao Ning said disdainfully. But don't refuse something that is given for free. The system gives a total of 3 opportunities to choose free items. Chao Ning walked around for a few times but didn't find anything valuable. Finally, I picked out 2 pieces of 2D women's armor, one red and one purple. When the model wears it, it looks perfect with a protruding front and a curved back, and her chest stands tall. Looks very cool. Let's find a deserted place and let Lu Hongying and Song Huiyan try it later. Hee hee, that feeling must be amazing. Chao Ning thought to himself. But there's still one chance left. What should I choose? After much hesitation, Chao Ning chose a watch with anti-wolf spray that is safe from both gods and ghosts. Thinking that he had never given Xia Shihan any decent gifts, she still helped him keep 200 million yuan of private money regardless of the past grudges. She really worked hard. After all, she's pretty, and if she were in danger, she'd be able to save herself, so I wouldn't have to be cuckolded. Chao Ning nodded with relief. Ding ding ding, baby wake up, baby wake up. After finishing all his work, the extremely sexy voice alarm clock next to Zhao Hai's pillow also rang. Chao Ning was just about to get up. Suddenly I found that there were a lot of sticky and black things on my body. System, what is this thing on me? Why does it stink so much? Chao Ning said with disgust. Ding, system prompt, after the host is promoted to a judge, the body will go through a process of cleansing the essence and marrow, and the toxins in the body will be excreted. What the hell, is my body that dirty? Chao Ning jumped off the bed with a look of disgust and ran to the bathroom quickly. Zhao Hai, who was in a daze, heard a noise. He got up and saw that Chao Ning was no longer in bed. What was that noise just now? Why was it so loud? Was it an earthquake, or did Brother Ning go out to masturbate so early in the morning? Lu Hao half penetrated his head and said, who knows? It's probably because Brother Ning was in a hurry. What time is it now? Sun Liang said gloomily. Didn't the alarm just ring? It's 6:30. Is it 6:30? Sun Liang sat up abruptly and put on his clothes quickly. Old Sun, what the hell are you doing? It's not time for class yet. Zhao Hai leaned on the guardrail and watched Sun Liang's frantic operations. You know what, I promised to have breakfast with Nana today, and I'm almost late. Sun Liang explained. Nana? Which Nana, the one from the music conservatory? Lu Hao said indifferently. Zhao Hai suddenly perked up when he heard this. Old Sun, you're great. Your progress is almost catching up with the rocket launch. It's only been a few days and you're already having breakfast together. Sun Liang rolled his eyes. You think they are all like you? Staying in the dormitory all day long, either going to the canteen or the toilet, it's strange that you can find a girlfriend. Zhao Hai held his mouth in a rage, as if something had stabbed him in the heart. Alas, now there are only Haozi and I left in our dormitory, so we have to rely on each other. Lu Hao stood up and scratched his head awkwardly. Actually, I also made an appointment with my high school desk mate to have lunch together today. She is also in our school. What? When Zhao Hai heard this, he was immediately furious. Haozi, you are really like a mouse, digging holes silently. So it seems that Brother Ning and I are the only ones left in our dormitory. Sun Liang snorted coldly. Can you compare with Brother Ning? Brother Ning was dancing between two school beauties. He can bring anyone out. Can you? Zhao Hai's face suddenly turned green. He really can't do this. After a while, Chao Ning came back from outside wearing only shorts. What are you guys talking about? It's so lively. When the three people saw Chao Ning, they were all stunned. What's wrong with you? Are you possessed by evil spirits? Chao Ning asked doubtfully with his hands on his hips. Brother Ning, what kind of beauty products did you use? How did you become so fair and handsome overnight? Sun Liang pulled Chao Ning with an incredulous look on his face, and looked at it again and again. White. Am I really white? Chao Ning touched his cheek. He was so busy washing the dirt off his body that he didn't even notice his appearance. Lu Hao and Zhao Hai nodded at the same time. If Chao Ning only had an appearance score of 85 before. So now it's at least 98 points. You know, even a school idol like Lin Chen can only get 95 points at most. Chao Ning's current appearance can easily surpass his. Is it that exaggerated? Chao Ning walked to the mirror with half belief and half doubt, and was shocked when he saw it. Oh my God, whose little handsome boy is this? Why is he so handsome? Zhao Hai. Lu Hao. Sun Liang. Chao Ning looked at himself carefully. The effect after cleansing the essence and marrow is really good. The skin tone has indeed become whiter, and even the acne marks on the face have all disappeared. Plus his muscular body. He is simply the most stylish of all stylish men. Brother Ning, did you really just take a shower? Where did you take a shower? I want to take a shower too. Chao Ning slapped away Sun Liang's little paw that was reaching for his abdominal muscles. Look, but don't touch me. Seeing their eager looks, Chao Ning said calmly, by the way, is there any other place in our dormitory where we can take a shower? Of course it's the big bathroom. I just finished saying this. Just heard a plop. Zhao Hai and Lu Hao jumped off the bed together, grabbed the card and ran out. I didn't even have time to put on my pants. The other side of the girls' dormitory. Xia Shirhan also got up early. Today is not just the first day of class as a freshman. It is also the day when sophomores and juniors officially start classes. In the dormitory, Xia Shirhan was wearing a light blue pleated skirt with a creamy white slim chiffon top. The tight short shirt perfectly shows the graceful figure. The towering hump is pretty and attractive. A delicate and refreshing ponytail on the head. She doesn't even need to dress up deliberately, she is already the highlight in the eyes of countless boys. Nana, why are you dressed so sexy today? Are you going out on a date again? After Xia Shirhan stood up, she found that Zhao Meina was dressed extremely beautifully today. She was wearing a miniskirt with flesh-colored stockings and a tight navel-revealing top. The wavy curls fall naturally. Her face was beautifully made up. The whole look of her is basically a highlight that makes boys drool. Zhao Meina straightened her chest and tried her best to keep her balance. Shirhan, you were wrong today. I want to study hard for my teaching qualification, not date those stinky men. Reciting the teaching certificate. Xia Shirhan was a little confused. Does this have anything to do with the way you are dressed today? How come it doesn't matter? Zhao Meina put her arm around Xia Shirhan's shoulders and said with a smile, you don't know this. I want to walk around the city in my clothes and make sure no one has the time to study. This way I can endorse it with confidence. Hee, I'm going to roll them to death. Xia Shirhan almost thought she had heard it wrong. However, seeing Zhao Meina's serious look, Xia Shirhan finally believed what she said was true. But you are dressed so pure and lovely today, are you planning to go on a date with Chao Ning? Hey, tell me, where are you planning to go on a date? The Grove? Or the small hotel outside the East Gate? Speaking of these things, Zhao Meina instantly became interested. Do you want me to choose a place for you, a place where no one will notice even if you shout at the top of your lungs? Zhao Meina said with a wicked smile. Ah. Nana, what do you think it is? Xia Shihan's face turned red after being told that. Please stop talking nonsense. I don't want to go on a date with that big bear. It's so boring. Xia Shihan was so angry when she recalled the scene where Chao Ning took advantage of her. Shihan, something big has happened, something big has happened. Just as Xia Shihan was retorting, Sulan hurriedly ran back from outside the dormitory. When Zhao Meina saw Sulan's expression, she knew without a doubt that it must be related to Chao Ning. Only Chao Ning's affairs could make her so excited. Could it be that Chao Ning is going on a date with Li Weiwei again? Zhao Meina asked tentatively. The relationship between Chao Ning and the two school beauties seems to be the focus of the entire school. Whenever Chao Ning was alone with anyone, he would treat it as a nuclear threat level event. No, it's Chao Ning. But he's not going out with someone else, but, oh, you guys should just watch it for yourselves. As she spoke, Sulan handed the phone to Xia Shihan. Zhao Meina leaned her head over. You don't know until you see it. It's shocking. Is this Chao Ning? Is he undergoing a sex change? Zhao Meina's mouth was so surprised that she could fit a small fist. Mobile phone. That was a post in Jiangai University bar. There are several photos of Chao Ning being secretly taken while he was attending class. In the photo, Chao Ning is wearing casual pants and a decent shirt, with one hand in his pocket. Refreshed and radiant. She looks like a model on the cover of a magazine. In the photo, there are many girls dressed up beautifully surrounding Chao Ning. Judging from the posture, it seems that he is going to eat Chao Ning. Shihan, what kind of cosmetics does your Chao Ning use? How come he suddenly becomes so handsome? I almost want to hook up with him. When Zhao Meina said this, she subconsciously licked her dry lips. Xia Shihan shook her head. I don't know either. He didn't tell me. Hey, Shihan, why do you care whether he says it or not? You should just go find him right away. If you weren't by his side, who knows how many people would come over. If someone succeeds in doing this, you won't even have anywhere to cry. Sulan said excitedly. That's not necessarily true. Xia Shihan raised her little head proudly. If he wants to fly, he has to get his own consent first. Sulan and Zhao Meina looked at each other. Following closely behind them, the two of them, each holding Xia Shihan's arm, walked out of the dormitory. Hey, Lanlan, Nana, what are you doing? I haven't got my book yet. Shihan, I have found out everything for you. Chao Ning is in the 3201 lecture hall in Area A. You can just go there and sit in on the class. Don't worry, teacher. I said you went to the rehearsal for the welcome party. No one will doubt it. Happiness is your own, you have to grasp it. On the other side, Chao Ning finally got rid of the crazy advances from his senior schoolmate. When I arrived at the classroom, the three idiots around him all had their heads lowered with one hand, staring at him with contempt. What are you doing? There is a lesson plan on my face. Chao Ning asked in confusion. Brother Ning, you are so mean. It would have been fine if you had hidden the cosmetics from us, but you also tricked us into taking a cold shower. Look, you are so cold because of Lao Zhao that you are drooling. Lu Hao said sullenly with a flat mouth. That's right, Brother Ning, even if you wanted to hide it from us, there's no need to trick us into taking a cold shower. In order to take a shower, I even ignored our Suna. Sun Liang grumbled, feeling very aggrieved. Originally, he wanted to show off his coolness so that he could pursue Suna. Who knew that not only did I cancel the date, but I also almost caught a cold. Did I lie to you? I didn't say you can get fair skin after taking a bath. Chao Ning rolled his eyes. Besides, is he drooling because of the cold? Look at the long legs of the girl sitting over there. Chao Ning casually pointed at the girl sitting on the other side. The first class they attended was a public class. It was combined with the classes from the School of Humanities. Naturally, there are more girls. Hearing Chao Ning say this, Zhao Hai felt a little embarrassed. The moment he turned back, I saw a beautiful figure. Brother Ning, look, the beauty from Xia University is here. Chao Ning didn't believe it at all. Are you trying to trick me? Xia Shihan is probably still sleeping like a pig right now. How could she possibly come here? When Chao Ning said this, the three idiots around him were busy making faces. But Chao Ning acted as if he didn't see it. He was busy fiddling with his phone. Isn't this the right scent? Chao Ning smelled a familiar scent of shower gel and turned back suddenly. He happened to run into Xia Shihan face to face. Zhao Meina and Su Lan, who were standing next to Xia Shihan, were both stunned. Chao Ning is definitely the first person who dares to say this about Xia Shihan. Shihan, why are you here? Chao Ning looked confused. Looking at Xia Shihan again, her lips were pouting and her fists were clenched. You stinky bear, I'm not done with you. Xia Shihan stomped her feet in anger, then turned around and ran out angrily. Shihan, slow down. Zhao Meina and Su Lan hurriedly followed. Chao Ning looked at the three fools with a confused look on his face. Xia Shihan is here, why didn't you tell me? Brother Ning, swear to God, you have to believe me even though I'm like that. Zhao Hai said with a wry smile. Chao Ning rolled his eyes, that's because you didn't remind me enough. Remember to remind me a few more times next time. Zhao Hai. Lu Hao. Sun Liang. Chao Ning politely rejected a bunch of friends' requests on Penguin. Just when he put down his phone, a girl sat in the empty seat next to me. She lay on the table angrily with her cheeks puffed out. The ponytail, which exuded a fresh fragrance, quietly slid to Chao Ning's side. The soft hair brushed against his arms. A faint body fragrance emanates from the girl, which smells very nice. That charming smell is as comfortable as the spring breeze blowing across your chest. Shihan, why are you back again? Chao Ning asked in surprise. Xia Shihan turned her head away angrily, and there seemed to be 3 big words written on her face. None of your business. Don't think too much about it. I just didn't learn this subject well in my freshman year, so I came here to audit the class. Xia Shihan defended herself. However, to come up with such a perfunctory reason, he must have gone through a psychological struggle. Is that so? Chao Ning smiled awkwardly. He had experienced Xia Shihan's stubbornness. I like to be jealous, but I never admit defeat. Normally, Xia Shihan needs to calm down for a while after getting angry. But why did it suddenly turn back? This made Chao Ning very puzzled. Shihan, what are you doing? Zhao Meina and Su Lan followed later and saw Xia Shihan lying quietly beside Chao Ning. Both of them covered their mouths in surprise. It was as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Is this still the cool and aloof school beauty they know? Their first reaction was, Xia Shihan is trying to throw herself at them. Originally, Xia Shihan ran out in a hurry. They have been following. But for some reason, Xia Shihan met Li Weiwei on the way and greeted her. She's like a changed person. Not only did his attitude change a lot, but he even smiled more. Look, he turned around and ran back in a hurry. Lanlin, Nana, I'm fine. You should go back to class. I'll come to see you later. Xia Shihan said with a smile. Su Lan and Zhao Meina looked at each other in confusion. Well, Shihan, call us if you have anything. Su Lan nodded blankly. But Zhao Meina is different. She walked to the empty space behind Chao Ning. With both hands on the table, he deliberately leaned forward, but his face was not yet visible. The big breasts supported by the pair of white tube tops first entered the camera. So beautiful. Zhao Hai and the others beside him stared with wide eyes. The 3 people are like sculptures. Staring blankly, motionless. Zhao Meina's wavy hair fell from her shoulders. She smiled sweetly and looked at Chao Ning seductively. Little brother, if you have any inconvenience in school, you can always come to me. I'm an experienced person and I know everything. Chao Ning looked confused. Are all the seniors in college so helpful now? I wonder if I can ask my senior to move a few boxes of mineral water to our dormitory. Haha, thank you, senior sister, Nana. Before Chao Ning finished speaking, Xia Shirhan beside him could no longer sit still. Nana, are you still going to study? Really, please don't disturb others in class. Xia Shirhan rolled her eyes and stood up angrily to assert her sovereignty. Ha ha ha. Zhao Meina was amused and laughed. Shirhan, you are really jealous, I just saw, woo-woo. Before Zhao Meina could finish her words, Xia Shirhan quickly covered her mouth to stop her from speaking. Nana, there seems to be something at the corner of your mouth. Let me help you take a look. Xia Shirhan covered Zhao Meina's mouth and asked Su Lan for help. Lanlan, I think Nana seems a little uncomfortable today, you should take her back first. Oh. Su Lan was stunned for a moment, and after she reacted, she immediately walked forward, took Zhao Meina's arm and walked out. The whole process left Chao Ning stunned. What is going on? Did Xia Shirhan take the wrong medicine today? Why is she acting so abnormal? Did your period come early? That's not right. Didn't I just come here? Look, isn't that Xia Shirhan? Really? Isn't she a sophomore? Why is she here in our freshman classroom? I heard that Xia Shirhan has an unclear relationship with Chao Ning from our class. Maybe she came here for him. You know what, Chao Ning looks pretty handsome today. No wonder even the school beauty came. It's not just the school belle. Look at the girl next door who's studying Chinese. She's eager to get involved with me. Chao is so infuriating. Not only did he steal my school beauty, but now he's taking any ugly girl he can get. He's trying to wipe out my Lu family. Because of Xia Shirhan's appearance, the already somewhat restless classroom became lively again. After Chao Ning's appearance exploded. Favored by countless girls. Of course, in the lecture hall, he is undoubtedly the focus of everyone's attention. Now even Xia Shirhan has come over on her own initiative, it's inevitable that others will feel jealous. What class are you taking today? Let me see your textbook. Xia Shirhan picked up the textbook in front of Chao Ning and flipped through it. She still had her little mouth pouted and didn't seem very interested. You don't know the content of this class? Chao Ning asked in surprise. Xia Shirhan's little hand, which was turning the pages of the book, paused for a moment. A pair of small eyes turned around and around. She decided to come back to guard Chao Ning after she saw Li Weiwei was also in the teaching building. Sitting in is just an excuse. How could I possibly know what class he was taking? How could I not know? It's just a political theory class, and it's my favorite class. By the way, have you downloaded the National Anti-Fraud Center app? If you are so stupid, you have to download one. What if you get cheated? It is better to be on guard against it. Xia Shirhan tried to change the subject, but Chao Ning still looked at her with contempt. This time, Xia Shirhan felt a little panicked by being looked at. Don't look at me like that. I asked you, that is because I want to see if you brought the wrong book. Well, that's good. You still remember what classes you have to take. As a senior, I am very pleased. As she spoke, Xia Shirhan reached out and pinched Chao Ning's face. The smile on his face became even more intense. It's like a little kid who found an interesting toy. Look at Xia Shirhan's serious expression. The corners of Chao Ning's mouth twitched. Keep editing. I wonder how long you can keep pretending. Chao Ning chuckled and pointed behind Xia Shirhan and said. What do you see over there? What? Just when Xia Shirhan turned around in confusion. Chao Ning suddenly stretched out his hands and took her in his arms from behind.